morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the South African Local Government Association's 2020 National Members Assembly. My name is Eusebius McKaiser. I'm a political analyst, a writer, and a broadcaster, and it is my absolute pleasure to be your host with my media colleague, Mr. William Voko, whom you'll meet a little bit later today, for the next 2 days. It is a momentous occasion that brings us together this year. Not only the fact that this is a virtual event, which is very weird. I'm in a room here in the middle of Sandton with no more than about 30 people. We are, of course, also making sure, as per protocol, that we are sticking to the best of the guidelines locally and internationally in a time of the pandemic to make sure that we do not spread COVID-19. And it also means that hundreds of you are tuning in virtually for this National Members Assembly, which is an anomalous year for the entire planet, quite frankly, and eventing is no different as well. The next 2 days, thematically, is really, really exciting. Many of you who have already looked at the program will know that the slogan we take quite seriously and that has been carefully crafted by the leadership of SALGA is celebrating and reflecting on the 20-year journey of local government transformation. That is very exciting. Since 2000, we've had competitive local government elections in South Africa, and at the beginning of South Africa's dawn of democracy in the 90s, we had to wrestle as a country with the question of how we go about designing for the first time a society that is, from an urban and town planning point of view, a governance point of view, a legislative point of view, fit for every single citizen and not just for a minority of white South Africans. And that architecture, that design intention, and how it actually played out is what we want to reflect on for the next 2 days at this venue and wherever you are tuning in from. So it's an opportunity to reflect. It's an opportunity to ask maybe a strange question for a critical journalist to say, but it is important to ask what works, what worked, what can be scaled up, where are there pockets of excellence? And of course, at the same time, we're not going to shy away from really important critical debate and discussion over the next 2 days. And the program, which I'll talk about a little bit later after the opening ceremony, is a program that is really incredibly diverse, going back to the dawn of democracy just before 1994. And we're going to end by tomorrow afternoon looking ahead at the local government elections to come and what some of the promissory notes are that no doubt you will hear from some of the political party representatives that will be in our final session. So that's what you can look forward to. We are enormously grateful for the hard work of the SALGA team. They have ensured that you have some of the best and most influential, significant minds of the country that will be with us for the various sessions. And I just want to acknowledge just some of them that you will be hearing from today and also tomorrow. We will, in a couple of minutes, hear from the President himself, the President of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. In addition to the President, some of the other voices you can look forward to hearing from is the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who plays an enormously important role in the portfolio that lies at the heart of our gathering for the next 2 days. We've also got members of the National Cabinet, we've got Deputy Ministers present, former chairpersons and presidents of SALGA, Ambassador Noma India Mfeketo, who is in the early hours of US time waiting to join me for the first panel discussion. Father Mkachwa will hear from shortly, Honorable Amos Father Mkachwa will hear from shortly, Honorable Amos Masondo, Mr. Thabo Mayoni, Honorable Parks Tau, in between changing jobs, will also be present. The chairpersons of the Parliamentary Select and Portfolio Committees on COCTA and the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, incredibly important oversight roles that they play to try and make sure that we optimize the way in which local governance work in this country. We also have the MECs for local government present, the chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leadership, Ikosi Mashlangu, the SALGA National Executive Committee. I want to acknowledge them and thank them for their leadership, a critically important constitutional role that SALGA plays in our country, interfacing with Parliament, with the executive, and trying their best to make sure that our 257 municipalities are able to provide services that each one of us are entitled to as a matter of justiciable rights in our constitution. And those are some of the challenges we're going to be talking about, of course. Executive mayors, speakers, and chief whips And these are critically important roles in our country. We also have further traditional leaders present and many, many international guests. So I'd like to acknowledge all of them, and I'm truly excited, not just as a moderator, but as a citizen, to listen to these different voices. But we start this opening session, appropriately so, with a rendition of the national anthem. I hope you know every single word. And so I'm going to ask my team here, where we are coming to you from the hub of finance in the middle of Joburg, right here in Sandton, to cue the national anthem. And then after that, we're going to go ahead with the opening prayers that will be led by Father Mkachwa and some of the other religious leaders that we have who are present here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the SALGA Assembly, would like to take a few moments to put ourselves in the presence of Almighty God, Allah, or the great prophets, because we believe as South Africans that it is always important to recognize that there is a power above us, the power that looks after our interests, the power that cares for, that loves for us. But first, before I ask my comrade to lead us in prayer, I just want to make one or two remarks about prayer. There's a way in which some people pray because they believe they will hand over all their wars, the troubles and difficulties and challenges to that almighty power. And they themselves don't have to do much because they've handed it over to him or to her anyway. Now, that God we're talking about does not work like that. Throughout history, he, she has demonstrated that it's a God of power, is a God of action, is a God of transformation, and is a God that also wants to involve the people who invoke his name when it's necessary. So therefore, as we pray, we're not handing over all our challenges and difficulties to God, but we are actually saying, yes, we praise you. Yes, we acknowledge that you are the one who has providence over everything that happens. But we are asking you to give us the wisdom, the power, to do that which we're supposed to do, especially as local government practitioners and leaders. Serve the people with conviction, to serve the people with dedication and commitment, but also to provide ethical leadership, which is so necessary, especially at this time. We're also saying to God, we are aware that we are meeting at a time of a pandemic that has led to a lot of suffering, a lot, sometimes even almost loss of hope. But we are in your hands, and give us the power to go on doing what we're supposed to do. So my colleague then will just take about 2 minutes also to make a prayer, after which we'll close and end this part of the session.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you and the mercy and the blessings of the Almighty. Before I pray, I'll just make a few words saying, I'm grateful to be here today, reflecting together with you on the past 20 years of local government. At the moment, as I'm standing here, society needs leadership, out of which comes a program of national unity and social cohesion that is based on a committed unity of purpose by all members of society, from the least to the greatest. It is work around generic principles, processes, and practices informed by collective human experience and inspiration, put to test through social action. We need not, as South Africans, forget that we live since democracy in an egalitarian society. Whatever we do needs to be informed from the bottom up. We may not speak for anyone, but everyone can speak through us. And if there are voices that are not speaking, we are far from getting to where we want to be. So I will say to us, let us pray that the arise of us, men and women of honor, and joining what is good and forbidding what is right, keeping in mind that as we lead, we are caretakers of divine property, and that divine property is other humans foremost and the rest of nature generally. When I pray, I commit everyone to receive the blessings of the Almighty. And I do not pray for people, I pray with people. So we all raise our hands and open our palms with the belief that we are being grateful for for the sustenance that the Almighty places on our palms every day, including our very lives, to which we have a right as South Africans. We have a right to life, but there's only one giver of life. Let us supplicate to him to enhance that life and make it worthy that we were walking this ground as living human beings. As I pray then, look into your palms and believe you are receiving the blessings. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم I seek refuge in the Almighty from the devil, the outcast, in the name of the Almighty, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Praise be to the Almighty, the Lord of the universe, the most kind, the most merciful Master of the day of judgment. You alone do we worship, and you alone do we ask for help. Show us the straight path, the path of those whom you have favored, not the path of those who earn your anger, nor the path of those who go astray. Surely man is in the path of loss, except those who advise one another with patience, except those who advise one another with faith. May we trust in you and live a life that we were asked to live when we were sent to this world as your vicegerents. Bless us today, Almighty Creator, in your mighty name, Insha'Allah wa la quwwata, not by our will, but by your divine will. Amen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you, and the mercy and the blessings of the Almighty.
As we close, we would like to ask Almighty God to embrace the leadership of SALGA, for them to be able to discharge a very difficult responsibility at one of the most challenging times in our history. All those who are going to be managing this assembly and its affairs, we ask you also to be with them. Take them into your hands so that they may help us to have a successful journey and a successful assembly. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you to our leadership from various religious communities. We may be a secular state, but we're also a society of South Africans with a plurality of values, including deep commitment to various belief systems. And also may those who have departed rest in peace. 2020 in many years is a horrible year with the haunting of death ever present, both due to the pandemic and natural causes. We are, of course, here in part to celebrate, and I want to prompt our next video. We're going to intersperse the next 2 days of reflection, debate, and conversation with bits of video. And the first one is very important. It will give us something of a sense of the material realities that is the backdrop to the conversations we're going to have a little bit later. This is a video about 20 years of local government.
As we celebrate 20 years of democratic local government since the year 2000. Our system of local government has gone through several changes, starting with the creation of transitional local councils to do away with the system that was entrenched on racial segregation.
And divided our people along racial lines, along tribal lines, and generally a culture of exclusion from the normal democratic life of a country.
Local government has undergone significant transformation since the dawn of democracy.
Part of establishing the new constitution was that at the base of it, we must have a local government system that is fairly vibrant, but it must also ensure for the first time that people have a right to choose who must represent them in municipal spaces.
With the first local government elections held in the year 2000, the number of municipalities was reduced from 1,262 racially segregated municipalities in 1994 to 843 transitional municipalities by 1996.
We inherited municipalities that were never equal.
The 843 transitional municipalities were consolidated to 284 municipalities ahead of the 2000 local government elections. Today, the country presently has 257 municipalities.
As the city, we cannot work alone. That's why then we've got partnerships. We do have current partnerships with PRASA, Transnet, the National Department of Transport, as well as the taxi associations.
During this transition, we have achieved many significant strides.
What we have done as SALGA is that we have established and assisted municipalities with the establishment of ward committees and street committees that we empower on how to best deal with public participation processes so that they can get better and improved information and be able to process that information into plans that municipalities are then able to compile.
We have worked at ensuring that we change people's lives. You know, we might not have reached the ultimatum, but gradually we are working towards that. We have seen the provision of water, improving provision of electricity, ensuring that waste is removed throughout our municipalities.
We've also experienced, because we're going through climate change within the country, the various difficulties that we have with uncertainty, we have droughts and so forth. So it's been a major concern how we become more water secure.
The opportunity that the city has in terms of the 2010 World Cup assisted in terms of boosting the local economic development of the city, and also that push factor from the rural to urban migration comes in.
Despite the numerous gains and ongoing challenging journey so far, we have a great story to tell. There can be no doubt that local government has had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans in expanding the provision of services to our people.
Umlayezo wokubonga kwi-City of Johannesburg ngasho ukuthi uyenzile ihostela yaba yinto eyikhona namhlanje, siyabonga lokho.
And today, the story continues. We are gathered here celebrating and reflecting on the 20-year journey. We are gathered here celebrating and reflecting on the 20-year journey of local government transformation.
Local infrastructure has improved greatly from Gauteng, getting to Mpumalanga, getting to Limpopo. The road infrastructure is perfect. We are busy launching
a balancing tank. It's a 25,000 cubic meter balancing tank at Bishop Iswell's treatment plant.
Our Golden Dam is unique in many ways because it's located within the city as such.
And over time, SALGA has been working with municipalities to improve efficiencies in terms of managing their controls, managing their systems for them to be able to get clean audits.
So performance management or these clean audits we've been getting has a direct impact on the quality of life of our people. We need to constantly build the system that not fall into the trap of overwhelming condemnation of binary perspectives of failure and success, as if there's no continuum. And I think as SALGA, we're quite justified to call it celebration and reflection.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SALGA National Members Assembly.
It's really interesting watching that video. We as a country can be often quite hard on ourselves, and rightly so, given the history of inequity that we need to address, hundreds and hundreds of years of inequity. But at the same time, if you are overly self-critical, you can miss some incredible events and momentous achievements at the level of the city and the city economy. And we're going to be drilling down into some of those issues in a short while. But before we do so, we're going to hear from a couple of folks that are critically important to some of these constitutional duties that government need to perform. Councillor Tembin Kadimeng is, of course, SALGA's president, and it's an enormous pleasure to welcome her to do her opening address.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, our Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, members of the National Cabinet and Deputy Ministers who are present, the former chairpersons and presidents of SALGA, Ambassador Noma India Mfegeto, Father Mkajwa, in absentia, Honorable Anos Masondo, Mr. Tau Manyoni, and Honorable Park Stow, the chairpersons of the Parliamentary Select Portfolio Committees on COPTA and the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, our former Premier, Mayor Hazel Jenkins from the Northern Cape, who have also served in SALGA, MECs for local government and other MECs who are joining us here, chairpersons of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Ikosu Mahlangu, the SALGA National Executive Committee, and former members of the SALGA National Executive Committees that served prior this term, PEC members from Gauteng who are present in this room and who are joining live from other provinces, executive mayors, speakers, and chief whips, fellow councillors, traditional leaders present, our international guests, friends, esteemed colleagues, comrades, and distinguished guests. Our friends from the media present here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the collective leadership of organized local government, it is an honor and a humbling privilege to welcome you all to this 2020 edition of the South African Local Government Association National Members Assembly. Program Director, today we are immensely proud that in keeping with the Constitution and the spirit of cooperative governance and inclusivity, we all welcome the leadership from all spheres of government, our international guests and partners, academic institutions, business, and stakeholders within the local government sector. As you can see, the program for this NMA is impressively rich in content, and your participation serves to highlight the significance of this occasion to our national discourse about local government. The Members' Assembly is taking place at a critical moment in the history of local government in South Africa. The month of December marks exactly 20 years since the first fully democratic elected local government elections were held in year 2000. This is therefore an important and a timely event for both SALGA as an association and local government sector as a whole. This NMA has brought together multiple stakeholders in an open dialogue under one roof to reflect, reposition, reconnect to the respective roles, not only at national, provincial, and national levels of government, but also broader society. Program Director, this 2 days gathering should serve as a reaffirmation of our collective and commitment to be more responsive, accountable to our communities across the country. As both servants of the public and the stewards of public resources, we will strengthen our resilience and ensure that all our people can contribute and share in the prosperity of our beloved nation. Let us use this opportunity, this occasion as an opportunity for new thinking on how to enhance local democracy by bringing local government closer to our people. Local government, as we all know, is at the front line of our democracy, and it plays a critical role in affirming the human dignity of our communities through the provision of basket of services, which includes water, electricity, sewage, and sanitation. Suggested in this thinking is that local government is about to be far more than the basic service delivery. A greater part of it entails the entrenchment of the wide socio-economic rights that build and shape our national identity. Ultimately, this is what is at stake when we falter in our commitment to our local communities and the nation as a whole. In recognition of the significance of the 5th of December 2000, where elections were held throughout South Africa, this NMA will review the progress that has been made since. As you know, while the journey has been challenging, this sphere of government has made a significant strides over the last 2 decades to deliver basic services to millions of people who did not have them before. We must, however, reflect honestly as well and truthfully on the mistakes and failures that have been made along the journey to institute a post-apartheid developmental system of local government. There is no doubt that our communities are frustrated and are angry about the quality and the quantity of basic services. This should therefore be a call on all of us to listen to what our people are saying. We must on an ongoing basis check the pulse of our communities in order to gain a fuller appreciation of the problem. It is our wish that this National Members Assembly should highlight the institutionalization of local government and emerge with a number of reflection points that not only encourage us to look back with pride at our collective achievement, but to develop a transformative agenda on the remaining and persisting institutional challenges. It is hoped that the ultimate message of these 2 days will be to create awareness and increase understanding of local government that is unique yet exciting in its journey. I invite all our partners to join the local government sector in celebrating the significant milestones, which include the creating of a wall-to-wall of democratic, non-racist, and a responsive local government, deepening democracy by entrenching the public participation in the affairs of the local government, and in implementing institutional systems to deliver services where previously there were no services or there were few. We pay tribute and salute the men and women, many of whom have joined us today, and some have since departed, who have selflessly contributed to the work of local government in our country in ensuring that the people of South Africa enjoy equal access to basic services in realization of their human rights. The service delivery in rural areas and the pace at which it has proceeded, despite the continued circling of the sector and the introduction of new legislation and regulation, which has seldom been seen anywhere else in the world. Major differences exist between the capacities of municipalities today, but despite all that compliance burden created by over-regulation of the sector, many municipalities still manage to deliver the full basket of their mandated services. Much of local government still pursues excellence in compliance and service delivery, while others have exceeded that expectation in the fulfillment of their mandates and are capable of doing more. We call upon all our municipalities to redouble their efforts in building the image of local government so that it becomes the most trusted sphere of public administration in both the letter and in spirit. Once more, Program Director, on behalf of SALGA, the two men who are behind my wings, Deputy President Ngangelizwe and Deputy President DeForce, and the entire leadership collective, I am honored to declare this august and monumental National Members Assembly open. I thank you.
Thank you so much to Councillor Nkadimeng for the opening address. Already some really fascinating and substantive reflections there, which we will return to a little bit later. Some really, really important moments of reflection, from over-regulation to what has been achieved and everything else in between in terms of the journey that had been embarked on, not just since 2000, but also, of course, just before the dawn of democracy itself. Hopefully, technology will not fail us. We have some really important folk that will address us next as part of the opening session, but they will do so virtually. That again is in tandem with our commitment to bring you this event, but making sure that, of course, those who are able to do so are delivering their addresses remotely rather than everyone being physically present in one venue, which is not conducive to making sure that we flatten the curve. So the next person I'm going to call on is the Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who of course is South Africa's Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Minister is going to address us on some of the thematic issues that are central to why we are gathered here for the next 2 days. And I think the Minister is ready, so we've got a wonderful clear feed there. Minister, good morning to you, and I'm going to allow you now to address this National Assembly.
Good morning, Program Director. Am I audible?
Right ahead.
Okay. Ministers and Deputy Ministers, MECs, President of the South African Local Government Association, Ms. Thembi Nkadimeng, and all the SALGA members, the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Nkosi Mahlangu, Your Worships, mayors and councillors who are gathered here, international guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this gathering, which seeks to celebrate and reflect on our 20-year journey of local government transformation. As we undertake this reflection, we must recall that we inherited a deeply divided society, which was one of two economies, where the majority were excluded from the economy of the country. Under the apartheid system of government, the majority of Blacks lived in rocky mountainous areas in the rural areas, which acted as reservoirs of cheap labor. In towns and cities, they lived in townships, which were far from work, shops, facilities, and these townships acted as dormitories for workers. This resulted in an inequitable, inefficient, and unsustainable system. According to Ready to Govern, the ANC sought to create a strong, effective new system of local government to replace, I quote, the racist, sexist, undemocratic, tribalist, and corrupt structures which exist, close quote. As a result of the large disparities between local areas and regions, a strong central government is required to address the legacy of apartheid to ensure more balanced forms of local development. It was also anticipated that local government will play a crucial role in building democracy, bring government closer to the people whilst actively involving them in decision-making and planning processes which affect them. Local government must not only assert non-racialism and non-sexism, but needed to build it and ensure processes that are designed to counter the decades of discriminatory government. Ready to Government also says that women must be actively brought into the decision-making process, that programs must be designed to equip women with skills to enable them to participate. In this regard, special attention will have to be paid to the rural areas where women are disproportionately located. As we went to government, we also had the Reconstruction and Development Program, which also envisaged that we should grow the economy of the country, at the same time related to the provision of basic needs, and that we should assist people to build wealth in the communities of their choice. I want to quote again from a historic document of the Morogoro Conference of the ANC in 1969, which says, in our country, I quote, in our country, more than in any other part of the oppressed world, it is inconceivable for liberation to have meaning without a return of the wealth of the land to the people as a whole. It is therefore a fundamental feature of our strategy that victory must embrace more than the formal political democracy. To allow the existing economic forces to retain their interest intact is to feed the root of racial supremacy and does not represent even the shadow of liberation. I close quote. It is in this context that the Constitution makes it clear that a catalyst for municipalities to achieve the role they have to play, we should implement Section 154. This important section mandates the national and provincial spheres to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs. The white paper on local government commits local government to working with communities to meet its constitutional mandate as outlined in Section 152. These include the provision of basic services such as potable water, sanitation, refuse removal, and electricity. Indeed, a lot has been achieved, but more still needs to be done, particularly when considering the maximization of impact on the ground. Program Director, we recall these important policy and legal positions because as we celebrate the 20 years of democratic governance, local governance, we must utilize them to measure the progress and challenges. To what extent have we met these objectives that we set out to achieve? Have we managed to promote participatory democracy where our people are the center of all our initiatives? As local government, as the first point of call and interface between communities and government, managed to champion holistic community development? Have we managed to uproot the corruption that Ready to Govern speaks about? Have we managed to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities whilst ensuring the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner? as called for by the Constitution. Indeed, we have achieved a lot. We have provided wall-to-wall democratic, non-discriminatory local government. We have extended the provision of some basic needs to some of communities and areas. We've managed to ensure that people are included in decision-making. In fact, as the video showed, we have also improved the infrastructure. But there are still challenges and there are still lots more areas where this has not been done. And of course, we have tended to work in a fragmented way, which negatively affected the impact that we make on the ground. We tended to work in silos, national, provincial, and local government. And we can see that rural people especially are still very disadvantaged. So we can say, yes, we have achieved a lot, but a lot more still needs to be done. In fact, the devastating COVID pandemic has highlighted our deep-seated challenges of hunger, unemployment, poverty, inequality. It has also highlighted that a lot of people still don't have basic needs like water, sanitation. It has, in fact, deepened the inequality through the digital divide. As we saw even in the schools, some of the children continued with their learning uninterrupted, learning online. Others had to stay at home with no schooling at all. Even in places of work, some were able to work at home, but others were not. So the digital divide has been highlighted by this pandemic. But of course, Program Director, government has, with all the stakeholders, SALGA and others, introduced the district development model, which undertakes to maximize impact by coordinating and integrating our work at the local government sphere. This will improve service delivery whilst creating wealth where the people live. The district development model approach will improve the coherence and impact of government service delivery in the 44 districts and 8 metros. This approach facilitates for cohesive planning, budgeting, and implementation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. To complement the DDM efforts and set us on a sustainable recovery and growth path, the National Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan places municipalities at the center of unleashing the potential of the economy through infrastructure rollout that will transform the landscape of our cities, towns, and villages. Moreover, to stimulate employment, particularly in local communities, we need to harness the energies and capabilities of the wider society, especially the youth, women, civil society. Of course, we have to work with the private sector and also implement innovative public employment programs. The real work of establishing effective and efficient local government has begun. There is a good foundation, but it requires national commitment to drive as we reimagine our future. Both spheres of government, national and provincial, must ensure that we work with the local sphere of government to develop economies at a local level and to provide services in an integrated and coordinated manner. The local government policy discourse provides for local government to be developmental orientated and to ensure that development is people-centered. In addition, the development-orientated local government sphere represents a determination to change the culture of local government. The policies stress the importance of local government in achieving socio-economic development to meet the needs of the population and introduce performance management systems in order for them to have a clear view of their constitutional objectives. We must therefore use this reflection session to ponder on those and other important questions. We believe that this session can be an important contribution to a more detailed study of the coming of age next year of local government. We therefore look forward to the outcomes of this important conference. But we must thank and appreciate all those who came before us, whether they were ministers, mayors, councillors, officials in the local sphere, because indeed we are building on a solid foundation which they left. And it is up to this generation now to ensure that we build on that foundation and create sustainable, climate smart, resilient, and vital and sustainable communities which are prosperous. And once we do that, we can say, indeed, we are on a path to success. But we'd like to thank them. And with those few words, I wish to thank you for your attention and look forward to the outcomes of this reflection and celebration. I thank you.
Thank you so much to the Honourable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. Minister, thank you so much for your reflections. We will infuse our conversations over the next 2 days with some of your remarks. I think some of those remarks are absolutely critical, particularly to the self-examination that's going to happen a little bit later. I'm not going to draw from the Minister's remarks and summate them. They were clear enough. We are a little bit behind, but we are grateful that she was able to join us, and I will refer back to her remarks during the course of the day. Next, we will be hearing from His Excellency, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, who of course is the President of the Republic of South Africa. The President has been waiting for us, and while doing so, listening to the remarks from one of his cabinet ministers. Good morning to you, Mr. President. We welcome you to this National Members Assembly for the next 2 days. I know you have an incredibly busy schedule. We're waiting for the family meeting as well. But first up, we welcome you to this particular gathering, and it is a delight to have the President be part of this meeting, and I look forward to his remarks as well. If technology, of course, will hold, if the feed is working, then we will hear from the President. I'll just... Okay, while we're waiting, okay, the team will give me a nod. While we're waiting, one of the many reflections we'll come back to a little bit later, just to demonstrate that I was actually listening to the Minister. I thought it was really fascinating, the level of honesty the Minister had to ask questions in the middle of her remarks around whether or not we had honored the participatory model of democracy that we signed up for. That's crucial. How much participation had we enabled for the residents of our municipalities to be part of an inclusive process rather than being top-down, coming with solutions as policy experts, as lawyers who understand the legislative framework. Participation is critical. And then she asked about accountability and whether or not we had done right by South Africans those who are in positions of authority within the cities to make sure that there is the requisite levels of accountability. And I think, truth be told, the answer is probably a mixed bag. And when you talk about accountability, you cannot leave out, as she rightly did, the question of corruption in particular. Very often, the largesse that is dispensed to local government is an opportunity to do good. It's also sometimes an opportunity for certain kind of nefarious relationships to open up between politics and money. I thought it was really interesting hearing the minister talking about the importance of us also asking some important tough questions around corruption and whether or not that had been dealt with adequately. So those are just some of the questions which very often those of us as analysts, as journalists, as writers, as commentators throw at the politicians. And I think it is really, really fantastic to hear a senior cabinet minister asking those questions as a form of self-accountability of the government, and to ask us in turn as citizens and as the members, the delegates present for the next 2 days, to also highlight those questions as we are asking whether or not local government is as effective as it can and should be as a matter of constitutional duty in terms of what local government is supposed to deliver to each one of us far and wide across the length and breadth of South Africa. So those are just some of the takeaways for me from the minister's address. I'm going to ask you to, wherever you are watching from, to just be a little bit patient. These things happen, and hopefully within the next minute or two, we will have that feedback. We did see the president just a minute ago, so we know that the president is present. Don't worry, he hasn't run away. And as soon as, why are some of you laughing? I'm not subtweeting anyone. As soon as we have the president ready, we will in fact hear from him. In fact, the president is laughing. I don't know whether he is ascribing thoughts to me that I wasn't having. Good morning to you, Mr. President. It's always an honor to speak to you and engage you. This morning, I'm not going to engage you, but it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this space. And the floor virtually is all yours. Thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director. It's always a pleasure to listen to you and the way in which you analyze issues and matters. Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, ministers and deputy ministers participating in this wonderful assembly, the President of SALGA, Councillor Thembi Nkadimeng, the present and past leadership of SALGA at all levels, MECs for local government, the chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Nkosi Mahlangu, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, mayors, speakers, chief whips, councillors, traditional leaders, and I hear you have international guests. I'd like to extend my warm greetings to the international guests who are in our midst and participating in this. Thank you very much for the invitation, President Nkadimeng, to address the SALGA National Members Assembly. When you invited me, I felt quite honored, and I am delivering on your invitation. It is almost 20 years to the day since we held the first fully representative local government elections in democratic South Africa, elections that we held on the 5th of December in the year 2000. Since then, the mission of local government has been, in the words of our Constitution, to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. We meet today to reflect on our progress over the last 2 decades towards the realization of that mission, and to continue to outline the tasks ahead. We are doing so in the midst of a profound crisis that's been brought about by the global coronavirus pandemic. This crisis has had a devastating impact on human health, on our economy, on livelihoods, on businesses, and indeed on the service delivery that you are all supposed to provide to our people. COVID-19 has been a setback for all spheres of governance, and the great task before us is not only to regain lost ground and momentum, but to rebuild with added agency. We are now in the phase of recovery and reconstruction, a phase that will be difficult and long, a phase that will also require the utmost dedication and effort from all of us. Local government is the nerve center of service delivery, but it is also the nerve center of socio-economic development and of driving our efforts to build a truly democratic, integrated, prosperous, non-sexist and non-racial society. As SALGA, you are at the forefront of transforming our country, but also transforming local government to make it fit for purpose and so that it can serve our people and meet their needs. Yours is a constitutionally derived mandate to bring development and opportunities to the people of South Africa. As we mark 20 years of democratic local government, there are a number of questions that we must ask ourselves. And some of those questions are, firstly, we must ask ourselves whether local government has been effective in overcoming the injustices of the past. And we can enumerate the injustices. They are plentiful. Secondly, we need to ask ourselves, what progress have we made in improving the quality of life for our citizens through our local government structures? Thirdly, we should ask ourselves whether local government has advanced effective and ethical governance. We could ask ourselves many, many more questions that go to the real heart of the impact that we may or may not have had on the lives of our people. It is undeniable that over the past 20 years, local government has been a key driver of development in our communities, both economically, politically, socially, and in many other ways. Our progress has been substantial, and the quality of life of millions of our people has been affected through local government activity, but has also been improved. We now have schools, libraries where there were no libraries. We have clinics where there were no clinics before. They now exist. And they exist at local government level. Communities now have sanitation and clean drinking water where they were once forced to fend for themselves. Homes have been electrified and streets have been paved in a number of places around our country. The provision of services has, over the course of 20 years, lifted millions of our people out of poverty and enable them to enjoy an improving quality of life. But we must all admit that local government, whilst it has done a lot of things to benefit our people, that it also faces a number of very serious challenges. A measure of the extent of these challenges are the poor municipal audit outcomes. The latest report from the Auditor General points to serious lapses of governance and financial management in our municipalities. Our departed Auditor General, Mr. Kimi Makwetu, may his soul rest in peace, often reported to me very sadly about the performance of our local government entities. For the 2018-2019 financial year, only 20 of our country's 257 municipalities got clean audits. This, colleagues, is less than 8%. Furthermore, these outcomes appear to be worsening each year rather than improving, which should be the natural progression of everything that we do. Improve and improve. Many of the challenges facing our municipalities are inherited. Among them are massive backlogs in basic services, deep inequality, weak revenue bases, rising demand for services, and the devolution of several new powers and functions to local government. In addition to this, we currently have a situation where many municipalities are ill-equipped to take on the responsibilities expected of them. The picture we have is of vastly uneven performance. Some municipalities have acquitted themselves reasonably or even very well, and basic services are now more widely available than before. But there are others that cannot adequately perform even their basic functions, let alone carry out their developmental role. Coupled with institutional weaknesses like corruption and nepotism, many of our municipalities are facing a crisis of credibility and believability by our people. We cannot allow the widespread governance failures in municipalities to continue. We cannot have municipalities that are so dysfunctional that people feel they must resort to violence to be heard. We simply cannot afford local government to fail. Because when local government fails, provincial government fails, and ultimately national government fails. It is too important to our people and their lives, to our developmental objectives, and to the very future of this country. In August 2019, Cabinet approved the district development model to address weaknesses in service delivery, but to also address the problem and the challenge of having just too many plans. National plan, provincial plan, local government plan, all seeking to do the same thing, but also to address the budgeting problem. But more importantly, the implementation in local government. Its primary purpose is to narrow the distance between the people and their government. It is about improving the delivery of integrated services, the alignment of resources, facilitating inclusive economic development, and establishing long-term strategic planning. At the same time, the district development model prioritizes building state capacity and strengthening the system of local government. During the past year, and despite the limitations imposed by COVID-19, we have made progress in institutionalizing the district development model. And this is a process that Minister Dlamini Zuma has been driving, spreading it around the country with a view to strengthening our local government. We've been able to launch 3 pilot sites in the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, in the Waterberg District Municipality, and in the OR Tambo District Municipalities. The Development Bank of Southern Africa has been appointed as an implementing agent, and project management offices and district hubs have been established in the 2 pilots in KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo. The district hubs will facilitate intergovernmental joint planning, resolve misalignment in both thinking and planning, and ultimately help to provide municipal support and provide shared services. Now, despite the district development model also has champions in the form of ministers, deputy ministers, and MECs who, having been appointed, are paving the way for intergovernmental teams to work with districts in a coordinated fashion. Growing local economies is critical if we are to resolve problems of poverty and unemployment. The development of one plan will transform our intergovernmental planning landscape. As we move towards its completion and eventual adoption, we are intensifying stakeholder engagement. We are working to consolidate grants and rationalize planning instruments. The success of the DDM, as we call it, rests on greater coordination and collaboration between all spheres of government. The COVID-19 experience has demonstrated our capabilities in this regard. We have been able to establish national, provincial, and district coronavirus councils, as well as centers to drive our response, and in the main have been successful in bringing government together and closer to our people. As we now rebuild our economy, this approach to collaboration should be used at a local level to support growth and job creation. At the same time, we must also resolve the structural weaknesses that still exist. We must step up coordination efforts to avoid resource wastage and eliminate duplication of progress. We must also ensure that all government programs address community needs and that they contribute to developmental objectives such as poverty reduction and employment creation. Our experience with this pandemic has demonstrated the importance of political leadership in forging collaborative public service networks. We must address constraints at municipal level that continue to contribute to weaken or result in poor performance, including capacity building and skills training. We have to attend with urgency to the issue of maintenance of municipal infrastructure. The speed and responsiveness of national government to COVID-19 shows that this certainly can be done where possible. SALGA has a clear strategic role to play in supporting its members to fulfill their developmental obligations. I call on you to continue to be an active participant in the intergovernmental relations system, to provide common policy positions on key issues, to continue to represent local government interests, and to provide solutions to challenges that are currently facing our local government. We remain unwavering in our determination to build a society that guarantees a better life for all. On this important anniversary, let us establish a firm platform for local government to continue to improve the quality of life of all citizens and to free the potential of each person. President of SALGA and your other officials and leaders, I wish you a productive National Members Assembly. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of being in your presence, albeit virtually. I wish that the next few days should be really productive. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to President Cyril Ramaphosa. We've just lost the screen there, but I hope that the President is still with us. I'm going to ask Councillor Nkarimeng to come up and just, on behalf of SALGA, to more directly thank the President, either if he's with us or in absentia, as we say in Latin. Oh, there he is. It will, don't worry.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much, Honorable President, for joining us in our National Members Assembly. The new world, virtual, we feel your presence, we feel your heartbeat. We heard the message loud and clear to our municipalities. Ours is to develop a country that we all together as spheres of government will be proud about. Ours will be to ensure that our people receive the basket of services, but also choose our sphere of governments as a choice, that we will work with them, work for them, and ensure that it looks for them in public participation, hear their voices, and deliver accordingly, according to the expectations of them as citizens, but also the expectation of our government and our country. We thank you for sparing the time with us and joining SALGA and our member municipalities who are also with you virtually. Thank you very much. Ngesiswati sasekhaya bathi nangomso ubuye futhi masekucela. Thank you very much. You will join us, President, virtually. I'll eat the piece of your cake. I'm gonna cut a cake on your behalf to celebrate and virtually also to reflect on local government. If you permit me, I have a knife which has your name. I'll select that one, and I'll also take a piece of your cake, and we'll be jubilant as a country, aligned with the ethos that you have given us and reminded us. Can I ask the DP Gangelize and DP DeForce to join me and the President virtually, and we celebrate and reflect on the 20 years of a journey of local government that has delivered over 3 million houses to our people, has connected electricity to over 97% of our people in the country, is busy with the waste collection and many. You can have more water, President, as we have more cake.
Also, as we do so, I must say that part of this cake cutting and celebration is for long-standing membership that we want to acknowledge as well. There are some South Africans, as the President has said, that work at the coalface of local government It is a very important nexus of governance. It's where that potential of each citizen, which was one of the more important phrases from your speech, Mr. President, has to be unlocked. And we have some councillors that have been involved in South Africa, the local government, far away from national spotlight, doing their work quietly since 2000, and they are also the ones that we have in mind as we are cutting this cake and celebrating 20 years of local governance.
Happy 20 years. Thank you,
Thank you to the SALGA leadership. Thank you to the President as well. Thank you, President Ramaphosa. All the best for the rest of your day, for your diary. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. And this cake, of course, is one, as I said, that is a celebration of everything that we have attempted to do in the different spheres of government over the last 20 years. Do we still have the video, by the way? What's happened to it? We will play that video. And I thank the President for having been virtually part of this opening ceremony as well.
When the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty, I wanna be there when the people win the battle against it. I wanna end the hand. I wanna be there for the alcoholic. I wanna be there for the drug addict. I wanna be there for the victims of violence and abuse. I wanna lend a hand, say, to my nights, to my nights, reading Victoria, each other, to my nights, to my nights, reading Victoria, each other. I wanna be there when the people with the battle against it. I wanna end the war. I wanna be there for the victims of violence and abuse. I wanna end the war. So, to my nights, to my nights.
I actually went to check whether there's a knife there that has the President's name on it. I can confirm it's not the case. But of course, this being South Africa, even our jokes flirt with violence. But thank you so much for everyone who's tuned in thus far. Zoom fatigue is real. Wherever you are watching from virtually, go stretch your legs, have a cup of coffee. We are back on schedule. We're going to start at 10:30. You maybe want to get some fresh air, and we're going to have tea here in the venue. And we'll eat the cake on your behalf. We'll be back at 10:30. Thank you.
move in. Yes, at some point, South Africa, the local government activist. So we've got a facilitator who's going to facilitate the program. The vibrant person who was the program director before me coming here, his name is Makaiza. And he's going to assist us in terms of giving us the details of our 20 years trying to change the landscape of South Africa to accommodate all South Africans. Over to you, facilitator.
Thank you so much, Deputy President, for giving us that framework. And welcome back from wherever you are tuned in for this really exciting SALGA National Members Assembly of 2020. I'm going to say a little bit more about the grand political debate, which is our first debate that we will have. It's an opportunity for discussion, reflection, but also particular points that we may want to debate and pursue. But before we do so, I wanted to start off this segment with a video. I said a little bit earlier when we started this morning, we're going to intersperse the event over the next 2 days with videos that speak to some of the work that has been going on at local government. And if memory serves, this particular video that we're about to play is one that focuses on transportation.
Public transport is a functional area of all three spheres of government. Over the last 20 years, local government has partnered with communities and the private sector to improve our transport system to ensure that it enables economic activity and stimulates growth.
System is linked to the airport. The Aerotropolis concept tries to build on the logistics, the distribution network, which moves goods across the country from this industrial hub and from the transportation hub.
We continue to talk to other parastatals, Transnet and the others, where we are saying opportune land that is located within our local municipalities should be released to our members, and we are lobbying on behalf of our members to release such pockets of land.
We said Joburg. Major project is going to bring out on the N2 and N3 over the next 10 years. It's going to be a value of about 35 billion rand. Traditionally, this work always went to established companies. We need to transform the industry, and this will be excellent initiatives where we can do that.
We have started work in Limpopo. We have started work in Mpumalanga. Now we are coming to the Gauteng part.
I think this is an excellent initiative, but it's not only here on the N3 that we're doing this, or here in KZN. This is a national policy that we put together. We want to take companies from the lower levels up into the bigger levels, and we'll see over the next 5 to 10 years growth of a dynamic African construction sector.
Because we started with the two mega bridges, which is Mtendu Bridge as well as Msikaba Bridge. But as far the Mtendu Bridge is, the contractor is on site, so progress can be registered in terms of implementing the project. And our work is likely to be made in July or early August, that is to implement on the Msikaba Bridge.
This investment here signifies a new era in the modernization of commuter rail network. This will have a profound impact not only in the sphere of public transport, but also in developing our country's manufacturing capacity.
Welcome back. So what we have decided to do is to look in a very simple linear way at local government And those are the different sessions that we have designed today and tomorrow. A natural starting place is obviously the pre-interim to the interim phase. And one can go as far back into history as you want. You're going to hear from our first speaker about some of the challenges we had, really going back to the legislative architecture of the 1980s. But for purposes of containing the discussion, we're focusing, when we talk about the pre-interim and the interim phases of local government, in particular 1993 to about 1995, and then 1995 until 2000. And obviously the 20 years of celebration that is thematic in this National Members Assembly talks about that pivotal moment in 2000 and the regular municipal elections that we've had ever since then. But this particular discussion is one that takes us back and gives us an historical vantage point to try and understand what exactly was the landscape, the geography, literally and in governance and legislative terms, that we inherited as a society trying to build a nascent democracy in 1994. And you can't just through the CODESA process that will say we hereby have equitable cities that deliver the proverbial better life for all. You had to work at it, white papers had to be developed, there had to be policy conferences, and then of course there was the practical reality of a constant iterative process where you try out what you had designed. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't work, and then you have to go back to the drawing board and you come up with new generations of local government legislation to try and perfect so that you can deliver on that constitutional mandate that President Ramaphosa was talking about, which is that ultimately the ultimate yardstick of excellence at local government is whether the potential of every single resident of each of our municipalities can be unlocked. That is the ultimate yardstick, and the jury is out. I think we've had some successes, which is why we can genuinely be in a celebratory mode, and then there are some challenges that we're going to have to be honest about in this particular debate. I am delighted at the panel that we have assembled for you. Two of them will join us remotely, and once they are joining us, then I will introduce them to you. But I've got two with me physically present here in our limited capacity venue in the middle of Sandton, where we are coming from, and they are Dr. Mike Sutcliffe, who is well known to us as South Africans, and also to the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Lechisa Tsenoli. I'll say a little bit more about them when each one of them speak. We're going to start off with Mike. He's played many roles in South Africa and internationally as a local government expert. As an academic, he has taught in this area, and of course has also been, for anyone who's grown up in eThekwini, intimately involved as a manager there for many, many years, managing billions of rands, trying to transform that particular municipality into one that can deliver to every single person living in that region. And beyond that, he also had the task to speak to what you saw in the opening video right at the beginning of the day, which is as part of the demarcation board to quite literally carve up the country into efficient, manageable, and sensible borders that make sense for this cooperative governance model to in fact work. Mike's got a short presentation that will kick us off, and the question that I have for him, and I know the presentation speaks to it, is really this question, if I can crystallize it, Dr. Sutcliffe. We came out of the 1980s from a fundamentally racist society. Whatever your political ideologies are in 2020, that is a fact. That's an historical fact. Then you have this enormous challenge, which if you are creative is a fun challenge, but it's also from a technocratic point of view, a difficult challenge. How do you redesign the entire urban geography? How do you deal with apartheid spatial planning? How do you deal with a system that was designed quite literally to control millions of black South Africans rather than to treat them as citizens? They were subjects. So the entire cityscape that we grew up in, I grew up in Makanda, then known as Grahamstown. It is the ultimate apartheid geography city. If you look from above, from any one of the hills, looking down into Grahamstown, you can quite literally see how the city was designed, not for purposes of having citizenship unlocked, but for purposes of control. Your generation was tasked with designing a new system. And my question to you is, as you start your presentation, what were the design intentions and what were you seeking to do given that historical challenge?
Well, thanks very much. And thanks particularly to SALGA, firstly, from my side, and congratulations to SALGA. I think in all the work I've done, it stands out. There's not a country in the world that I think has an institution like SALGA that has the professionalism, the political leadership, and the like. So thanks to the President and CEO and all of your forces there for almost 20 years, I think, or just over or whatever, in fact, having dealt with that. I'm going to run through quite quickly the slides because I'm sure the rest of the panelists will comment on aspects of that. And I'll just try and link up with the team then. I'm pressing it, but it's not, oh, there we are. So the point that you're raising is the top of the list is that when we were struggling for liberation, and our struggle today is still a struggle against racism, the racist system created is not just one that occurs at a personal level. It's actually built into the geography of our country. Whether it was colonialism, whether it was apartheid, whether it's capitalism, all of them have impacted in that way. Hosi Mlabo, who was a colleague of mine and comrade of mine, he is part of the Mlabo group in the part of KwaZulu-Natal, but part of his jurisdiction is actually 160 kilometers away because the colonialists simply arrived in an area near Lundi and decided that clan, because there was someone visiting from the weekend, would in fact be linked to the Mlabo clan. And that's the geography we've inherited of things. So we had to talk about that racism, the fragmentation of the system that we had with all of these different ones for colored people, for so-called Indian people, etc. We had a system that consciously underdeveloped black people. We don't realize the impact that education had, or the non-education had on our society. A whole set of issues around that. The control orientation. We're now a free democracy where we want development. We must encourage the voices to be there, the people to be there. As city manager, if I didn't hear protests against me with people holding up coffins to say I must go, then I knew that we were not doing our job because we have to provoke that democracy, that democratic challenge we had. And it wasn't an accountable system. Accountability, as our president said, an issue we've got to deal with there. We forget the acts. There was the Black Labor Relations Act. We had the Native Urban Areas Consolidation Act in the 1920s that started defining that only black men who were of working age and who had a job could be in urban areas. And then the rest forced into the so-called the land that was then designated for the people who inherited it, who were here, and this was their land. So the 1980s, when we come, and let's bring it up to that, we had a national security management system, a very evil form, final form of apartheid, which the Americans and British and others helped to implement here, which had two aspects to it. The one was an intense security presence, and that was all those periods that we had in that of terrible repression in the 1980s, but equally, they had the so-called Winning Hearts and Minds campaign, where they literally went around township areas to redesign those townships so that their Saracens and their armaments of machinery could be there. So what we inherited was the system where black people didn't have any access to local government, but secondly, a very terrorizing state, as it were. Now, when we look at, colleagues, I'm moving on slides, and I'm going to move through very quickly now. Is that okay? I'm pressing, but it's not going. Right, so we demanded a system that was integrated, developmental, accountable, representative, both representative and participatory, and that it's delivery oriented. And to a large extent, when we look at all of those aspects, we've achieved a lot, but we also know we've got a lot more still to do there. So in the 1990s, and it began in the late 1980s, we developed a local government negotiating forum. We almost had a twin track because at the one level, the leading forces fighting for liberation, the ANC, the PAC, were fighting for national democracy first, but recognizing that at the local level, things were also happening at that level. And that forum then decided on a three-phase implementation, the pre-interim, the interim, and then the first democratic elections held in 2000 there. And in that period, those phases were introduced to try, and from the regime's point of view, to try and see the degree to which they could also divide this oppositional force, the black oppositional force, if we could put it that way. And so it was a period itself which didn't cover the whole country. The majority of black people were still not part of even the pre-interim phase, let alone the interim. They were brought in because there were initial elections there, and obviously the final phase included everyone, But as we will see in a moment, there was lots that they didn't have in most of that. Next slide, please. Now, what was important is the act that I'm talking about is the Demarcation Act. And apartheid divided people through boundaries. Whether it was Group Areas Act, whether it was the Native Reserves created in 1913, whatever it was, we had to de-emphasize that. We had to also take some of the emotion out of that. So actually, our Demarcation Act said the will of the people should not be a criteria. Now, you might find that a bit strange, but the reality was when I chaired the Demarcation Board, the people who protested the boundaries were not the people who needed those boundaries for delivery. It was white South Africans primarily who basically wanted to make sure there were no black people in their boundaries. But even by that stage, there was only one magisterial in the country, in Tshwane, the Pretoria Magisterial District, that was majority white. So actually, the whole country by then was already a country that no one could turn around and say did not have black people in it. And there were a variety of things there. We then set up, because it didn't exist, a look at a geographical level of bringing together information across our country. And what we saw then was in former traditional areas, the former native reserves or Bantustan, that's where the real backlogs were. Now, the difficulty today, and that's what you see in Johannesburg, there was a 10-year shift after this period that I'm talking about, but I'll raise it right now, where you had this massive influx into Gauteng. So you had an increase in Gauteng of 35% of the people in this, province, increase in 35% of population. And in fact, if you look at many of those households, they're a single person or two people, which means that they have a home somewhere else and they're here seeking work. So now there are more poor people living in those urban areas, the large urban areas, than in fact in the rest of the country. Now that's what local government had to deal with, because while you can't ignore people who lived historically, were forced to live in so-called Bantustan areas, you now have to make sure that you're also delivering for these massive increases that we experienced in the 1980s in these areas then. We rationalized a system, and in that period we created a new system of local government. I won't spend too much time, we can move on the slides quite quickly. But there are a number of challenges we had to deal with, because the economy of our country is still locked into these. Today it's 8 metropolitan areas, but back then, if you just look at these, the Port Elizabeth area that was created, now called Nelson Mandela Bay, was 44% of the economy of the Eastern Cape located in that. In Gauteng, if you take Johannesburg, is 37% of just Gauteng, but it's probably 15, 16, maybe 18% of the whole country. So you have this massive imbalance in terms of where the economy is, and in fact relative to people that you've got to begin to manage there. So we do have these world-class cities. Johannesburg, when I'm in New York, the quality of urban condition in New York is worse than you would get here. We complain a lot about it, and yes, there's plenty that we have to do, and our bulk systems can't cope. But we actually do find that in spite of that 20 years, balancing these systems and people, we're still able to manage. But the first challenge was, how do we deal with that? Now, President today spoke about, let's expand that idea across our districts as well, so we get all of government focusing its attention in on that. The second challenge we had to deal with was the rest of the country, where there was almost no local government. Even there were small white communities in towns, but black people had no local government in the rest of the country then. And so the second challenge was these districts, as we call it, where we have two-tier systems of government, and we still debate that issue. Should we just have one tier of this third sphere of government, or should we have the both? So the next slide is on districts. The third area of challenge, let's just move through these quite quickly then, colleagues, is we had a complexity in our country, because our provinces, we had a commission looking at the provinces, and when we created and carved up the new Northern Cape, you found that you had on one side of that boundary, and in fact that boundary even goes through some houses, the middle of houses. When we started looking at that, you have people in the rich part of Northern Cape and the poor part of what became Northwest there. So how do we deal with those? You had Kokstad and areas like that. If we look at the next slide, Kokstad, for example, had on average municipalities in this period were spending in Kokstad 3,000 Rand per household, but on the Eastern Cape side of that, spending 53 Rand per household. So that's the imbalance, and we had to, in the short term, deal with these cross-boundary municipalities, we called them then. Very difficult to manage, but eventually we put them in. Eventually the constitution was changed to change the provincial boundaries. we had areas that we call district management areas, and there's some calls today that maybe parts of our country, in a little place called Muir in the Northern Cape, for example, to expect it to be a ward when it's a tiny community that probably just needs to be able to manage its own affairs there for the very few people there. To put it as part of a ward in a much bigger municipality is difficult. So we've clearly got ways in which we have an existing legislative framework, and thanks to Lechisa and Yunus Karim and a whole group, Mohammed Baba and a whole group of parliamentarians, Praveen Gordon was there, Vali Musa, a whole set of parliamentarians who really have created a legislative framework that still largely is what we need. Yes, we need to tinker a bit and deal with it. The fifth challenge that we had to deal with is how do we deal with the issue of traditional leadership? And that was a very difficult issue there, because the apartheid system said traditional leaders were there just to talk, just to report on any strange people in the neighborhoods, any terrorists, basically. They weren't there to develop their communities. By then, they had become individuals and no longer always representing them. So those are some of the challenges we have to deal with. I'm going to just skip on, and there are a set of slides which are the systemic issues that immediately after the elections, the first elections, we took a look at those, and we said, firstly, there are a whole set of boundary issues we still have to deal with. I've mentioned some of those. I am realizing I'm getting into lots of things here. This Kwanabamba area, I'll just touch on that in half of it. We had Kwanabamba is a good example where the king of people of Zulu origin has an area called Usutu, which is historically that area. But the colonialists and the apartheid system divided it up. And I remember being with then one of the traditional leaders there in a landscape where he said to me, you see that line there, and there was no line. But on this side of the line, if that clan moved to that side, people would get killed. If they moved from this side to that, and that's what the colonial and apartheid system did. Orania, we seem to forget about these parts where we brought through a transition through a variety of mechanisms, making sure they're part of a system now. So those are, we can move on through those. We have areas of our country where there's a dominant political party in one part. If you go to the Western Cape, you'll find these are DA areas and these are ANC areas. Other parts of the countries, it might be the reverse. And how do we begin to, and I'm not saying change it necessarily, but at least make sure that there's political space throughout our country that can operate there. So these were just some of the areas that we had to deal with. Even today, our police stations do not conform often to municipal boundaries. So if you're a local councillor and you want to begin to track how crime is occurring in your neighborhood, it's often a bit more difficult. It's a lot better than it was then, but how do we get governance as a whole to correspond there? So that period that we have, and I'll end off at that level because there were a few extra slides and we need to get into the discussion, is that we have created a non-racial system, but we haven't got rid of racism. We have created a developmental system. We've delivered more. There's no country in the world that has free basic services like our country has. There's no country in the world that has delivered, like ours, in a developing context, the number of houses we have. There's no country in the world with water, as our president said. However, in each of those sectors, we have major challenges still with us. Now, often what happens is we just want to list all the challenges, do nothing about it. What we have to do is to say, what are the things that work well? Where do they work well? There are parts of the Western Cape, irrespective of politics of our country, that work really well. There are parts of Johannesburg that work very well, other parts that don't work as well. What we have to do, and I thank SALGA, both politically and administratively, for helping the institutions of governance to make sure that we focused on those solutions rather than the challenges we have. We still have those issues we raised before, but we're a long way along that path to begin to deal with it. But thank you. I'd rather stop there. Otherwise, we're not going to have the chiefs on my left here who harassed me a lot. Of course, Nama India, I'm sure, will support me a lot more later on. But anyway, thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sutcliffe. I could listen to you the whole day. Characteristic, clarity. We've got enough time to drill down, so don't worry. We'll come back to some of your slides and some of the points. That's an excellent backdrop to the issues we want to drill down into. Before I ask the Deputy Speaker to speak, we do want you to participate. We were talking earlier about the norm of participatory democracy. We're practicing it for this National Members Assembly as well. Obviously, it's unusual times because you are engaging virtually, but use your chat function. And at some point, the team here will whisper to me so that we can actually call up some of your rolling comments, questions, agreements, disagreements, as you are listening to my speakers. Some of the issues are empirical facts, some of them are normative and principle debates about which reasonable people can reasonably disagree. So as you have thoughts that come up, please feel free to participate. I'm going to acknowledge your input as we continue over the next hour and a half or so. And for those delegates who are in the room, the same will apply. Even better, we'll be able to hear you speak directly. And at some point, I will that you have comments, agreements, disagreements, and the like. Deputy Speaker, you've had many roles, and some of those have included, as Mike has already alluded, to being part of the Brains Trust that had to think about the white paper, for example, the special political committee that looked into a white paper on local government, and of course also on the Portfolio Committee of Constitutional Development and Local Government. I just want your historical recollections. We'll get into debate points later, but going back to the experience back then, Mike has given us this rich historical description of what the challenge was in terms of the apartheid infrastructure that we inherited trying to build this new country. Specifically around the white paper, but feel free to go more broadly if you want. What exactly were the intentions in terms of the content you were trying to put in there? What were you trying to achieve? And what were some of the highlights you can recall? Obviously, hindsight is a perfect science. We'll get to hindsight later. For now, I want to take you back in time. Okay. Speak to us about that period in time.
Yeah, thank you very much, His Obvious. I'm glad to be here. Thanks, Salga, for inviting me to speak. Where I work, I manage others' speaking time. So for a change, I'll be able to say a few words, one or two of them. Let me start this way. Your video was very interesting because it was about transport. And transport in the region, in how colonials used it, was as a divider. On the one side of the railway was other people, on the other, the others. And the discrimination that they pursued, their colonial and later apartheid legislation, the railway was an instrument for that division. So I found that a very interesting video to play at the beginning of what we are talking about. I thought I should suggest that in the 80s, for example, to start at least there, we can go back further. But in the 80s, one of the most dramatic developments was that the late 70s saw the terrible increase in inflation in the country, increase in prices everywhere else. And what began to happen is that workers began to feel they are not earning enough, they were not anyway, and they started huge strikes. And the following thing that began to happen, even in the township, people began to support those strikes of workers in employment. What also happened is that the trade unions began to be formed in a number of areas for people's ability to earn better, to be able to live better, wherever they were allocated by apartheid then. Now, that background is very important because the beginning of the 80s saw the introduction of legislation, some of which Mike referred to give token authority and power to political structures that were meant to service African people and divided into colored and Indians, and then the white people, and having different names for all those structures. And so the emergence and the creation of the United Democratic Front was partly directly as a result of opposition to those schemes. And I think it was successful in that over time, the objection to a municipality that Mike became its municipal manager, for example, Durban, we were engaged in fighting the discriminatory practices that decreed that in the townships, certain things wouldn't happen, but elsewhere in the things were happening. This is why we said one city, one tax base. we will talk about how we reformulated this on becoming wiser later. Because we felt that the rates and taxes, partly that we were paying, and the building of the economy of those cities was directly as a result of people who were otherwise parceled out of those areas. So it was necessary politically that governance system must reflect the contribution of people in those areas as well. So this was a very important political background to civic struggles and the fights against nonsensical apartheid-informed demarcation. They tried, for example, to parcel out Lamontville and Hambanati in the north into the KwaZulu-Natal Bantustan at that time. And in the Free State, Botshabelo, they tried to throw it into Kwakwa, and when it failed, they tried to parcel it into Buputatswana, and all of those failed, basically because of absolute protest on the ground by civic structures that began to emerge there. Now, I'm going to suggest that later on, negotiations at municipal level started happening. And some of these negotiations were so successful in parts of the Eastern Cape, for example, that the old regime could no longer run those municipalities without people from the townships. And systematically began other negotiations, such as the chamber here in the Johannesburg Metro, and other negotiations elsewhere. That work still needs to be written about and accounted for, because lessons that are absolutely valuable emerged from those negotiations and informed the local government negotiating forum, which I had the privilege to from the National Party, which fed into the national negotiations. That work was absolutely critical. Just to state it as a historical fact, the civic organizations working with the African National Congress and the South African Communist Party and COSATU coordinated their work in what was called non-statutory sector of the negotiations in order to feed into the negotiations as against the statutory led in the Department of Housing by Louis Schiele, who was the Minister of Housing then, in matters related to local government. I want to just read you, it's a fascinating brief reference to the 5 objects of local government that we had inserted into the Constitution. The language, the substance, reflects the civic concerns as we aggregated them around the country that day. And this is firstly to provide democratic governance for local residents. That's object number 1. To provide socio-economic development, to provide services in a sustainable manner, and to provide for local residents to have a say in local government affairs. Now, I mentioned 4 of them. Now, these are critical. They reflect, as I suggest, the language of civic concerns. Now, the question is whether we have met some of those so far, whether local government in the work it has done so far, whether we have met those, whether we have provided services in a sustainable manner, and so on. And provided, what the question was raised earlier in the morning about whether participatory provisions in the reasons for the existence of local government have taken place. You see, the way we defined in the legislation what local government is crucial. We said it is not only councillors, elected public representatives, but also officials. And the 3rd pillar of that definition is local residents. They constitute what local government is. What informed the processes towards the formation of the structures that we ended up forming was informed by the presentation by Comrade Mike, Dr. Sutcliffe, about the processes leading to demarcation was effectively the implementation of the chapter in the Constitution that speaks to the local government reasons for existence that I have just cited here. And the other part that is significant to this meeting is Chapter 7 that speaks to the reason for the existence of SALGA, a single national organization that will speak on behalf of municipalities in the country. And that's a significant reason for progress that has been made here. But historically, I think we must thank, because of the work that the ANC was doing around the world, we were given access to significant political meetings to think about and discuss local government systems. I remember going to Windhoek in Namibia, and in Harare, just outside of Harare, in fact, a little bit there, and to think through and debate with other people who have had experience already with local government negotiations. So there's a significant ideas around the reality that we also benefited from others in thinking about the system of local government that we came to create. And that's part of what we are saying about. And one of the institutions then that was critical in facilitating those meetings was the International Union of Local Authorities, Africa section, and the Commonwealth Local Government Association, Carl Wright. He's still alive, the fellow, and old and aging, still active. Not like yes. No, the significant thing about that is that our ideas about local government benefited from studying and looking at local government systems elsewhere. I do wish that SALGA must invite, for example, I remember early on, I was the only, let me put it this way, as a civic agitator, organizer, and so on. I traveled to Denmark with 4 planners from Durban. One of them was from Cape Town, I think 3. One was from Joburg, 3 from Durban. And to be shown an example of the planning system in Denmark, how it emerged, what made a difference to how it was designed, issues of sustainability, and so on. So some of the ideas about our planning systems and so on, I'm suggesting the international aspect is a very rich one that we must continue to employ. For example, the integrated development planning in local government, in order to achieve what Mike refers to there as integrated systems, as developmental systems, came from our study of the integrated development IDPs in Brazil, including our learning about their budgeting, participatory budgeting process.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
You said yes, we shall then be reserved. Let me put it this way. Those elements of the background to the work we did, including in the white paper, thinking about a framework that I think is still valid today, are critical to explore further. And we haven't done enough of exploring that white paper process, which gave birth to 4 or 5 pieces of legislation that we had the privilege to bring to being. As we end the year now, Isobias, we are amending 2 or so of those legislation. So by next year, they will have been once more amended. But their essence remains intact. And so I thought that some of those pieces can be explored further.
Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. That was absolutely stunning. The institutional knowledge and memory that you bring is important. I was saying to Mike during the tea break that we are often ahistorical in our analyses. Doesn't mean we should let ourselves off the hook. We're going to get to the contentious and fun debates about the now a little bit later. But that ahistoricism, I think, is often a problem in how we approach our analysis about the situation we find ourselves in. So the complementarity between Mike's presentation and your own, I think, is critically important to set us off to be able to have a rich debate on the basis of that historical memory. So thank you so much for that. I think we've got one of our virtual panelists ready as well, joining us from my home province in the Eastern Cape. Hopefully, T, do we have him? Fantastic. The former mayor of Port Elizabeth, now Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, Mr. Nceba Faku, who is also going to be joining us. Mr. Faku, can we make contact with him? I want to make sure he can hear me and we can hear him.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. And I can see your panelists. Unfortunately, I have to do it visually because of other prior engagements.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We can hear your voice, and that's more important than all of us being in a crowded room. I'm going to ask you a question, but you can speak generally to it, maybe for 5-7 minutes. And then after that, I want us to get into a dynamic debate with all the delegates virtually and the ones in the room. Mr. Faku, I had this question in mind when I saw, delighted that you are part of this conversation. Coming from the Eastern Cape, my family's in PE. It's a city that's dear to my heart. And I thought to myself, as someone who was the first black mayor of one of our really exciting coastal cities, you find yourself in the 1990s in the seat of local government. But of course, you don't have a clue what it is that you will find now that the master's house has been given to you. Literally on day one, or figuratively rather, once you find yourself being in the driving seat of power, what did you actually discover about the nuts and bolts of the administration that was in place? I'm sure you had a wish list for what it must look like, but everything from the state of finances to the administration to the organogram, just go back to the 90s and talk to us about the state of PE as you found it the morning after you suddenly had this title of mayor bestowed on you, and the challenges that came with it that you couldn't have anticipated until day one in office.
Thank you very much. I just want to check. Yes. Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning, guys, as I said earlier on. Yeah, it was very exciting, by the way, to have been entrusted with such an enormous responsibility, which was almost setting a national precedent for all of the other local municipalities that were to come, because we claim that we were the first black mayor in the country, actually, at that time. And we had to embark on, first and foremost, negotiating with all the other, as we called them that time, other puppet municipalities that were around the area of Port Elizabeth. We had to integrate all the staff which were duplicated in departments of those puppet municipalities. The area of Port Elizabeth, it was not a metro at that time. It was only just a municipality. There were about four to five what do you call the local authorities that were to be integrated to that bigger Port Elizabeth municipality, which were divided according to racial lines. Some would be according to the colored local authority, Indian local authority, black local authority, which was based in townships, and the Port Elizabeth municipality. And also there was another part within the black, within Port Elizabeth municipality, which was belonging to the Western District municipality at that time. So all of these, each one had respective department, which was a duplication of other departments. And funny enough, the municipality that was the direction and also the resource determinant was the Port Elizabeth, which was predominantly a white Port Elizabeth municipality. All others were fed and resourced by the Port Elizabeth municipality. So we had to integrate all these departments, but that equally had to be negotiated. It was a long time negotiation. And also, you would recall that there was also a huge expectation from the Black and African workers of these municipalities that finally, at least all that was not fair to them would then be addressed by these new democratic processes of integrating municipality. I had listened to Comrade Lichisa, which is correct, that our premise was based on one local government, one tax base. That's how it was premised, because again, as he was saying, that the basis of our politics on that were that all people were contributing in the tax base of the municipality, and therefore there was no reason why the other majority Black communities, which were disintegrated into racial municipalities, were getting less of that. And so the workers of these Black local authorities and all these puppet municipalities, the moment we were integrated into this one municipality, their expectations and kind of, if you want in brackets, their demands were extremely very high. So we sat with that for a very, very long. You must remember that when you begin to do so, workers are going to be looking at their pensions, at their equal parity of payment, at their benefits and privileges, which they were benchmarked along the lines of Port Elizabeth local municipality, which was predominantly white, and therefore all the other Black workers were benchmarking what they were expecting to be at the level of the white privileged Port Elizabeth workers and staff. So those were kind of things that were a huge challenge, including, of course, how do we begin to, again, before the new dispensation, there was a discussion, a very serious, and I would like that discussion actually to again be revived, that the equal payment of services along the residents of the municipality and ratepayers. And at that time, there was a serious debate, especially with comrades from SANCO, that the payment of rates and services had to be according to the economic situation of each township, which later that debate was actually killed by, I think, the adoption of the Constitution, which kind of flattened that to all. But the reality of that, I think that subject, Comrade Lechisa, needs to be revisited. Now, that particular inability of this municipality to meet the expectations of this integration of local municipalities prompted national government and at that time SALGA as well to come into this discussion of how can we then achieve that if local municipalities, firstly, they are not part of the civil servants as defined by national government, and therefore they have to fund these demands by themselves. How do we utilize the reserves of these municipalities, and primarily the local government, the Port Elizabeth local municipality, to fund these expectations of the... Now that was really huge situation of negotiations. But I'm very happy to conclude in summary that I think the path to transition and the stabilization of local authorities, local government at that time, here in the area of Port Elizabeth was well handled. And I think you can actually go to people of Port Elizabeth. They will tell you that that process of reconciliation was extremely well handled in the area of Port Elizabeth at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Faku. Much appreciated.
Hello?
each one of my guests, and the same will apply when William Walker takes over. When you are speaking remotely, kindly do switch on your video as well, unless you are in dodgy circumstances where you are. We'd love to see you as well. But we heard you crystal clearly. We heard you clearly. Our next contribution, before we then get into some rapid fire debates around particular points, I'm delighted to say that we also have made contact with our current ambassador to the USA, Honorable Nomaindia Mfeketo, who's enormously experienced, obviously as mayor herself previously of Cape Town in that capacity, and so before her forays into formal politics and the ambassadorship, also hugely active for many years in the NGO sector. It is very early on the other side. She is looking absolutely gorgeous as if it's mid-morning, but it's actually hardly dawn in the USA where she's from. I hope she's had a cup of coffee. Ambassador, welcome to this conversation. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes just for an opening statement. I've got a prompting question. You can ignore it if you like, but the question I had in mind when I was very excited to see your name on my panel list is one particular question that goes back to a theme that's already come up a lot this morning, this side in South Africa, and that has to do with participation. One of your many accolades is that you got an award for mass participation in the NGO sector, incredible listening campaign that you will recall, wearing your hats in the civil society organization space. And the president made it very clear, the deputy speaker reiterated it with reference to the constitution, that the way in which local government municipalities interact with citizens and residents must be participatory. And based on your experience, I want to test the white paper against practice, the legislative framework against practice as mayor. So it's a two-pronged question. Firstly, whilst the participatory model, in your opinion, particularly as a community activist more than a politician, have we been faithful to it? So that's the first part. And then the second part is, having been inside local government, were there ways in which the design of the system was flawed, even if those flaws are excusable to the extent that not every single scenario can be anticipated when you are designing policies?
No, thank you very much. And thank you very much, guys. Let me start by saying I was so happy to be part of this discussion, 20 years of SALGA celebration. Yes, to quickly respond to the question. Yes, the community participation that happened when I was in the municipality. One, it was an idea from few people who were new in local government to say, we are activists. We've been fighting for everybody to be part of the government, in particular the municipality, and now it is our responsibility. Because I think it was around about 94, 95, or if not 96. It's important for us to interact, not on, because by that time, we have merged all small municipalities, including the one of the huge one that was the township, isolated township municipality. So we had to, make sure that each and every area in the Western Cape, in particular in the Cape Town, because that was our area, we must reach communities and talk about their challenges, but also their needs. So I think it was, to answer the question, I think for me, it was out of being activist, not only activist, out of being you'll remember I was taken from Development Action Group to be part of the negotiating team to bring together all, as Comrade Fagu was saying, to bring together all the small municipality into one pot. Now, even when I was there now, after 1994, being the chair of the city, because when we got there, there were chairperson of the city council, consist of councillors that were not full-time, which is something we didn't even know by then. So I wanted a situation where everybody from Cape Town is able to speak to the officials and the chairperson of, or the mayor of the city, to come up with something that when we implement, we'll all understand it come directly from the community. I think that's one. I think I forgot your other question. Just remind me.
If you think about the administrative challenges and experiences, they don't have to be challenges as mayor. I wonder how you think the legislative framework actually looks in terms of critical scrutiny, whether the legislation accurately and fully anticipated your needs as a mayor.
No, definitely not at that time. Not at that time at all. We spent lots of time. You remember, I was a mayor for the first time in 1998. And in Western Cape, I think we formalized local government only in 96 because we were not ready by 95, in 96. But still we were grappling with the issues that come from the past, from our past, including, civil servants were the one that calls the shot. The issues of, the legislations and that were coming from the top national. When it comes down, we had to fight and at times compromise about other issues.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. Can we give a round of applause for initial input? So there are plenty of issues I want to get into. Initially, I was worried that the time allocation is too much. Now I have a different fear that there's too much to get into before we go to lunch at 1 o'clock South African time. So let's get straight into it. It's interesting to understand history, to understand the challenges, to understand the design intentions behind the system. And then history plays itself out. And we don't want to get into the discussions of the other sessions that will be about the different periods. But we have to flip between the now and then go back into history. This is a question for any one of you four. And if there's awkward silence, I'll pick on one of you. If I went to speak to 100 random South Africans and I asked them a simple question, does local government deliver? What do you think the answer will be?
No. Well, I think who's going first?
Ambassador, you can go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think if you're talking about the present, I would hesitate to say yes, but if you're talking about then, when everybody was still excited and want to be part of, to be active in whatever is happening, I would say, yes, we tried. Most, not only in Western Cape, Port Elizabeth, even Johannesburg, at that time, we were much, in my view, much closer to the community, including attending questions when they happen in municipality, especially with the view that we wanted to be equal. We were able to tackle quickly. So, I mean, my answer would be, well, I think we've left what we seek to achieve in the 90s for some reason that is I'm sure, better known if we would discuss that particular reason why we left communities, even the interaction itself, even the councillors, and I'm not saying only now that I'm out of local government, but when I was there already 206 and that we're beginning to lose what we are there for, in my view. Thank you.
Okay, so if everyone is agreeing and mumbling no, Mike, what are we celebrating here? It seems like local government is a shambles then. There's detail and minutiae. You're a nerd, I'm a nerd, I loved your detail. I want to give you an hour alone to present. But when we put the detail aside, at the level of feeling, effect, experience, fundamentally, if it's a referendum, most people would say the answer is no. We can talk about the detail, but the answer is no, local government doesn't deliver. Do we really have justification for 2 days of celebration?
No, I mean, that's where I think that you've got to base it on what the evidence shows. And what the evidence says is that if you look at the surveys that are done of what is your view of national government, what is your view of provincial government, what is your view of local government comes out worse. About 45% of the population say it doesn't do that. When you ask the specific services, the local government services all do better than the national. So police is usually at the bottom of the list. Health is usually at the bottom of the list, compared to electricity, water, roads, sanitation, etc. So when you ask about the question of delivery, the local government delivery areas actually perform better. The reason that there's that contradiction, I would argue, is that in all fairness, the people that are seen and sometimes not seen are councillors. Does anyone in our country really know, we know who the president is, really know who the MPs are from your province, let alone your, do they really know who the MPLs from the province are? So at a local level, the councillors become the people who have to be experts on education, on health, on water, on sanitation, on everything. So I think that that's part of the issue. So I think there are huge successes. Why is it that when it gets to things like electricity, yes, we've got challenges with that, but you're up in close to 90% of South Africans having access and very high figures of being satisfied with that. When you get to water and sanitation, the figure is a bit lower. Sanitation is worse because that takes longer to try and get that right. So I think we've got to get the answer and analyze it a little bit more and realize that actually local government is there. And remember, it's a much more highly contested space. One of the problems of corruption emerges because you have less stability amongst councillors and even of senior officials in the system. So every 5 years, we're replacing councillors. 70% of certainly ANC councillors get replaced. It doesn't happen with national and provincial parliamentarians. And if you had more stability, that mentality that I must make money in 5 years and then I do the wrong things becomes less of an issue.
Mr. Fakri, I want to bring you in here, and then Deputy Speaker, you can react to what you've heard. I wonder whether I can ask you to respond honestly. I promise you I won't quote you. If we take PE, notwithstanding what Mike is saying about the importance of proper surveying, analyzing the data properly, the point is well taken. If you're a serious social scientist, then you must make sure that you are accurately surveying even levels of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. But Mr. Fakri, I mean, our beloved PE, detail again aside, or we can stay with the detail if you want in your answer. The bottom line is that Port Elizabeth is a hot mess compared to even 5 years ago. I mean, it lets down people everywhere across the city, whether you are in the posh suburbs or whether you're in the northern areas and the colored communities, whether you are in Zuida, in Motherwell, wherever you go. I mean, I go to PE several times a year because my family is there. And I'm not so sure whether for the average person in PE, the experience of the municipality now is one that is a happy experience. Would you agree with me that the municipality in Nelson Mandela Bay is in a shambles?
That's a very painful question. That's a very painful question, I must be honest. However, I would agree that it is undergoing serious challenges. I think the ANC as a dominant party, it may not be a ruling party now, but as a dominant party, has a lot of fundamental policy areas that it's going to require to revisit. And those would start especially with how the ANC as a dominant party, how does it choose its candidate and how does it sustain the quality of its candidates and build on that. I think to me, hello, am I there?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were talking about building on the quality of candidates.
Yes, I'm talking about that. And then secondly, you know, it's also about how do we internalize the community participation in terms of checks and balances on accountability, checks and balances on monitoring service delivery, so that we somehow bring in the residents and ratepayers in that space to be able to not to entirely depend on what the councillors actually have to say or have to deliver. Bring the communities, bring the ratepayers somehow closer to the center of these decisions, and also institutionalize the decision-making processes according, so that issues are not necessarily according to the whims of the time of the group of councillors or the committee, but in actual fact, the policy guides and the policy is flexible enough to ensure that participatory governance is the center of these issues, because there's so much over reliance on the temporary decision-making of councillors and structures in a way that is not consistent with entrenching the community participation on transformation and service delivery.
Okay, yeah. We've got some hands on Zoom. We're going to see whether we can drop them in. And also, with the team, will tell me how to get involvement from the delegates that are in the room here physically with me so that we can widen the conversation. But before we do that, or while we set it up, Deputy Speaker, did you want to jump in on this question?
Yes, my response would be a mixed one. Okay. In other words, that it's yes and no. There are things that clearly have gone bad. And the most dramatic figural expression of that is the Auditor General's report, just as a reflection of the nature of the beast. What are we celebrating? What are we celebrating? The fact that we have had elections, local government elections, uncontested in any to any degree. I mean, 4 or 5 of them now. That's the most critical part. And reference to service delivery that has been stated about the level of delivery of water and electricity and so on. Of course, we could have done better. And one point I want to make about this, every act of delivery increases the quantum of protests. So for the speed with which. I want to end with a critique of SALGA. I know there's leadership of SALGA who are going to hang me by saying, but this is my favorite decision which they took, which I still think was wrong, with the greatest of respect. SALGA, if SALGA's logo was 3 interlocking circles to represent the connection between the 3 spheres of government. When we ask that question whether local government succeeded, it's an inaccurate question. Okay, this is me. It's a reflection also of failure of Section 154, which I think it's the minister who spoke about it earlier on in the morning here. Support of national and provincial to local government by legislative or other means to support local government. So part of the problem is that. So that's my answer to this question, that yeah, there are parts of it that are good, but there are parts of it that are bad. There's evidence to that effect, including, I think, the quality of support can dramatically make a huge difference to local government. Yeah. The overall dominance, if you read newspapers and so on, you only hear of Section 139. You hardly hear of Section 154. And so that integrated relationship, so the state system should be operating coherently in an institutionally coordinated manner to pool limited resources to make the biggest impact. I hope the district development model provides us with an avenue to achieve that objective.
Okay, thank you for your input, and I accept that. I mean, putting questions boldly can be fun for debating purposes, but you are of course right, Deputy Speaker. Where there's complexity, we must embrace complexity in our political discourse. Okay, a number of folks coming to the conversation. We'll unmute you. Please be un-South African and keep your points pithy. 45 seconds at most. Otherwise, the Deputy Speaker will remind you that your time is up. Mapulane, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience. If your hand is still up, we're going to unmute you. You've got 45 seconds. You can make a comment or a little argument. You can agree, disagree, or underscore something that is really resonating with you. Mapulane. Okay, let's try another one. We'll practice until we get the technology to work both ends. And the other hands have now disappeared. Buyi Iswa Nsere, I'm going to give you a chance to speak and come into the conversation. You've got about 45 seconds. Let's see whether we can unmute Buyi Iswa to also speak and be part of the conversation. I think the mute sign is still on my computer here, which means that they probably not unmuted. Okay, maybe it'll be third time lucky. Vernon, your hand is up digitally as well. Let's see whether we can hear from Vernon Stuurman.
Hi, good day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, boy, we can hear you. The country awaits your wisdom.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I'm from your favorite province, Sarah Bartman District Municipality.
Go ahead, Vernon.
Yes, I would like to know from any of your presenters, the drafters of the legislation, say 5 years into our democracy, the spirit of the legislation that governs local government, how does that legislation or the spirit of in writing those legislation still finds resonance in today's conditions in local government? I try to be un-South African, Mr. Program Director. Thank you very much.
Can I give you that question? I like that question from Vernon, and it dovetails with the next debate point that I wanted us to raise, which is where things have gone wrong. Why did they go wrong? The president and the minister both recognized themselves this morning that we have, for example, financial mismanagement. We have, the president used the N-word, nepotism, that we have to deal with at local government. I can't blame you or the Deputy Speaker for your policy design. I don't know how one designs policies that anticipate unethical persons in every scenario. But clearly, there were things you couldn't have anticipated, like not everyone is imbued with the Batopele principles, just because you have them in the foyer of a building.
Good point. I think that there were two things that have probably gone wrong and that I think we need to correct. The first is what I would call, broadly speaking, accountability. And so if you look at the last 20 years of all three spheres of government, what went wrong was that we actually, doesn't matter what political party our president of our country is, but the president of our country actually becomes the Auditor General. And Auditor Generals, by their very nature, are people who focus on compliance. And yet our constitution, as you heard from Lachisa and others today, has to be developmentally driven. So we've ended up being a one-legged monster being created here, where 3 times a year, one audit report from each municipality, which is meaningless. You can't compare Johannesburg's report to Tswani's report or whatever, even if both of them have the high-level picture there. It's what's contained in that report that counts, and if it's impacted on. And often what happens then, so the first thing is that we created the situation that we all focus on audits, as it were, on compliance. And so we've replaced often service delivery, does it comply first, compared to the issue of, is it developmental? So I think that's the first area that we've really battled with. And the second area is around leadership. There's no doubt that what has happened is that leadership in both the administrative branches and the political branches have quite often let us down. Now, sometimes it's simply because if you become, I use the example of if you're being replaced every 5 years, it takes you, when I was city manager, it took me at least 2.5 years. And even when I left office after almost 10 years, I was still learning things. Now, if you're replacing people every 2 to 3 years in senior positions, how do you get the stability, the organization going there? Equally of mayors and councillors and the like. And I would agree with former mayor in Kleba, who was arguing that we need to improve that quality. So select good people, but keep them there when they are good. And I think those two things we failed on, because what happens is as soon as you get a bad apple in the leadership level, everyone becomes a bad apple.
Deputy Speaker, why do we keep failing in this? I mean, I am sadly no longer young. I'm now old enough to have been to several ANC elective conferences. I mean, if there's one more ANC elective conference that resolves to have the decade of the cadre that is meant to unleash this ethical beast with technocratic skill into all levels of the state, including local government, I might start tripping because of deja vu. Because we always have this commitment. So why is the political leadership not making good on the promise to develop the right kind of cadre? Because as you've just said, a couple of minutes ago before Mike spoke, there's certain things that you can't design for, and yet they are a problem in the system.
Okay. Let me answer the question about legislation.
Okay.
Firstly, that yes, essentially, most of it remains valid. But there are aspects of that legislation, as I said at the beginning, some of it is being amended here. And one of the things we did in the Speakers Forum, which is Parliament in the 9 provinces, was to commission a study of the 1994, post-94 legislation, about 100 pieces of legislation. They selected a panel of experts to try and find out why didn't these laws produce the result we expected. So that's one of the attempts at trying to understand, because often legislation, you're correct, you've been saying this repeatedly, that you can't anticipate in policy and or legislation what's likely to be the impact of that. Usually, like any plan, as soon as it hits the ground, it begins to change, slowly, and so on. And so then this is why, thankfully, we have a system for the amendment of legislation, including the Constitution. We have amended it 18 times. Because as soon as we started implementing, we realized there are certain mistakes or certain developments that require us to make certain things consistent and so on, including, let me go into an area that's going to court now, whether the Speaker has the right to declare a vote secret or open, okay? And the courts tell us, well, by the way, Speaker, that's your right, that's your authority. So this is how legislation is clarified, sometimes by the court, sometimes a deliberate executive evaluation of what happened, including committee interaction with the public, leads to this amendment, for example. And so, to the answer to the gentleman, Venom, that legislation, some of it remains intact and proper, I think. Mike calls it leadership. I call it the political environment. The Auditor General says the control environment is the problem. He's half right. The political environment underpins those control measures that he says are not implemented effectively. So political parties are agents of change. And if they falter, the results are horrible. The Chinese tell us that they did a survey, and this is a professor of political structures in China. He says he decided to go and interview people who were found to have been corrupt in jail. We went to them individually, and they said to us, well, at the beginning, I was shaking, shivering with absolute fear, sweating, because I was afraid I was going to be caught, and then I wasn't caught. He says the next time, that level of fear reduced. Progressively, I never felt anything later on and so on. And so he was saying to us, what we have decided is that we must put into place system for catching things before they go wrong. There's a section in the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 32, which is meant, which is a provision for in the event of an emergency, you can use that section. You don't have to follow the usual procedure and so on and so on. So you can use that as a conduit for using funds, but you must account and so on. So that thing has become a huge hole, okay? A huge black hole into things disappear. And so what we put into place to ensure, one of the late Kinima Kotu's constant plea was, and this is when I was MEC for local government, he used to talk to us, even as deputy AG there, that political leadership must be shown how their role is critical in ensuring that this controls takes place.
But can I hold you accountable there, right? Because you're reminding me a little bit of what we do as analysts. Stephen Friedman loves doing this. You'll hear from him tomorrow. Talking about other analysts as if you're not one yourself. You're part of that political leadership. So
let me give you an example.
You know, what have you done? I mean, the communists pretend to be the intellectual vanguard, thinking through these really difficult conceptual and intellectual questions for the entire relationship with the ANC. Sure, your current role is non-partisan constitutionalist deputy speaker, but as a senior leader of the alliance, why are you not discharging that burden that you are describing so beautifully, almost like an analyst, but you're on the inside?
From inside. Part of the reason why we go out to learn, the process of passing on experience gets done regularly. If you are asking me, we get opportunity to interact with councillors, with MPs on how to conduct their oversight in order to deal with these issues, okay? Let me give you an example of a matter that someone comes to me when I was MEC to complain about they are not being paid their money, they build the house as a contractor. So I say to the DG, it is unfair for us not to pay people within 30 days as is required. So I demand that you pay this man. But before you pay him, you must verify his story. So I write it, I sign the document, and I add there, please verify this matter before. Now, guy didn't verify, he went and paid. And by some luck, because auditors, they don't go through every transaction. They pick stuff. They found this thing and they ask him, did you do what the MEC asked you to do to verify? Where is the evidence that you did? And they hadn't. So what I'm saying to you is that it's not just what we say, but what we do in action. Practically, sitting there in committees as a chairperson of a committee, for example. Okay. So those things are, the opportunities arise, and we provide opportunities for people. It's a political event. Some people say to us, we do it because we were told to do so.
Okay, I'm going to get to the room in a second. Yeah. I'm going to take one more question just from Zoom, and then I'll come straight to a number of hands that I'm already recognizing in the room. Can we see whether we can get Masego on? Masego, good morning to you. You've got 45 seconds. You are unmuted. Go straight ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Facilitator. I'm from Bojanala District, Northwest. Directly to Me Noma India Mufeketu on the mess in our municipalities, in particular the state of Tshwane municipality, by way of intervention, especially that the city of Tshwane, it's a capital of South Africa. It's so much deteriorating politically, administratively, economically, and socially. Since majority of the people who are living in our city are not South Africans, and they simply don't care about the state of our city, which is a historical city, and they are running it down. So I'm saying, to me, this whole problem is political and can be resolved and maintained politically in order for the political leadership to save South Africa, and firstly, save the image of South Africa, so that we don't become a laughingstock by the international communities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the input, Masego. We really appreciate it. Ambassador, if you heard it, please react to that comment. Otherwise, I'm happy to submit it for you. But what is your response to the remarks made there by Masego?
I think the response, Mr. Facilitator, I think the response is Ms. Masego is correct. But you see, where we start making a mistake is when we think it's only the politicians need to correct what we're experiencing now. The community themselves. When I was talking about, interacting with the whole community, including those who were ratepayers in those years, there was this, excitement of interacting with community.
Okay, I think the link there is just letting us down. We'll see whether we can get the ambassador back. In the meantime,
and she's in New York or Washington, D.C. You can't call us third world, right?
Indeed. Can you hear that now?
Now we can hear you. The audio just dropped a little bit, and the deputy speaker is delighted that it's a global north problem.
Okay. No, it's still past 4 here in the morning. No, but I think the short response is we can only solve this challenge that we have now if communities in different places are able to assist. And there are many ways of assisting, including the councillor that you choose to be in the municipality. Yes, I know at the moment, political parties are choosing their councillors, and then those councillors will choose city managers and finance people in the municipality, which might be things that needs to be reviewed if we want what we wanted in 1994.
Thank you, Ambassador. Okay, I want to recognize some hands in the room as well. I don't know if you know how to use the technology, but obviously make sure that your mics are on, your video, we can see you. A number of folks put their hand up a little bit earlier, and if you do, then I'll recognize you. Starting here at the front, and then we'll work our way to the back.
Thank you very much.
Chair. I wanted just to go back to the question that was asked, but just to develop an understanding around the same question. 4 of you are local government practitioners. As in South Africa, we have developed a system, or we've adopted a system of local government. You were with us at that time. Is the system working for South Africa to provide services to people of South Africa as a whole? Removing the behavior of individuals and the internal controls of different municipalities. Is the system working for South Africa? Fortunately, you are no longer with us, you are outside. And if you are standing outside, it's easy to see wrong things. There is a question which says, what is it that we are celebrating as SALGA in this 20 years? But assuming that answer, you do have it. If you look at your key strategic areas, we have directed you to focus in terms of giving us a perspective in these 20 years of democracy. The space of local government, we are celebrating 20 years. We have managed to put democracy at a world level as a country. So if people are asking that question, what is it that we are celebrating? We have tried to put democracy in our space of local government as a sector. But I know that I'm asking this question, Chair, because if the system that we have adopted in South Africa is not working for us, where are the gaps? Because we have completed 20 years. After 20 years, we have to develop new policies in terms of making sure that we fix our problems. But Chair, I want us just to isolate the behavior of individuals, which is corruption. Corruption is not an ideology, it's not a policy. It's a behavior of individuals. And the second point, if we assess municipalities, Tsenodi, are we using all KPAs and report accordingly? Or we only listen to one KPA, which is the sound financial management of the system, and conclude that we've got dysfunctional municipalities? So maybe you can share those ideas with us, because we are here, we are leadership of SALGA. After this, it's not a matter of celebrating. We have to develop a program to make sure that we fix our space. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's very useful. Thanks, Deputy President. Okay, next hand up, and kindly introduce yourself when you speak for others that may not be familiar with you, just a name, a designation, and then try and keep it short. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My name is
Just hold on 1 second. We're just going to make sure that the audio obviously is on so that we can all hear the contribution. Yeah.
Okay, Chair. I was saying, my name is Mponawa. I used to be a deputy president of SALGA some years ago. I want to attempt to respond to your question that what are we celebrating, and more to agree with what Mike said, that we, in real sense, if you look at the different surveys, that the local government is highly doing better, water provision, service delivery, more protests agreed, but so many other things are happening at local government. And if I have to focus on how to literally traffic lights are working, a lot of things are working, and I'm sure there are a lot of other problems that we could talk about. But the issue I want to talk to Deputy Speaker, because the follow-up question was about what could have gone wrong. And there was an attempt to talk about leadership, and I want to venture that unconventionally, the leadership problems are a problem. And those of you who were before us, I think fear also killed the government. Fear just to correct each other, just to say we can't do it this way. Corruption is as a result that people are fearful in local government. That's one. The second part is that we can't hold the ground every time. Because if you look at from 2000 to now, there's been almost 4 interventions introduced. There was Project Consolidate, Clean Audit, approach, turnaround strategy, back to basics. Now we are at what we call DDM. The diagnosis is the same. You go from the first to the now, the problems that we observe and extract from what is the problem is the same problems. So what is the fear of execution? So we perhaps need to say, in as much as we did so much, the breakdown is that we have also lack on execution, but also the fear factor that we do very little to push. I mean, this issue of changing councillors literally every after 3 years or 4 years, city managers you can't mature the system. There is no way that you will get the system to work if it's not properly matured. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. A last short, sharp question, and then I want to get back to my panel. There's lots to respond to. Your questions are absolutely fantastic, but can we just keep it short and sharp?
Thanks. I think my name is Moto Padime. I work in Kokta in the province of Gauteng. Not questions per se, but to attempt to respond to the question that Deputy Speaker posed, what I celebrate. I think that there's a lot, in my view, that we can point that demonstrates celebration, whether in terms of systems, in terms of governance and many other aspects in the local government space and all that. However, the system is evolving, the system is changing, and as it changes, it brings about different dimensions, different challenges, and these different challenges, of course, they are also brought about by the global discourse, and this global discourse is political, is ideological, and all that. So my view is that we should find a way, as we continue to pursue the agenda for change within the local government space, and say how do we then recoup, how do we tackle the challenges that are brought about, the globalization and the political challenges as it were. Let me leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to give each of the panelists a chance to respond. Feel free to not respond to every question or comment. Maybe there's a particular one you find salient or interesting or worth exploring that's been underemphasized, and we'll just take it in turn. There's lots that come up for me as a citizen, but I'm going to put my thought bubble aside and let you have a turn. Let's start with you, Neba. Is there any particular comment or question that resonated that you'd like to respond to?
Yes, thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, indeed, they are. I just want to respond on 2 points. The first point is that I think there is a lot that our local government has for the transformation and development of our body politic in our country. Yes, we have a number of challenges, a number of individual councillors that are disruptive and really are messing up the bigger picture. But I do want to say that I think 2 things. Initially, when we envisaged local government set up, we spoke of public civic education. Public civic education. Now, that particular intention during the formative stages of local government was never sustained by us politically all across the board. It is so important that the beneficiaries and indeed the core beneficiaries of local government, the citizens and the ratepayers themselves, are actually educated and knowledgeable about how governance in totality operates and about what is it that they themselves can do to strengthen governance and local government. I think the public civic education would need to be reinstated by SALGA in particular and drive it to corridors of government so that something is done to educate the public in a qualitative and sustainable manner. That's one point I want to make, because we are over-reliant on individual councillors and on deployees sometimes. And yet our people continue to be ignorant of what is it really that they can do and that needs to be done and how it should be done. That is one point I want to make. The second point, the second point, the last point, the last point I want to make. The last point I want to make is ward committees. The underutilization of ward committees. We seem to be lost in what should we do to add value through utilization programs and empowering of ward committees, because it seems the ward committees are underutilized and we seem not quite honestly to be knowing what is it that we can do about ward committees. So ward committee is another area that is that could I don't want to say neutralize, but that could extend citizen and ratepayers' participation on local governance in a manner in which it is structured, because they are already there, but they are underutilized and there seems to be no strategy and really sustainable plans of involving ward committees on these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Faki. My apologies for interrupting you there. Two incredibly important points that you were expanding on. Ambassador, is there any particular question you'd like to react to or comment?
Not really, Chairperson. I think I would be repeating what Comrade Fako is saying, because I think as long as the public, the community, there's no way of making sure that they participate fully in local government. We're going to be talking about the issues we're talking about, including maybe we need to find a way. I know we've been changing local government so much, but maybe we need to find a way of how do we structure local government so that because of its proximity to community, it becomes the strongest, sphere when it comes to working strongly with communities. Whether we will do that by making sure how during the election you elect a local government, or with the two other spheres, province and national, how do you begin to say local government must be integrated to an extent that, yes, we know the minister is there, Minister of Local Government, but if there's no structure that is strong where local government, even those who are elected, feel they're not stepchildren, but part of the government and the community is strongly on their side because they are able to serve the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I really appreciate that. Mike, you can react to anything you want to react to, but Perhaps it will be useful as the clock is marching on for me to just direct the conversation a little bit more deliberately. There's something that Mpho said that I don't quite understand, but I think is important and worth a self-standing conversation. It's almost a political psychology point around the idea of fear and how you handle certain issues in the workspace at local government, including corruption as well. And I want to be sympathetic to that, but then there's also part of me just thinking straightforwardly as a citizen, rather than as a moderator trying to be nice. If I was a citizen hearing that at home or tuning into the news, I think to myself, what the hell? You've got authority that flows from a legislative framework. You signed up for a particular job, get on with it. And surely we need to get to a place where the technocracy in South Africa at local government level is genuinely apolitical and in service of the people, taking its cue from the Constitution, not political masters. So why should I have sympathy for people being fearful, doing what they should do as a matter of law before we even get to ethics?
Well, I've been in the ANC a long time. I can't speak for other parties. And there are two factions in the ANC. There's a faction of comrades and there's a faction of crooks. And the problem is that most political parties, anywhere in the world, you would have those two factions. The media usually portray it as if it's factions of individuals. But I think in any political party, some of those individuals become crooks. And they don't mobilize necessarily people in the party. They're in alignment with crooks on the outside of the party that will then use those institutions of power for their own purpose. And either of two things happen then. The one is you either use fear, and by fear, it means you could be killed if you say the wrong thing. And many comrades I know have been killed because they've said, quote unquote, the wrong thing. Or it's exactly the point that Leticia was raising earlier about the Chinese system. We've allowed some of these things to happen too long.
Yeah.
There are many youngsters I know who it starts off with, they are suddenly elevated into more senior positions. They suddenly have children who need to go to school. Someone says, well, listen, I'll help with school fees today. And then I'll help something tomorrow. And then suddenly it's a tender the third day. Now, if we catch it at the moment that you start seeing that and help guiding some of these wonderful youngsters who then get corrupted themselves. And we're not just talking about the Gupta types, people who is a different institutional form entirely. So I think that part of the problem is we do leave it too long. We do need to find a way that we can nip it in the bud, as it were.
Yeah.
And the second point that I just wanted to make in response is that there are things that we've got to be proud of here. I look at not just the big cities. We've just done a study for National Treasury looking at the 8 metros and their planning. And even in your city and in Kleber's city, we ranked it out as looking at their planning systems, etc. And hopefully once they get that leadership, there are unbelievably good plans there for that city going forward. Now, the difficulty is because you get this mishmash of not knowing where the leadership is or whatever affects that. So, and not just there, throughout our country. The good Reverend Mkhatshwa and I, well, in fact, going back years, have been dealing with Malambalele in the 1990s, and now it became Vuwani 2 years ago. Now, partly because of the context of apartheid there, that forced people in Limpopo off the land into tiny villages, and yes, you've got Tulumela or the old Toronto. How do you begin to make sure you look at that bigger picture? So instead what happens is we factionalize it, we ethnicize it, it becomes some person who's getting tenders, as it were, and they use it that way. Those things, we've got to find a mechanism to stop them in the bud.
Yeah.
And I think that if we do that, you wouldn't have this fear that you have now. But there is fear. I know it. I mean, I know councillors who literally have had to give up, even speaking at meetings, because they know they've had a phone call. So I think we can't underestimate that role of it there. So let's support the comrades and let's expose the crooks.
Deputy Speaker, what's in your thought bubble? When I received the invitation, the first person I thought of is the former Speaker of Mbombela municipality, who was killed because he exposed corruption at the building of the stadium. I said, if SALGA does not recognize this guy, I'll keep reminding SALGA that here's a man, you must really raise his flag. Here's a man who acted appropriately as is expected of any cadre at a local and municipal level. That fear Nawa speaks about comes from there. In KZN, okay, Marx refers to the killings and so on. He's not the only one. There's a guy who wrote a book, a journalist, on the killings in KZN. And Samson says to him, can we say that the ANC is finished, given what's happening here and so on and so on? He says, no, I don't think we can say that. Because the people that I have interviewed, says the journalist, are ANC members who are saying we are fighting to reclaim our organization from crooks and thugs. These are people who have escaped. Some of them are still on the run, who say to the journalist, no, it's not the organization, there are people who are doing this. I just want to say that what we're celebrating, I want to emphasize successful election in which local government, by the way, plays a very significant critical role. It's not just the IEC in collaboration with municipalities and the demarcation board plays a critical role in overseeing and supervising democratic election of candidates for councillors. That's been a successful one for our country, first place. And secondly, I want to suggest that, and I'm repeating this, there are services that are that are provided that people appreciate, but as I said earlier on, they demand more. And it's legitimate. They want more services and so on. Part of their dissatisfaction is that not all of them have received what they expected, what they've seen happen elsewhere. And that's correct. Corruption is a big problem, right? So what we must celebrate is those councillors who have been killed in fighting it. In other words, we can't dismiss their fear. We can't say, we must celebrate their lives, remind others that it is correct to stand your ground. This is part of the role we are playing. We would have long gone to retire to do some interesting farming, if anything of that. But part of the reason it is necessary for all of us to remain is to provide support for the ethical, those who do their work with integrity, those who fight corruption within systems. And that is the kind of leadership.
Can I ask you this question? And I agree with you and Mike, honestly, this is not even, you know, as a matter of truth, I mean, I don't even want to play devil's advocate. There are fears that are to be understood and legitimated because they are founded on real experiences of an existential threat to me if I speak out. Totally, the point is well taken. Can we do a bit of accountability around that? Who's responsible for the political culture in which someone is, I almost said a word that's inappropriate, about the consequences for their life? Who's responsible for that? Is it the ANC that's to be blamed?
No, what I'm saying is that you see the
Sorry, I provoked Mike there. Yeah, I should have said in the language of 2020, trigger warning.
No, let me give you my view is that there are people who are wrong, who are inside the organization, the African National Congress, who are creating it. But there are thugs all over. Some of them are not members of any party, and they get bought by people who intention is basically to find their way into the wealth of the country by hook or crook. Okay, so that's the reality of the situation. But I wanted to say that the vision to put words into what the former mayor of Epai and Deputy President, they are actually referring to this reference, and you raised it earlier on about people's participation. The white paper says that developmental local government is local government committed to working with citizens and groups within community to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs and improve the quality of their lives. This is a very articulate summing up of what local government should be doing. It remains valid. We can't, because we are finding difficulty, say it must be changed, summarized into something perhaps simpler or achievable and so on. This is a stretch, okay, and fits in with our requirements for sustainable development goals, right? And I thought that in addition, we must not doubt, this is not the only part that is sustainable. the work that SALGA is doing internationally is absolutely appropriate. The capacity building that arises from that as a result, in other words, training, providing capacity building opportunities in those relationships with others internationally, it's an important part that SALGA has been playing in their legislative participation in the lawmaking process nationally, in addition to the work they do in drawing attends bylaws and things.
Let me bring Mike in here. Mike, you wanted to defend the honor of the ANC?
The problem of the structure of most political organizations is that it requires gatekeepers who elect the leadership. And the ANC has resolved that it will now start electing its NEC, hopefully, but also president by the membership itself. Now, the problem with gatekeeping systems, and it's any political system there, where you would have party branches choosing a delegate to a conference, means now you only have to bribe a certain number of people, whether it's giving airtime or whatever, to begin to change it. And I've been in meetings, we've all been in meetings, where some people, some councillors, or they might be branch leaders, threaten the senior leaders to say, you do that and you won't get elected the next conference. When we become parties, and certainly a party where we elect the membership elects, then you don't, that's knocked out the equation. So crooks can easily use any system where there are gatekeepers, as it were, a person who gets the delegate to a conference. You see it in the American context of how people try to manipulate that system. So all I was saying there was that the ANC, like any other political party, as they modernize their system, realizing that you can actually now vote for branch members electronically, you can do that at each level. They started in the last by-elections as an ANC, having community meetings to choose their ward councillors.
Okay,
so that's the point.
Okay, we'll park that because it's not entirely core to the debate, but it is important. Let's see whether we can get just some last voices in before we hit the final theme and wrap it up for lunch. With the help of my colleagues here, can we try and get Barent on and drop Barent into the conversation? Barent, good morning to you, or already almost afternoon. You've got about 45 seconds. You can make a point, underscore one, agree, disagree, or ask a question. Go right ahead, Barent. Okay, Barent has disappeared. We'll see whether we can get Barent back. And then there are a number of comments in the chat. I just had a look at them to look at the patterns of the comments. A lot of people appreciating all of your input. And I'm glad because you're working really hard in this long session and underscoring some of the things they agree with in terms of the legislation, the ward committee system, and a couple of other points as well. I want to pivot. I've got, okay, I'll come to you in a second. I just want to raise one theme. We'll park the theme and come to the floor after that. We have to not so much debate, but reflect on skills deficit and how we're going to deal with that challenge. My fellow rodent and I were reminiscing about the university currently known as Rhodes, as the woke ones say, where we have wonderful memories in the late 90s and in the noughties of attending that great place. And of course, Grahamstown is one of those cities that middle-class folks send their kids to, where you think your kids are going to be safe at the private schools. A great city educationally, legally, culturally. Now you go there, you've got a darn pothole every 5 meters. There's water challenges. There's a massive legal battle between Bisho and Makana about taking over the municipality, and it raises just so many questions. And maybe, Mike, a brief comment from you, and then I'll go to the floor. We can come back if there's interest in running with this. One of the many challenges that Grahamstown is exemplary of for the entire country, other parts of the Eastern Cape, like Queenstown, has got the same problem, is that suddenly you call up the city, put them on the radio, and you discover that there isn't the requisite skills level to handle the budget. There isn't the right kind of engineers working there anymore to make sure that we get from a big dam proper water systems to make sure that our precious middle-class kids have water and our siblings in the township. And there seems to be a huge skills problem there. And I wonder what lies at the bottom of it. Is it what the president was referring to, which if you're a journalist in the room, there's a news story for you, nepotism? Is it fundamentally the collapse of the party-state distinction, and the fact that very often my friend that needs to vote for me gets a job even if he's not skilled, or is there something less nefarious going on that explains it? But it seems to me that where we have challenges in local government, the skills deficit is a massive, massive driver of it.
Look, it's partly that, but I think the first thing is that we've got a structural weakness. Every year, National Treasury spend more than 600 million rand across municipalities to improve their financial management. But there's no consequence management. If a municipality fails to perform financially, when you've spent tens, if not hundreds of millions in making sure that they have the capacity to deal with the financial books, there should be some consequences. So the first thing is that we've got to have more consequence management. That if you're not spending the money given to you to improve water at a local level, take the money away, but still deliver it there. And as the current minister keeps arguing, don't give it to another municipality, get someone else to deliver it to that same community. The second issue is that, you see, the apartheid system, because it focused on white areas, meant that former white areas actually had all of the skills. So Cape Town has more planners than the whole of the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Western Cape, Western Cape, and Northern Cape put together. Now, the point is that we've got to find ways that we deal with that. And then thirdly, there is this subjective element, often at other levels of staff. So, for example, you've got a whole lot of security people getting employed, but money is sometimes taken away from getting engineers into other positions because of that nepotism. But, you know, that's only one of, I think, more structural issues that need to be dealt with first. Because if you don't have consequence management, if you don't find a way that we're properly deploying expertise into those places, you're not going to get to the net.
But 20 years later, Mike, if you know you've got a strategic human capital problem, why do you call it structural? That's a nice word to use. I mean, a more unkind, but some citizens would say accurate description would be is that you are useless at retaining skills and making sure that you either import them or you disincentivize skilled South Africans from leaving. You call it structural, I call it bad human resource management.
Well, I think in the case of Makanda, you've got a bit of a point there. But if you look globally, remember it was only probably about 10 to 15 of our municipalities had an existing infrastructure in place. Some municipalities didn't even have a place in which councillors could meet as a chamber when we created the system. So the challenge that we have is, and I think it's on everyone's agenda now, to begin to say that how do we make sure now, as we look at each system, where there aren't qualified engineers, how do we mentor others to come in, or other municipalities help mentoring those that don't have?
Absolutely.
I think that, yes, we need to get our act together as well. But
I want to go to the floor. And there's a good news story there. There's some beautiful synergies between some of our academic departments and some municipalities to make sure there's a pipeline from talent into the world of work. Yes, ma'am. Up to you after that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pastor Messi Kapuku, and I'm also a chaplain, medical and community chaplain. I'm going to raise concerns, and I'm going to ask questions that are personal to whoever that called themselves SALGA National Member Assembly. Anyone who is a South African, this question goes to you, especially in leadership. How do you call yourself making change, yet people that nominated you are the ones who
I can't hear Chair at all.
I can hear also she broke away at the early stage of her input. I'm completely blank of what she's saying. Thank you.
decisions. However, you still find individuals, I'm saying individuals deliberately, because there's a general notion that says councillors are corrupt. And I don't think councillors are corrupt, but individuals are corrupt. And that notion has dented the image of councillors in general. And it has also dented the trust that people have in their councillors. So it's a wrong notion. So I'm saying, as much as MFMA prohibits councillors from making those decisions of who should get a tender, but you still get those individuals who are corrupt. So is there anything wrong with the system? Or maybe the system needs a kind of a review to protect those individuals. Why we still have individuals and yet we do have a system in place? So the question that comes to my mind, and I'm posing that question maybe to the Deputy Speaker and the panelists, that maybe there is something that needs to be done in changing or tightening the system even further. And then the second last one is about what are we celebrating? For me, I think we are also celebrating, Deputy Speaker, the delivery of services equally to the communities, because before some people in the underprivileged areas wouldn't get the same services that people reside in Sentin would get. But now we are distributing the services equally to all our communities. But what is lacking is the maintenance of what we have already achieved. So I think we are lacking a plan or maintenance plan to maintain what we have already received over the time, and how do we protect what we have already achieved? Because there's now, it seems like there's a concerted effort to destroy what we have already gained. But how do we then put systems in place to protect what we've already gained so that we don't go back and do the same thing over and over again? There's still a high level of inequality, but if we do not have a proper long-term maintenance plan to protect what we've already gained, we will still have this high level of inequality and we won't be able to deal with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks so much for your input. Some of your contributions from the chat mechanism. Kunju as well says, Program Director, congratulations first to SALGA for holding the turf till now. Thank you so much for that. And enjoying some of the knowledge and everything else and the work being done, particularly in relation to amalgamation of municipalities. Then we had another comment here. Someone says Section 154 of the Constitution talks to cooperative governance, 153, developmental duties of the municipalities, and 152 to some of the other objects that are important, and then raising some questions in relation to how that leadership has played out in areas of the Western Cape. Thanks for those as well. I'm going to squeeze in. Who would have thought that we will actually not have enough time? So I can't take many more calls, but let's see whether we can get one more in. See whether we can get Virgil. Virgil, I'm going to give you 45 seconds. Welcome to the conversation. Virgil, if you can hear me, have a crack at speaking and tell us what's on your mind.
Hi there, good morning. My name is Virgil and I'm from the Garden Road District Municipality here in the Eden District. I have two concerns. First and foremost, congratulations on this very powerful conference, very insightful. But with regard to the role of councillors to give effect to effective oversight, I simply think that councillors need more education, skills development, and upskilling. I know that many speakers have touched on that, but we need a clear answer in terms of the way forward, because our experience is that most probably some people, some councillor abilities, and therefore all these things are being allowed to play off before them in council. And then secondly, I want to ask you about political education. I think there is gap difference in terms of where we started off 94 or prior 94, and also where we at the moment onto the scene. I think there's just or a gap as to they don't understand where we should be going. I might be wrong, but we disconnect in some way in terms of policy formulation, in terms of empowerment, in terms of employment equity, and so forth and so forth. I would love somebody just to educate me in this regard so that we understand. It's easy when a political party just brings in anybody to come and serve on council level, but those people do not have the know-how, they do not know where we're coming from, they do not know where we're heading to, and they do not, in many instances, do not know or do not understand that we need to eradicate poverty or to alleviate poverty. They also do not know how to address the issue in terms of equality policy issues.
Thank you, Virgil. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you, CBS.
Much appreciated, my man. Thanks so much for being part of this dialogue. It is very important. Okay, we've come to the end of what's been a very rich conversation. I'm going to give my panelists 90 seconds each to give us a final thought. You can use it as you want to. I've got one challenge for you. In addition to either summarizing a thought, responding to a comment or question, I want you to do one additional thing in that final comment, and that is to give me a favorite example, if you can think of it. If you can't, pass on the challenge, but give me a favorite example of what has worked in local government, a particular case study, an event, stadium, whatever might come up for you, something that's worked that is an example of what can be scaled up besides the critical conversation we've had, because sometimes we take for granted that which works. We're going to start firstly with you, Mr. Faku.
Thank you very much, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm going to pass on the question. I just want to respond on one point, the point of oversight. I think all political parties have actually not put enough effort in empowering and mandating their councillors on what is oversight and how to actually effect oversight. I think the question of oversight is so important for councillors that sometimes they get embroiled on operational issues, thinking that that is oversight. They lack the ability to follow on the budget that they have passed. They lack ability to follow on the comments of the Auditor General as an empowering tool of those councillors to exercise that oversight, the implementation of their IDP and budget as tools to help them to exercise that oversight. I think the oversight part, which is mentioned by one of your guests here, is so important. And I think primarily more than the council themselves, I think it has to be part of the programs of political parties to make sure that their councillors and deployees, political deployees, shine on this question of oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Faku. Really important final comments there. Absolutely, so rich, so important. I painfully think of that book, How to Steal a City, about our beloved PE. And part of the reason why a city can be stolen is when there's a lack of the skill set that you are alluding to in the system. Ambassador, over to you, your final thoughts.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I agree fully with Comrade Faku. I think if oversight and the skills, in particular of councillors, is not managed properly, it becomes a challenge. Now, our link to the community, it's always councillors that are elected by that community. Now, if immediately after election, councillor is doing what they are supposed to be doing in their mind, more than caring for the community and making sure they are the people who are assisting this community when it comes to the officials of the council, because you still have a situation, for instance, in the Western Cape, and that if you don't follow the development of your own community, you can end up people saying you are not working because the officials in most cases are focusing where they want to focus. So I think if that can be done properly, as we know, I mean, answering your question, I've found wherever I've been, if I'm closer to those people that I'm servicing, it always works. And they begin to understand if we're saying we don't have enough finances for this term, but definitely your houses or whatever is going to be done, and work with them closely. And I think if we can all do that, yes, we're talking about some people who are corrupt, but I think to a larger extent, the way we do things at times, we allow that to happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm smiling partly because there's another provocative proposal flowing from that. Maybe we should make it illegal to move to the suburbs if you are trying to service the townships. Deputy Speaker, your final thoughts?
Well, that's a direct challenge to me. But then I thought we were creating an unracial, non-sexist democratic society. And just as I arrived there, you put up another wall now. So, no, it's not appropriate. I disagree with you. But I think, let me cite SALGA's Members' Assembly, as I've experienced it in years as they come around, as an example of what works well.
Okay.
The manner in which people come here and interact with others and find solutions, that exchange is very powerful. I know of people who have come and said, in one housing Ndaba I used to have in Bloemfontein, one said, Ndatelichis, I nearly killed myself until I heard other mayors talk. Oh shit, I'm not the only one. So there is also that in the process of building and working together. So a deliberate process is important. My plea to SALGA is that let's use this opportunity and others to come, even before we come to a members' assembly, to have studied the mistakes that we acknowledge we have made and develop a checklist about how can we avoid these mistakes reoccurring. So for me, it's a very powerful exercise. It's valid not only in all sectors of governance, but everywhere else as well. It's a powerful instrument for thinking about how else do we prevent this from happening again? Because we are not going to work that properly without learning deliberately from the mistakes that we do commit. It's inevitable. You can't operate in a complex environment as you do. Eusebius, we haven't spoken about this. You talked about capacity. Without insisting on 60-40, I still think it's a good decision of experience, people who were there before, and 40, continuity, and the necessary change. It's an important exposure, is an important capacity. In addition to the quality of induction that SALGA often undertakes, to build on the experience they've gathered in the previous year. So new ones who come, they learn from those who were there, but also they also learn new things from new ones who are bringing in creative, innovative ways of handling things because they've not been in the system. So I think we must work on that plan. Part of the weaknesses of councils is precisely because it takes a long time for you to grapple with it, as Mike said, to grapple with the complex issues in local government. It is underestimated, And often this is why it is important that people who are there must be people who have experienced it, so that they guide those new ones who come along, but benefit from their creativity and newness in the system.
Beautifully good. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last but not least, Dr. Sutcliffe.
Thank you. Mine very quickly. Firstly, I think the Speaker from Johannesburg raised an important issue. And without being critical of SALGA, I think there's two things that SALGA should be doing more about. I mean, the first is, and I read all media, and I certainly listen to you, and whenever I'm on the radio, listen there. If you actually counted up the number of councillors where there's even an allegation of fraud and corruption, it probably is far less than 1% of all councillors. So we never get that into the news circle because it's very easy for journalists to simply say, oh, councillors are corrupt or whatever. So we've got to begin, and that's not convicted people. I'm talking about those who it's just a bare mention that something's happened. But the second part of that is we don't do enough to begin to talk about, and this is really what SALGA, I think, could be doing more of, what councillors are actually doing. I mean, the day in the life of a councillor, and I've followed some councillors around, is not an easy life because you get calls from every quarter and then you get hammered. Yeah. And you've got other people who want to replace you. So I do think that's a very important issue that I think we need more energy around. Yeah. And then you ask for a case study. And for me, the biggest thing that has been done in our country in the last 20 years, single event, was the FIFA World Cup. And that was run by 12 cities, very different in size, Polokwanis and Rustenburgs versus your Joburgs and Cape Towns and eThekwini kind of thing. And was run 98% of everything that was done there was done by those municipalities. But it's never seen that way because the people who are at the high level would be, oh, this cabinet minister of transport or this cabinet minister of whatever. But we didn't realize those 12 cities got together. We met almost a monthly basis as host cities. I saw Pascal, I thought earlier on, Malolo from Joburg, and all of us, and we drove that thing. And I don't think that we've said the kind of things that we as cities did for our country ultimately, that we look back on that, which the Germans, when they came out and looked at our stadiums, I remember them coming to eThekwini and saying their stadiums didn't achieve that quality. Now for Germans to be talking about quality of stadia, and so I'm saying that was an event where 12 of our largest urban areas, unbelievable in terms of what they did, and no one ever stands up and says it was those municipalities.
Absolutely. Until the lions have their historians. The history of the hunt will glorify the hunter.
So I think that many, climate change is another area. The municipalities themselves are far in advance of national government in terms of climate change action strategies. And I can name a whole lot here and what they're doing, but I won't deal with that individually. So I think that those are things that unfortunately we don't focus on enough. But you are the timekeeper and not this boss on my left.
Thank you, Mike. Our panelists have been absolutely stunning. The ambassador, thank you so much for getting up early in the States, being part of this conversation, for your historical memory of your own experiences in government and some of the other analytical inputs from you. Mr. Faku, thanks so much, particularly the self-examination of things that could be done better yet in our beloved PE and your contribution. Dr. Sutcliffe, starting us off with a very important historical backdrop to the 1994 and onwards architecture we had to redesign that's fit for a democratic era. And also listening, I can listen to him for days, one of our most popular politicians, the Deputy Speaker, speaking to his work and experiences both as a legislator and also from an executive point of view. Can we please thank them enormously for being part of this panel? I'm not going to bother trying to thematically summate what we've heard because there's complexity that is irreducible and sound bites won't do justice to the input. I am grateful that we didn't lose our energy levels talking about history because sometimes it's sexier to have debates that speak into the moment, particularly in the news cycle, but it's important that we understand where we're coming from. And the only thing I will say appreciatively about this first session is that I'm really glad that the SALGA leadership designed an opening session that deliberately focuses in a detailed way on where we were at in the early 90s, what we were trying to achieve, and of course in the subsequent sessions, My good friend Vuyo is going to be in charge after lunch. Then we can do more detailed accountability of how it played out successively after 2000 in particular. And I'll be back tomorrow where we will look forward to next year and what some of the lessons are to be learned that can then shape the manifestos of the political parties going forward. I don't know which I want more. I'm sure you feel the same. Biology break, as the Americans call it, or lunch break. I'm both hungry and in need of the bathroom. We will be back at 10 minutes before 2 South African time. So you've got about 50 minutes or so. Get up, refresh, go eat, be merry, and then be back in front of your computers or smart devices ready to kick off at 10 minutes before 2 o'clock. Thank you so much for tuning into the morning session.
Oh, yes.
Hey, yeah.
Delaware, oh me lo malo. If you want go wash, now what are you going? To bafesebe, oh me lo malo. If you want cook soup, now what are you going? Tori bangbo na oh me lero. If your head is hot, now what a kukulam. Tomo bandaba, oh me lo malo. If your child they grow, water can go use. If water kill your child, now water you go use. No, no, no. Told me back mama well, oh me no lo malo. Go someone to le shake, oh malo me oh. Nothing without water. Go someone to le shake, oh malo me oh. Oh me you water. Water. Oh me you water. Water. If you fight them unless you wonder. I say water no get enemy. Water. If you fight them unless you wonder. Oh me you water. Water. And they talk of black man power. Water. And they talk of black power. I say water no get enemy. Water. If you fight them unless you won't die. Water. I say water no get enemy. Water. I say water no get enemy. Oh me you water. Oh me you water.
1, 2, can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 million, 150. Listen carefully. Okay. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's a Zoom platform.
Yes, sir.
If you want to see,
Yeah.
you'll be able to see what the
What was,
comments
yeah,
are in the chat.
okay.
Then shows you want to see who's raised
Hands.
the hands, you will see it there.
The hands, yeah, okay.
But let's
Yeah.
communicate on WhatsApp.
Okay.
I'm right behind you here.
All right.
So Prakalesh is already in. Oren is in. We are looking for Haule.
Okay.
Yes, it's in. And I think we can start with who you have already.
Okay. I'll probably.
I'm bringing the other panelists now.
Okay.
So, if it's possible, we'll start.
It's gonna, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm all thanks on how
I'm still not quite used to this running away bridge. But anyway, for now.
One, two. 550 million, 60. Out of this week, huh? Well, thanks, and how are you?
to see you.
Say something. Okay. I said something. Something longer than saying something is much longer than saying something. It's fine. You can say the Nelson's Creed.
Yeah, start with the podium first. Can you say something?
Yeah. Oh, hello. That's me. That's me.
Oh, okay. So you're asking for it.
All right, fine. My name is.
I just want to check the mics and then we. So.
I realize I haven't switched on off my cell phone.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me now? I can hear everybody loud and clear. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
We'll start off with the video.
Sure, I can take this thing. Okay.
Okay, so okay. None. Okay. Go to the slide. Look, you are in our shot.
Thank you very much. Let me also introduce myself. My name is John Foss. I'm a councillor and I'm one of the deputy presidents of SALGA. Let me welcome you back after this session, the lunch session. I hope you are going to be as active as you have been in the earlier session. My task is very simple. It's just to introduce the topic and then hand over to our facilitator, which is known to all of us. To most of you, I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know the facilitator, which will be Mr. William Voko. You have been discussing the pre and the interim phase this morning. We are now going into the first democratic local government from 2000 to 2006. I have been privileged and fortunate to start with the pre-interim phase, leading a statutory delegation in a small town. We used to have an argument with Mayor Fako that I was the first one to sign agreements. But the then town club didn't want to be in the Eastern Cape, and they sent our agreement to the Western Cape. And that's why Port Elizabeth Municipality was declared the first one. Without wasting any time, because we want to allow for the panelists to engage and for you to participate fully. This has been a very challenging time. We have listened to the history, and now we started our democratic system in 2000 to 2006. And we are here, let me just remind you, to celebrate the 20 years of democratic local government. Without wasting time, I'm going to give over to our facilitator, Mr. William Voko. We will also introduce our panelists to you and then facilitate the engagements. Please take part wherever you are. And thank you for coming back after your lunch. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foss. And let me greet everyone who is here, as well as those people who are joining us online. all protocols observed. But perhaps before I introduce our panelists, allow us to play a short video which is going to introduce a component of what we're discussing later on.
Over the last 20 years of local government, there has been a significant growth in the number of previously disconnected communities that can now have access to electricity.
In terms of electricity, there were areas in our villages, there were no even line to connect the electricity.
We had a big outage from Alexander Sun because there were fires under the power lines.
From the electricity side, we worked for many years in having a very efficient prepaid system, prepaid electricity system where people buy. There's a certain amount of additional subsidy that the municipality gives over and above what is envisaged in terms of the basic plan.
Despite the fact that approximately 91% of South Africans had access to electricity by the year 2018, power generation and supply remain one of our country's biggest challenges.
We will work around the clock to keep the lights on.
According to Stats SA, the number and percentage of households with access to piped water has increased significantly. 13.8 million households had access to piped water in 2018, compared to 19.3 million in 2006.
Serving the communities in the outstanding water services program, sanitation came fully on board some years later.
You may be aware that in the morning when all of us were preparing ourselves either to go to work, kids going to school, or people are going wherever that they're going for the day, people are using bathrooms in numbers. That creates what we call the morning peak.
About 2/3 of households rated the water service they received as good in 2018. This is a significant improvement.
I come here twice a week. I can use this water for my washing and for my garden dishes and things like that. The objective of the project is to balance the denominations in the settled wastewater inflow to the activated sludge reactors, thereby stabilizing the liquid treatment process and ultimately improve compliance with the effluent standards.
Well, some reflections there from people who have been integrally involved in this journey to deliver services to our people. Some reflections there from former ministers, former councillors, municipal managers, and other players. It's been a long journey indeed, and of course, I mean, there will be as many, I would imagine, views, you know, of how well or how badly we've done over the past 20 years, as there are people prepared to discuss this. And that is exactly why we're here. That as we celebrate the 20 years of democratic local government, we also get to reflect on some of the things we managed to do well, some of the misses, and how best, you know, we can make amends as we move forward as a nation. Let me introduce you to our panelists for this particular discussion. We're looking at the period 2000 and 2006. This was a period, of course, that came immediately after, you know, 1994 national elections and the 1995-96 local government elections. So lessons were learned. A lot of things already had already started manifesting themselves in a way that people liked, but also in ways that people didn't like. There was a whole movement to then correct the wrongs that had already been identified. New municipalities or amalgamations had been put in place. We're going to discuss all of those, the lessons that were learned there, what the things that have been contemplated, but also how 20 years down the line those things have shaped out. Have they left us with a better or worse nation than we inherited from apartheid? On the panel, we have whose person is going to join us online, Dr. Brigalia Bam, who is the former chairperson of the IEC. Welcome, Dr. Bam.
Welcome. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you very much. And of course, joining us from Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken, is Mr. Andrew Borain, who is the former city manager of the city of Cape Town. Welcome to you, Mr. Borain.
Thanks for you. Wonderful to be with you all this afternoon.
Great stuff. And of course, here in Johannesburg, joining me physically is Father Smangalisa Mkhatshwa, who was the first executive mayor of the city of Tshwane. Welcome to you too, Father.
Thank you.
And next to him, of course, social distancing, is Pascal Moloi, who is the former city manager of the city of Johannesburg. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Bam, I'm going to start with you. If I may. I mean, 1994 ushered in a new order. As we all know, there was so much euphoria in both the management, but also, South Africans happy, that for the very first time, they were able to vote. Now, your commission, the commission that you're part of, had this enormous task of having to run this very first election, and with the lessons that you learned from the 1994 election, you then moved on to the 1995-96 local government poll. Take us through very briefly some of the key highlights of that election for you as the agency that is entrusted with this, that was entrusted by this nation to run this very important and historical election.
Thank you very much. It's always a joy to see you and to hear you speak. I'm feeling very confident now that you are the program director, because I know you like me, so that helps a little bit. So I can speak as long as I like, because I am I'm a living ancestor in your life. Yes. I would like first, perhaps, to be fair to SALGA, to congratulate them and to say that this institution has been on a challenging journey for many of us. And it's amazing what I think, with all the difficulties they have encountered in their participation for transforming our nation. And I also, on a personal level, want to say that I had very warm relationships. Of course, as the Electoral Commission, we did, because we had to work with all the municipalities in this country. But SALGA was very caring. I do need to put that on record, and not only caring, but committed to supporting women councillors. And it was through two programs that I was part of, the Women's Development Foundation, an NGO we had founded that was assisting women and supporting them in preparing them for their responsibilities in the new South Africa. And we ran a series of workshops for women councillors, and thanks to SALGA and to many others. It was also through SAWID, South African Women in Dialogue, that we continue to work. And I do want to say to SALGA, I hope you continue to give special support to women, that though the women are included, they still are challenged very much on the level of the local level, because patriarchy is with us. I want to say to the people that the elections were probably the most difficult elections. Let me start by saying that the reason they were difficult is that there were too many new things that had come through. And though we were much more confident as the Commission after 1999, 1999 was really our beginning. A lot of legislation to follow and too many things that were required. And it was really a challenge. But then we never knew that the local government elections would be even more difficult, not only for us, but for new political parties who had come on board since 1999, but a lot of it for the voters, because it was going to be very, very different the way we were going to do things. And I want to mention this because it's amazing how the hope and enthusiasm of the voters took us through the difficult road. We just were coming from different background cultures. We had no culture of democracy. We had no culture at all of managing, nor the training, nor the skills of doing anything on the local level. And so that played out. So our voters were really enthusiastic because of amazing hope. They just knew that something is going to change in their lives. And they knew that there will be citizens who are taken care of, you know, there'll be water coming, there'll be electricity coming, the schools will improve, and the lives generally, you know. And so that really, in some ways, what assisted us with all the challenges that we had. Many of the people, of course, that days were coming from the township backgrounds, no experience of municipality. They were coming from the homelands, all of us. And then there were those of us who had come from villages and were used to chiefs. And of course, many of us coming from informal settlements and farm workers. I will not talk about the new introduction. That was the greatest challenge that came. I won't mention it because it will take us the whole day to talk about that. Our biggest problem became the voters' roll, of course. The voters' roll, which was a legal requirement. And their voters' roll wasn't only just a national, a big register, as we used to call it, but it was really to classify many of the people who are voting to a particular province, a district, a municipality, and finally a ward. That was a challenge, the greatest of all. But I need to mention that, by the way, just as a matter of showing off, that we had received a very prestigious award for 1999, and many awards, in fact. So we were very confident as an organization, and that helped a little bit. And then we have the farm workers. The problem that we have was the verification of us as citizens of South Africa, because every voter's roll that we did, we had to take those names to the National Register at Home Affairs. And Home Affairs, of course, didn't have many of us, many of the generation who were not registered at birth. That was a crisis. The homelands didn't register, and there was no proper transfer of the records from the homelands to Pretoria, which was the national. And so we would have all these names of people who are registered. And then you check those names against the National Population Register, and they're nowhere to be found. And of course, the Home Affairs tell us that these people cannot vote. This was one of the most serious problems we faced, to a point that it had to be settled, of course, as we do in South Africa, in court and all those kinds of things. But anyway, that was probably one of the hardest. The second, besides the verification, what people refer to in English, whatever that expression means, the elephant in the room, was the demarcation. I am sure the demarcation board will probably share so very many stories. It impacted the work of the Electoral Commission because it had to do with the boundaries. It had to do with especially the boundaries, some between the provinces. You realize that when we went into those elections, we had 9 provinces. And originally we had 4 provinces. So I won't go into that detail, that's known for it. But that was the biggest thing, that then this demarcation had all kinds of implication because people found their wards in places they didn't like. What was even more of a challenge was the old systems where some towns, some of you might recall, places like Matatiel, the debates on places like Kokstad in the Eastern Cape. But our biggest still on record, and I would like to encourage people to read my book if they haven't had a chance to do so, because this is in great detail. In Kutsong, we failed in Kutsong. Kutsong was our most difficult one because the people of Kutsong didn't want to go over to the northwest, and then we had the crisis of the boundaries. But having said that, we were amazed that with the difficult campaign that the political parties have in some of these communities, especially in Kutsong in particular, where many people wouldn't, no amount of, with mediation didn't work, everything didn't work. And it was the first time for all of us to ask the police. And because we were hoping that Parliament would assist us by making changes and postpone, and which they wouldn't do, and postpone the elections for us in Kutsong, which they could do, and they didn't. So finally we had to train the police middle of the night, early hours of the morning, because it was very dangerous for any of us to dare and go to Kutsong to vote, because people were very angry, and there was a lot of violence, which we regretted very much that it had to be there. But the people, in spite of all that, the enthusiasm didn't go. I think they remained very enthusiastic because we trusted very much the South Africans, the electoral system. Our electoral system, where we depended entirely, as we still do, unfortunately, on the political parties choosing who will represent our interests. And that really, that has changed now. And that trust helped us very much because people thought, well, the party I vote for is a party that will see us. And people were talking about, yes, no, we trust our political parties. They're going to get us people who are reliable. And at that time, we didn't have the terminology and concerns we have today. Today, we are no more trusting as we did before our electoral system. We are no more trusting the leadership as we did at that time. Disappointed this time. There were no disappointments at the time. We thought we would all have electricity. We'll all have running water. And that life would be very good for all of us. And of course, the terminology of service delivery didn't exist in spite of all the problems we had with those elections. That wasn't there. We never had the words tender at all used, and corruption. I mention these things because they are affecting the mood of voters. It's very important. We all know that, is that you can make all the arrangements of everything to set up what is considered to be free and fair elections. You can use all the technology that you have. You can use just about everything that you have at your disposal in terms of your professionalism. But if the voters are not behind that, it becomes the big disappointment to them. And I say that this journey that SALGA has been part of. I hope it will continue to be a journey, and that we have to be bold at some point, I think, as a nation, to begin to make some changes. And I think, and I'm saying that as a point, it's not what I'm asked to say, one of the serious changes we need to look at as a nation has to do with our electoral system, especially as it relates. Now, I wouldn't have said that at that time because I didn't know any better, but experience is telling us, all of us, that maybe the time has come for South Africans themselves to make the decision of the things they want changed in the electoral system, things they want to be changed even with local government elections. Besides that, of course, there is now a debate in Parliament, which will be coming soon, on the Constitution. I'm not talking about that. I mean, that's another that is coming, but there are other things that we need to look at. Before I finish, with your permission, Program Director, I thought I wanted to share something from my book director, but I thought it's a quotation. Those who had a chance to read my book, I'm reminding them that they should buy it if they didn't. It was a statement that was made by Sydney Mufamadi. At that time, he was a Minister of Local Government, and he made the statement in 2000. And that's why I thought the people of SALGA and the local government must continue to remember these words. And I quote, he said, the only way we can ensure an equitable distribution of resources for development is by ensuring that the rich and the poor do share resources. This will enable the previously affluent areas to uplift and subsidize the poor areas. This can only be done through amalgamating these areas. What this means is that we have to introduce new boundaries, which of course we know they became the biggest problem. Old boundaries, in many cases, were drawn in accordance with race. As whites, we all know that. In the then apartheid system, didn't want to share their wealth and resources with the African community. Now, this was something that was very important at the time as a statement that justifies the boundaries, the demarcation with all that followed and all the rezoning, and that is still even today a crisis. The crisis isn't really the rezoning as such. The crisis, and I'm not defending the program director, isn't running the elections that are free and fair. But the crisis is how the outcome of all these things are able to improve people's lives, all of us in an equal way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pam. I'm going to swiftly move on to Father Mkhatshwa. Now, your party deployed you to what is now Tshwane, which had just been established, in December 2000. Now, what did you find? What did you find there? Dr. Pam talks about the hope and enthusiasm among voters, people hoping for better. She ends her input by talking about extracting a quote from her book from the then Minister of Local Government, Sydney Mufamadi, who was talking about the sharing of resources that would be important if local government was to succeed. And Tshwane, the creation of Tshwane, was precisely to do that.
Do I make my input now?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, just to reiterate my congratulations to SALGA for having survived the 20 years of democracy with all these ups and downs and so on. I'll come back to the question you have just put to me. I just want to make my initial input and then afterwards I'll address that. Now, after listening to the inputs this morning, which by and large address some of the issues that I had down here, I just felt that I'll probably just give you, I'll summarize that very briefly, and then address issues which for me, I think, are of critical importance. And these are the issues going forward. What are the challenges and so on, perhaps what we need to do. Now, first of all, what they pointed out, maybe in their own words, was that after the passing of the 1996 Constitution, it was then decided that we needed a new form of local government. And it was then left to the SALGA leadership and its technical teams to put the nuts and bolts, as it were, of how this new system would look, how its architecture would look like, taking into account the constitution, taking into account the legislative framework that had already been put in place. But they also alluded to the reduction of municipalities from over 800 to today 257 and so on. By that time, the figure was slightly different. So that's what they said. But they also, in their own terminology, alluded to the fact that this new constitution, or rather the change of local government, provided a radical departure from the past. And they gave the reasons why there was a need for this transformation and change. I won't go into it, but those of you who were present, you remember very clearly what they said. So mine, therefore, was to try and highlight a few points about local government as a whole. During my time when I was the mayor of Tshwane, but I was also the chairperson of SALGA, and then later on became the president of the UCLGA and so on. Now, in my own experience, I can confidently say that local government should be the engine through which to deliver a better life for all. A better life is more than just water, electricity, sanitation, environment. All those issues are very, very, very important. But it's much more than anything that impinges on themselves, on the life of the communities of the people, becomes the business of SALGA. Secondly, the point that I want to make was that during the struggle against apartheid, we set up what we called street committees, area committees, and so on, which we also called the people's organs for people's power. Those structures brought the people together in a very democratic fashion, the different democracy at the local level. People discussed their local and broader challenges. And there's a way in which there's some form of social cohesion that was generated. And that's why people could work together, could fight together. That's why, in fact, there was also a lot of discipline. And the Comrade Chisa will also remember that if, for instance, you wanted to organize a public meeting, you did not even need so many thousands of rands and so on and so on. But people were so organized that they would actually almost organize themselves and attend. And that if there were political issues that needed to be discussed, like for instance, if Oliver Tambo made a statement in Lusaka, within 2 weeks, that statement would have been spread all over the country, all over our structures and so on. And not only spreading the document, but engaging with the document. I'm just trying to underscore the importance of that togetherness, which was for me an oasis of democracy in action. I'm referring to that because after 1994, unfortunately, that culture would have enriched the new system of local government that puts the people in the center. To some extent, was not only weakened, but over the years was practically lost. The work committee system was supposed, in fact, to be a substitute for that, but it has not been very successful. And I think one of the reasons was that it became too politicized. Whereas the structures I'm referring to, they brought everybody in. That was the one point. The second point was that a new culture of, I think, materialism came in, extreme forms of materialism, which therefore led people to sometimes to underplay their importance, their role as representatives of the best interests of the communities. There's a question of being in local government is a job, and being in local government also gives you status, which is very important. There's nothing wrong with that. But that culture of regular interaction with the people holding in measles in Daba had practically whisked away. And today, I must say, is very weak. It's still obviously a very shining example in various municipalities and so on, but I'm making a general statement here that that culture has weakened considerably, which therefore leads to a lot of conflicts, a lot of trust deficit among a lot of people and so on, but also leads to what Miguelia has also alluded to, and so all those kind of even negative, even unfair perceptions about councillors and their roles and so on. Now, the other point that I also thought would be very important to mention was that SALGA made a lot of work on the IGR, intergovernmental work and so on. And the reason for that, and you notice that it also came, was that one, Chapter 3 of the Constitution talks about cooperative government, and is very, very strong on that, on that one. But linked to that, when you read the white paper on organized local government, it refers to local government as seamless, or rather government as a whole, as a seamless government. So that in other words, we're not talking about layers, and that's why we talk about spheres of government, each one with specific responsibilities. But the point that is being made is it underscores the importance of cooperative working, interrelatedness, the importance of supporting one another, the importance of making sure that if municipality X fails, it means government as a whole has actually failed. The other two spheres cannot exonerate themselves and so on, if we take this principle very, very, very seriously. And I think that was what SALGA was actually trying to remind us of and to re-emphasize. The other initiative that SALGA embarked upon, and I am sure it's still continuing and so on, was the international outreach, which took us to various different countries. And the upshot of that exercise was that in 2004 in Paris, we were founder members of the UCLG, which was the international version of UCLGA. And then in 2005, we then launched our UCLGA here in Tshwane. And Comrade, you'll remember you were part of the preparations, for that and so on. And I'm mentioning this because there's a way in which I think SALGA started seeing itself not only as a very important vehicle to market itself, but also particularly to reach out to the African continent, which, as you know, the apartheid regime had actually more or less, ignored and so on. And also to sell our own constitution, which is still regarded as one of the most, progressive. Some of the challenges facing SALGA is the question, the huge influx of people coming from other countries, Africa especially, and so on, and all the difficulties that have arisen. And some of them they refer to that as xenophobia, which I don't believe myself. I think it's a misnomer, it's a misunderstanding, and so on. But what that influx has done, first of all, and I can speak from experience, is that poor municipalities budget for 2.5 million people. And within 6 months or 9 months, they suddenly find themselves now have to cater for basic services for a totally uncontrollable number of people. That causes tensions, it causes misunderstanding, it causes potentially something that could be extremely very dangerous. But it's a reality that SALGA now has to face. SALGA also operates within the framework of general lawlessness, a culture of lawlessness in the country. Now, whether it expresses itself in question of rampant corruption, violence against women and children, and violence generally speaking, and so on, and then all sorts of social pathologies. Now, that's the environment in which SALGA finds itself. So it's not an easy one, but it's good to understand and to try and analyze the reasons why this is happening, and therefore, in that context, how best to render their services. Now, something that probably culture SALGA may or may not have discussed, this is just my own idea. Looking at the responsibilities of local government, I think national government need to almost radically revise the allocation from national fiscus towards local government. And also certain services, I personally believe, need to be devolved to local government, to municipalities, for more efficient management and so on. But of course, I'm painfully aware also that for that to work well, the capacity of it becomes very important. Not only the sort of financial capacity, but also skills, training, experience, all those requirements are very important. But I'm looking at what would be in the best interest of the ordinary people. Now, I'm just about to finish. Another responsibility, I think, for TASGA, the SALGA, I feel, looking at the challenges that have been facing us as SALGA. I still regard myself as SALGA, by the way. That's why my nickname is Our Father Who is in SALGA. That's my nickname. I was saying that SALGA should become, at least visibly and in reality, much more interventionist in its relationship with other people, with members, the municipalities. Now, the intervention, maybe interventionist may not be a very happy term, but what I mean, more and more involved in dealing with some of the challenges that are facing our brothers and sisters at that level. Once I know that law makes it possible for the other spheres of government to come in when things are not working well and so on, that should be the last resort. I remember during my time when I was actually chair of SALGA, we actually, some of you will remember, we set up a structure that comprises people with law experience, people with technical experience and so on. In other words, the kind of expertise that is often lacking in various municipalities, financial experts and so on and so on. And we had already started the project of going out, not only, of course, inviting ourselves, but nicely pointing out maybe the need, if there was any need, for us to be avail our resources to assist. I think that would go a long way towards dealing with some of the challenges that are facing us. Comrade, oh, sorry, this is not an ASC. I was going to say that for me, the future may look very gloomy, very, very gloomy, but there's a way in which it is bright. What you need for that to happen is to make sure the selection of your cadre, of your cadres in local government. That is very, 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 very important. Secondly, a point was made earlier the need for something that it didn't use the term, social compact between the local government practitioners and the rest of society, with all what that implies. But also for SALGA perhaps to begin to take more, I don't say take more risk, it's an unhealthy term, but to say to begin to assert itself how much more for the good of the country. And I think that way you definitely will get a lot of support. And once again, back to the people who find a way to have a dynamic relationship with the community. And that way I think will make a lot of difference. Thank you very much. And then of course, all what I can say in answer to that is that when I arrived there were 13 independent municipalities in what was called Greater Pretoria. All those conflated into one, what is now called Tshwane Metro, Metropolitan Municipality. First challenge is always that we have to deal with the question of how to deal with the worker and how to deal with this sort of financial management, how to deal with the usual day-to-day problems. But the good news is that without wasting too much time, we started setting up what committees, we started setting up, in other words, the structure and also professionalizing our resource and financial management. And I think that helped us. We had our challenges here and there, but on the whole, I think that's what we found, and that's what we tried to, how we tried to respond. But also to emphasize the fact that the people had a very central role to play. That Batupili was not just a general principle out there. We tried to put nuts and bolts around it.
In fact, our next two guests are the people who are to roll up their sleeves and get to the nuts and bolts we're talking about. But thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you very much, Madam Khatshwa, for that input. He was, of course, the first executive mayor of the city of Tshwane and chairperson of SALGA. Now, our next two, of course, the municipal managers of two of South Africa's biggest municipalities, which were set up under the conditions that Madam Khatshwa has just described. I'm going to start with you, Andrew Borain, because you went into the city of, into that role at the city of Cape Town, coming from a lot of processes that would have empowered you to be perhaps one of the best equipped people to deal with the challenges that the city had to face, having to integrate communities, having to do the things that both Dr. Bam and Madam Khatshwa alluded to. What was your experience?
Thanks for you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly, can I just start by saying it's a great honor to be part of celebrating 20 years of local government with the SALGA National Members Assembly, and to be speaking on a panel with old friends and colleagues. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Vuyo, let me start by saying I feel slightly misplaced on this particular panel, especially with youngsters like Pascal Malloy, in talking about 2000 to 2006. I was very involved in the local government transition process between sort of the late 1980s leading up to the Constitution and the White Paper. And I was city manager of Cape Town actually in the interim period from 1997 to 2001. So slightly before the period we're talking about here. And I don't know if you remember a fellow called Peter Murray. He became the new mayor of Cape Town in 2001, because remember, Cape Town was always slightly behind the rest of the country. And he became the new mayor, and they were in a regime change, and terminated my services as city manager within 1 week. So I can just say that he in turn was removed a few years later as mayor for crooking the results of a citizen survey in relation to renaming of Adderley and Whale Streets in Cape Town. But that's another story for another day. So I was very much a contemporary in my period with Ketso Gordon in Johannesburg. And certainly we both agreed that life was a lot easier in our time because it was pre the Systems and the Structures Act, and it was, excuse me, pre the Municipal Financial Management Act. But Vuyo, let me just perhaps talk about two themes which I think are relevant to the post-2000 era. And that is connecting urban and rural development together. And secondly, what Father Makachwa referred to as the social compact, the ability of municipalities to work more closely with its citizens, be they individual citizens or corporate citizens. Now, after I was unceremoniously dumped as city manager in 2001 by the then mayor, Peter Murray, I reflected back on my term of office as city manager during the interim period. And I sort of thought of how many times I'd been in contact with my good friend and comrade Ketso Gordon, the city manager of Johannesburg during that time. And I sort of reflected that I'd only met with him on 4 occasions in 4 years. And when we had got in the room together, there was a kind of competitive edge. It was Johannesburg versus Cape Town versus eThekwini versus Buffalo City. And that's where the idea came for a cooperative network between the metros or between our cities. And I remember very clearly I pitched this idea, this is about 2002, to Minister Sidney Mufamadi. And let me tell you, he was shocked. He said his response to me was, why would a rural fellow from Limpopo get involved in focusing on cities? But despite this reaction, I can just thank the minister or the former minister for providing space and support to initiate the South African Cities Network in 2002. And basically the philosophy was that cities and our towns and our municipalities need to be competitive, but they don't necessarily need to be in competition with each other and sort of drag each other down. And I'm very pleased that the Cities Network is still going as an institution and doing such good work to this day. But it was controversial at the time, and maybe it's still controversial today. The initial reaction, I remember in discussing with colleagues in SALGA, was, you know, we need a one-size-fits-all approach to municipality. Don't differentiate between the big cities and the districts and the rural areas. And in fact, there was quite a tension around urban versus rural. And I'm not too sure whether that's still the situation today. What we tried to do at the time, Vuyo, is try very hard to reframe the debate away from urban versus rural and city and metro municipalities versus rural and district municipalities towards a continuum stretching from rural to urban, including smaller towns and secondary cities. And I believed it then, and I certainly believe it today, all are codependent on each other in a single system, in a single municipal system, whether you're a big municipality or a small municipality, whether you're an urban area or a rural area, you are part of a single system, and that all parts of that system need the other parts. And that the final point I would make here is that, you know, we often say, well, cities need a focus because they're drivers of the national economy. And of course, that's true. And the rural areas and small towns and secondary cities benefit from that. But cities are also important spaces for integration and inclusion. And maybe that's sometimes not taken as seriously as it should do. The second point I'd just like to make is that after being a founder member and the first chair of the board of the South African Cities Network, I took a job as the CEO, this is about 2003, of an organization called the Cape Town Partnership, which was an inner city urban regeneration vehicle, a little bit similar to the work at that stage of the Johannesburg Development Agency. And we'd established the Cape Town Partnership during my time as city manager a few years previously. And since then, in my work, have focused on the relationships between municipalities and citizens, whether these are citizens represented through civil society organizations or business associations or advocacy and research institutions or social movements. And really, Ms. Magaliso, you referred to the organs of people's power that we tried to establish in the 1980s. And it really derives from that, the relationship between citizens and the people that they've elected and their ability to keep them accountable downwards and outwards to society, not upwards and inwards to the corridors of power in a municipality. And so if you take a whole of society approach rather than just a government approach, and it's based on the notion that government on its own, municipalities on their own can't solve the complex societal challenges without assistance from and in partnership with citizens and non-government stakeholders. And then we get to the very complex authorizing environment of municipal government in South Africa, where in my experience, both as someone who's been inside a municipality and as someone who's worked with municipalities as an intermediary for the last 20 years, municipalities often struggle. They often struggle to respond to citizen-led and business-led initiatives and prefer to perhaps focus on their own projects and processes and programs. There's often even, my experience, hostility within the municipality towards civil society, towards business organizations, towards ideas coming up from the scientific and research community. There's perhaps too much of an internal focus on own rules and procedures, in other words, governance for government, rather than building an enabling environment, or what I would call governance for better development outcomes. And I think that many citizens would say that the public sector and the municipal engagement or citizen engagement processes tend to be tick box exercises. There tends to be quite poor communications between municipalities and citizens. The municipal regulatory processes are particularly disempowering for the informal sector, whether it's traders, whether it's spazas, whether it's waste picker movements, whether it is unregistered ECDs and things like that. And unfortunately, we've tended to put in place quite a rigid and inflexible planning, monitoring, and evaluation system, which once it is in place through the IDP and the budgeting process, is often unable to adapt and adjust quickly to changing circumstances and new evidence coming up from the ground. So, Chair, I would conclude by saying that what we need now, more than ever before, I mean, it's important to talk about boundaries, it's important to talk about structures, it's important to talk about legislation, demarcation, whether we have a one-tier or a two-tier system in the district areas. But I think in addition to structures, you got to talk about the people in those structures and the capabilities that are needed for collaboration and partnering and adaptive governance. And my final lesson that I would just refer to, if you believe in and you want a social compact with your citizens and you want a whole of society approach, then it only works well if you've also followed a whole of government approach. And Father Makachwa, you also referred to this. And by a whole of government approach, I would break it into three components. Firstly, you really got to work on overcoming the siloed divisions between departments within municipalities. And what we find is that when you implement department by department, mandate by mandate, project by project, it dilutes the development impact in communities and reduces the power and effectiveness of municipalities. So you've got to have a degree of what we call integrated development. That's where IDPs come from, across the divided silos within a municipality. Secondly, intergovernmental relations. It hasn't been good. We can be a lot better between the three spheres of government, and particularly some of the tensions and conflicts between districts and locals. And then thirdly, cross-boundary work. Often municipalities retreat into their political and administrative boundaries, and the budget and the IDP stops at the boundary. But every municipality is part of a broader functional region, which doesn't respect administrative and political boundaries, and ability to work across these boundaries rather than requiring people to have passports to travel between one municipality or another is an important part of a whole of government approach. Thanks very much, Royo.
Very much.
No, thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Pascal Molloy, you took over from Andrew Borain's friend, Ketzel Gordon, but by then, I mean, you had already been working with communities, you know, in this sphere of government. Just take us through, I mean, your experiences. I do understand you have a presentation as well.
If it works, okay. So I must point it there. Into das quasi Is it working? Well, we realized that SALGA chose to display 20-year-old photos of most of us. So, look, I'll just run through a couple of statements. Okay, is it me or you? Okay, no, great. So a brief introduction, problem statement. This is the template that SALGA had given us. So I'll go through all of those, except for the last but one point, unless maybe if I want to make certain specific suggestions. Andrew talked about the pre-interim a bit. I think this panel this morning talked about the pre-interim. But during the interim period, there was specifically a 3-year of hardship in the city. By 1997, we discovered that we have a financial problem, a serious financial problem. In fact, the estimation was that if nothing was done, the city would have been broke by 2002. So it forced us into action. There were a number of interventions that were made, starting with maybe it was a section 139, but we wrote to the ABC for local government then in the province and asked for a specific directive from him, directing us to do certain things to turn around the city. So it was a committee of 10 that was established, and later a transformation Khotla, which in turn appointed Ketzo, myself, Roland Hunter, and a few other people to run the transformation. I must just jump and say that if you look back, I think we're fortunate to have hit that crisis at that time, because unbeknowingly, it gave us a head start in beginning to anticipate what's going to happen by 2000. So we established, depending on where you sit, some of it would say it was a controversial program called Equality 2002. And it came from that realization that if we are going to get our finances and our institutions right, we
going to have to do that within that period. By 2002, we should have stabilized the city. Controversial, I think, in the eyes of Labour because of some of the proposals that we put on the table. So we had this twin approach established to look at the finances. Maybe the one step also that we like throwing around about the finances was that our capital budget at that time was less than Benoni. And given the size of Johannesburg and all that, it was really a crisis. But be that as it may, this then resulted as early as, by the time we got the elections, the structure of the city was designed. We were almost spade ready to present to Mayor Masondo the new structure on the day of his inauguration. That's how ready we were. That within 6 months, the structure was established, the core administration was there, 9 decentralized regions were established, 13 municipal-owned entities. Maybe just to underline the point that Andrew made, that we're able, and this is a debate that we should have, that we're much more creative, we're much more innovative, and we're less restricted by the three systems, the systems, finance, and Structures Act. So we're able to move around and do things much quicker. Maybe just to illustrate a point that 13 municipalities designed, conceived, and established within less than 15 months or 18 months would not be possible now if you're going to go with the letter and the spirit of the Systems Act today. Maybe we could have been criticized that there was less consultation. So, because if you look at the consultation provisions now of the Systems Act, it take you another 3 years, 2 years to establish what we're able to establish in a few years. I can't actually read the slide from there, but so the biggest problem then, when we came in, to anticipate your question, Bill, was that what then? What do we do? So the first one was to ensure that the 2 years of reconstruction and transformation and planning gets implemented as quickly as possible. We defined, and we always credit Mayor Masondo for this, that upfront he identified 5 priorities. He came into the city and said, during my term, I'm going to do these 5 things. And we held on to those 5 things for the entire period up to 2006. Regenerate the city, health, housing, safety and security, and jobs. We have to create jobs, we have to create employment. We had to address these issues whilst at the same time institutional issues needed attention. The retirement of the establishment of the entities, sort out labor relations, get the regions going, recruit senior management, including MOE boards and management, establish shareholder and contracting protocols. This was a big issue for us, that we're now a shareholder of 13 entities. There were all these protocols that had to be established, service delivery agreements, service level agreements, sort out relationships between the MOEs themselves. Who's responsible for grass cutting? Is it Pick It Up or is it City Parks? And we called it a gray areas program that we had to manage. But I think that was not enough. We're a city that attracts a lot of big things. We have to host pirates and chiefs. I raised this because 11 days after my appointment as city manager, I was appointed, I started on the 1st of April. 11 days later, there was a big disaster at Davis Park. People died. We were not prepared for it. We passed bugs that a particular radius is not our radius, that's a PSL radius. The city boundary is 10 kilometers outside. All we have to ensure is that there's traffic management and all that. We learned a lesson there that it's our responsibility as well that if there's a category A game, as the Pirates Chiefs games are called, we have to be involved in that job, and we have to be able to make sure things happen. But beyond that, we learned how to host big events during that period, 2000 to 2006, including hosting the World Summit, which was defined as the single biggest gathering of presidents outside the UN in New York. Okay, never mind granting free status to free men or free person status to Bears Nadia, Walter Sisulu, and Nelson Mandela. The gains are too many, but I tried to break them down into components. There are a lot of them that I can talk about as social and community development, which meant extending access to facilities, health facilities, parks, recreation centers, revamping civic theaters, the Joburg and Roodepoort civic theaters, including building monuments. There was this big push about the city character, style, what is it that we want the world to capture about the city. The competition that Andrew was talking about, we were also setting ourselves not to compete only with Cape Town or eThekwini, but we wanted to be competitive compared to New York, to other cities, Addis Ababa in Africa and all that. We established the Metro Police Department, and that also reduced the levels of crime, particularly in the inner city. Mike Sutcliffe earlier on spoke about hosting the FIFA World Cup. I was part of the bidding process. Our first bid failed, thanks to some fellow in New Zealand called Dempsey. We failed to win the World Cup, but that gave us a lesson. Okay, about that. Okay, we lost 2006 bid. I think the bid was made just before the World Cup kicked off in Germany. But thanks to that experience, we're able then to transfer it to a point that we had a successful bid and we're able to host a successful World Cup in Africa. Infrastructure, I mean, there's a whole list there about delivering houses, delivering infrastructure. But the big claim that we make for that period is that a township as large as Soweto, we're able to tar all the streets there. Not only the streets, but with the resultant stormwater drainage system. If you grew up in Soweto, you know that coming back around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, there was this dark cloud over Soweto every day. Like, it was made up of smoke from coal stoves, and it was also made up of dust from dusty roads. And I always look back and say that what is it that we're celebrating, if I were to answer that question this morning, is that I'm celebrating the removal of that smoke that used to lie over Soweto. If electrified, the welcome dozer stoves are just decorations there, they're not being used. We made those achievements. So there's a lot, bringing down unaccounted for water, trying to maintain a 2% maintenance budget, trying to keep our staff levels below 40%, closer to what the international norms were, or what the prudent operating ratios elsewhere would be. Finance, I think we were the first to raise a bond, which was fully subscribed and not guaranteed. We couldn't understand why treasury or sovereign guarantees were not given to us, allowed to us, but we raised about 1.4 billion in 2004. We had the healthy balance sheets backed by our own revenue and assets. And then I think we posted the highest capital budget in local government. At a political level, I think we were able to sustain a strong administrative leadership system. I was lucky maybe to have the type of mayoral committee that I had, the speaker, the whippery and all that. And I don't remember that we would have tensions at that time. Chiefly, I think the introduction of a very tight performance management system led by the mayor himself, appointing experts from academia and from business and from other spheres of government to manage our performance, and almost sitting religiously. If there's an appointment with the mayor on the 13th of February, it's going to happen. So same as going out there and maintaining the Mbizos and all that, there was a calendar, a full year calendar that was drawn, and would stick to it religiously. But there are challenges still. Maybe some of them are not just Joburg specific. The billing system remains a challenge. One, it's a challenge of perception, and two, it might be a real problem. Perception that you always say that cabinet lives in Johannesburg, members. Business leaders live in Johannesburg. You get one bill wrong from a business leader, it hits frontline pages. And it creates the impression that there's a serious billing problem in Johannesburg. But if you take the history that we were amalgamating from the 13 different towns before 1990, before 2000 and before 1995. But if you understand billing, that there are systems upon systems upon systems, okay? That one city or one town can have 50 billing cycles or billing systems and all that. And we tried too much to try and pull those at the same time and created problems for ourselves, which took about 5 years to overcome. And we should have compared ourselves with what eThekwini and Cape Town did. Cape Town threw money at it, eThekwini tried to build their own system from scratch. Led and building innovations. My own criticism about our period is that we're too measured. And I'm not saying this irresponsibly, but there was this notion, and I'm sure it's still there, about Tubetu. About Tubetu was without dealing with the lawlessness of I'm not necessarily saying that the Mashaba approach or the EFF factor should be considered, but maybe there's some lessons to draw there. The shareholder contract management issues, especially in Johannesburg, remain a big issue. Andrew spoke about IGR and regulations. And then this big question about separation of powers. There's a big confusion still that they are conflated in local government. We have the legislature and the executive all conflated in one body. Let me just leave you with this slide. If I could get it, yeah. Let me just leave you with this slide. People who know me will know that I've always spoken about this triangle and that it has to hold. If it doesn't hold in any municipality, you are in trouble. At the top, there is the executive mayor, the mayoral committee, or executive committees as it applies in others. I was very silly there to include ruling party / now we're talking about governments of local unity. Coalitions are with us, we're going to be stuck with coalitions for a long time. Then you have this council, speaker, and the WIPARI. And there are always tensions between these three. Sometimes we find that there are tensions between the ruling party and the executive. Sometimes we find that there are tensions between the executive and council, or programs between the ruling party and the speaker and the WIPARI. And the thing that's caught in the middle is the actual administration, is the actual delivery, is the actual delivery of goods and services out there to people, led by a municipal manager or a city manager. A few recommendations, sorry. I think we need to regulate multi-party committees. We are going to sit with multi-party mayoral committees for some time. What's SALGA's view about that? Are we going to regulate coalitions? Are we going to legislate how they behave? Because we've seen that where they fall and where they don't gel, it's the people that suffer, it's delivery that suffers. Number two, we need more professional and capable municipal administrative, capable to foster coordination and integration, among other things. Invest in community stakeholder compact relations. I think Andrew made that point before DC, about compacts and building those relationships. Let's improve our own regulatory environments to make us easy to get into PPPs, to deal with unsolicited funds. Number four, less regulation. And the qualification is that we are not going to have to compromise on compliance, on ethics, and other law. But let's just look at our regulatory environment. It's tying our hands. And then we need more assignment of powers and functions to metros. Of course, where there's proven capacity and capabilities. Well, let me leave it there and allow for discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Malloy. I've got a few questions for each of the panelists, but I'm going to restrict myself to only a couple in the interest of time, so that we're also able to get everyone who is here, but who's also online, to make some comments or ask some questions as well. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Baum. You said something about how voters' hope and enthusiasm saved the day. In other words, you could have had a lot more problems than you actually experienced. But I'm going to ask you to take that further, to say, if then you had you could make the bold changes that you spoke about in addressing that very question, what would you do, or what would you recommend? In other words, where would you change legislation, and to what end? And I'm talking specifically about local government.
Yes, I think there are a number of things that I would consider, which really are not very difficult, and we need to look at them. First, it has to do with the challenge, and I'm not implying that if we made the change, we will. The challenge of accountability, generally across the way we work. And the second one has to do with a new emphasis in our way of working on professionalism. I think the electoral system, which I need to talk about, is that we were, as voters, enthusiastic in the beginning because we knew no better. That was the system that we could use at the time. But I think we have overgrown it, like anything else. And all other nations is that systems are revised and improved based on experience. And all our systems, we have to understand, were models that we had to copy, obviously, from other nations. And our history and background keeps backing at us all the time, is that though we might use a model that suited Canada at a particular time in history, or it suited Kenya at a particular time in history, the history of this country, and that unfortunately is there, we can't change. History is part of us, which has to do with colonialism and apartheid, and I don't like to be making reference to that because people say we use it as an excuse. Is that maybe as a new nation that believes in democracy, we need to be courageous to change and give more opportunity to what everybody is referring to, establishing, strengthening relationships between the communities where our leaders are operating with the civil society. And I think our emphasis of relying entirely on a political party that decides on representatives, that decides on appointment of staff, for us is a limitation. It might work in another country. Because as long as we do that, the people who are our representatives and the people who are deployed, which is the terminology now used by political parties, as civil society, we have absolutely no say on that. We have no say on their qualifications. We have no say on their past history. And there is no way. We are just presented with a candidate. No say on their qualification or skill. You know, if a party decides they want to bring somebody to us whom they like, who's a good member, we have no say. And then this person working, and you know, it's like you are accountable to a political party. A party is a party, not accountable to people. And that is why it is getting more difficult for us in our system to establish strong relationships with civil society. Because civil society is looking for somebody, leadership, cooperation, who is not bound by the rules and the expectations of a party. And why I talk about this change, that we need to find a way of getting South Africans to look forward to new enthusiasm, the new enthusiasm of wanting to vote. For us, as it was, how does the vote, improve my life? Let's be honest. People don't simply vote because we happen to like so-and-so. And in this case, we happen to like a party. We are people who are new into democracy. We say, what is there for us? I am not implying that that makes us a perfect society, but we need to recreate an environment of trust between the leadership in all levels, whether it is a municipal level or it is whatever, we've gone through that, is that this person belongs to all of us. This person is committed to serving all of us. And I think we will find a way to regenerate that enthusiasm from most people to be able to take the vote seriously and be committed to those people. And also it helps the people who are voted that they're accountable to the society which they are serving, not accountable to a political party. And that really, to me, is fundamental. And I think this relationship that we are all talking about is a relationship that cuts across. We need to establish that relationship also with the voter, to know that the party will always be a base, but you know that the party has chosen somebody, and I have a say in it, who is somebody of a level of quality, of background, of skill. I am not saying that people don't fail if they have all those qualifications, but they are very basic and they add to those values that as society we embrace. And we need to get that enthusiasm back from our voters for our next elections.
Madam Kachwa, is what Dr. Bam has said, are those the reasons you feel that what committees, for example, are too politicized? Is that the reason, or are the reasons she was advancing the reasons you two feel that there's no togetherness, as you put it?
By and large, I think I would agree with her, because there certainly is quite a visible dichotomy almost between the we guys in power and so on, and the ordinary masses of people. And part of the problem is that, as someone I think pointed out earlier, there's also very poor civic voter education, so that people understand how the system works, how they can actually have a voice even in the appointment of people that rule over them. And that thirdly, that their voice is also being taken seriously and heard and acted upon, and that people are accountable, especially those leaders. And I think that's why you get, in some instances, a lot of alienation.
Here's a question to both Pascal and Andrew, and I'm saying this on the back of a comment from Queen Mukhatle, who says public participation remains critical in all aspects. If we can intensify it, I believe we'll see less and less of protests in our community. This is paramount. Now, here's why I want to, I'm throwing at you. Andrew, you say that governance for better development outcomes is what is important, and less of a box-ticking exercise. And I'm going to tie this with what Pascal Molloy was saying, that during when you started back in the day, you were a lot more creative, you were a lot more innovative, but you seem to be battling with what has been put in place since, which, I mean, was put in place, as we know, for all the good reasons of ethics, the law, and everything that period threw up. Just to the two of you, if I may start with you, Andrew, how do you balance these two? In other words, the need to have systems in place that ensure that you take care of the legal, the ethical, the moral, and so on, but on the other hand, having to deliver effectively and with speed.
So Vuyo, I'd like to pick up on a word used by Dr. Baum, and that's accountability in the system, which is missing. You know, if we reduce the role of government or local government in an instrumentalist function just to some sort of machine that must churn out services to passive citizens, we're missing the point about how this whole system is designed and how it's reflected in the Constitution and in legislation. And I would argue that we need to, anyone in local government needs to embrace a three-way relationship. If we read our legislation, the municipality consists of the political level, the elected political level, and that's the stuff of elections. The administrative level, that's the stuff of hopefully professional civil service. But it also, thirdly, includes the community of the municipality. And that there needs to be a relationship between all these three components of a municipality. And it tends to be the municipality being the staff and the politicians on one side, and the community on the other side. And I would argue very strongly for the notion of mutual accountability versus what has unfortunately crept in, which is a more hierarchical command and control accountability. So there's the three relationships I would refer to are: one, between citizens and their elected political leaders. Secondly, between councillors and staff, or managers of the municipality in particular, and that is at the moment quite a lopsided relationship, and it needs to be improved, and Pascal was referring to this. And thirdly, what we are missing is a relationship, I think, between municipal staff and citizens. At the moment, everything tends to be mediated via the political, and even the political party, and that is wrong. I remember when I was city manager, every single evening and on weekends, we as the senior staff would go out into the communities, often without the politicians, and talk to citizens and say, what are your problems and how can we help you? And I've noticed in recent years, nothing like that happens unless it goes via a ward councillor or a political party or a MACO member and things like that. And so I would argue that good service delivery and consultation and participation around good service delivery is one part of the role of a municipality. But the second part of a municipality is to build that social cohesion and organize relationships, including within the municipality and between the municipality and its citizenry. Thanks for your. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, let me just, on the ward committees, I don't think the problem is the system. The problem is how we went about recruiting and getting people to be in a ward committee. I think the idea was that we're going to take any ward and take the dominant centers or where people are organized themselves, whether it's a Stokvel or whether it's a Masbamba Nyabu Mama, or it's a taxi association, or a number of formations that are there anyway, and they're dominant in that ward, and invite those people to come in and be part of the ward committee. I think the general impression now, especially in the ANC wards, is that they've become an extension of the branch. So if you don't get elected into the branch, you get into the ward committee, and that's how it gets balanced. I think this complex and the innovation that we spoke about earlier on, then it was so easy for us to approach Wits University, Liberty, Sapoa, and all the major property owners around Braamfontein, and say that we are going to revamp Braamfontein, bring something to the party, and they all came to the party. And if you go into the story of Braamfontein, the architects and all that, Wits with the student accommodation, between Loveday Street and Jan Smuts, or even beyond Jan Smuts, if you understand Johannesburg. It's as a result of a serious partnership. And we tried those partnerships elsewhere. We talked to the bankers as bankers, ABSA, Nedbank, all the big four, FNB. Talked to them as bankers. We were fortunate at that time that our relationship with the media was so great that every 3 months or so we hosted at the top of the FNB building where the Star was, at the Star's boardroom, and we bring different interest groups, especially in business, to talk about how we develop the city. So those coalitions, I think, are very important. But these days, when you go there, you get these brilliant ideas, you can't process them. You can't process them within the municipality because of a whole lot of procurement requirements, supply chain requirements, etc. that, unfortunately, from where I sit, have become very undevelopmental. Kimi, rest in peace, but I think we really need to be looking at some of issues that we call as irregular expenditure and all that. Irregular is not unlawful. Okay, unauthorized might not be unlawful, but there are certain things that we have to be able to do and achieve without. And then we regularize. It's irregular, but because there's a process to regularize that, we can use those processes. I'm still keen to see what the outcome on the PPEs is going to be in the court judgments that are there, the pricing, the fixing, and all that. I think we're going to find very interesting rulings coming out of the courts.
Don't forget the politics of the stomach.
Yes, Councillor.
1, 2, okay.
3.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Nongaba Mulwele from the city of Johannesburg. Okay, I'm just going to make one comment on Mr. Pascal Molloy's presentation. Pascal, we spoke about separation of powers in passing. As a result, your recommendations do not talk to the separation of powers. The separation of power model in Johannesburg in particular was put in place to empower council to hold executive accountable on the priorities or key performance areas through its council committees. So it is a tool to make sure that service delivery is enhanced. However, unlike in Parliament, the legislation does not give powers to the legislature to perform this task. Johannesburg made its own arrangements through the rules and procedures, of council, but the legislation is not responding to this separation of powers at a municipal level. For example, the secretary to council, who is the administrative head within the legislature, still reports to the city manager, whom he or she is supposed to be facilitating oversight on the administration, on the executive, but still account. The performance scorecard of the secretary to council is dependent on the city manager, whom the secretary to council is supposed to do oversight to. The budget as well for the legislature still has to go and beg for the budget from the executive that the legislature is supposed to be performing oversight on. So there's contradiction in this because the legislature is not powered to independently perform oversight to the executive through the legislation. I think if we are serious about enhancing oversight and also enhancing service delivery, the separation of powers should be given powers through legislation. So I think there's a need for change of legislation in that regard. So I was expecting, when you mentioned it in your presentation in passing, I was expecting that your recommendations will also put in place the enabling of the separation of powers at a local government level, as much as it is happening through the committees in Parliament. Thank you very much.
No, I agree totally. You remember that we designed that system. It was also experimented on in Ekurhuleni and I'm not sure about Swani, but there was how far we separate. Whether we go to an extent of saying that the mayor, after being elected, resigns from council, like we do with the president, and it has its own budget and all that. I personally think that that should be the case. That you should have a very clear separation between the legislatures, and it will probably go back to the electoral systems. How do we do the elections? And had a very interesting discussion about the new movement decision and how it's going to affect local government. That in a municipal ward, you have multiple number of representatives. You have someone representing the ward, you have someone representing a constituency, an independent, and all that. So I think when we talk about that separation, we must probably take it in a much broader context and not do it piecemeal and then come back in 20 years and say it's not working. But I agree with you, Speaker, completely.
Okay. I'm going to come to his hands. Can I first take the 3 hands that have been up from our online attendees? But I've noted you and your speaker and your councillor. Thank you. We'll start with Maseko Kodisang. Maseko, welcome.
Thank you, Vuyo. All protocol observed. My name is Maseko Kodisang from Bojanala District Municipality. To Father Smangaliso Mkasra, as we celebrate 20 years celebration of SALGA, I would like to applaud SALGA on its transformational endeavors in local government, but also to challenge SALGA, taking cue from the IGR model given by Father, to say it's participatory democracy in governance. It's not satisfactory in the fact that the structures of SALGA, they are not accommodating to all the parties, since we are in a multi-party democracy. And as far as lessons learned, I came in as a new councillor and we were given an induction. Now, I would propose that the induction that is given to councillors, let it be given later once they have experienced a council sitting. Because as a newcomer, when you are inducted, you become lost and you leave the workshop without gaining anything because everything is foreign to you. There was that. And on the pension fund, I would also request that options be given so that when there are challenges with a particular pension fund, then the blame doesn't go squarely on the councillor. For instance, the MCPF has got challenges and it was forced into the councillors. Also, Father, I would also agree that we need as a country to zoom into the influx of nations in our shores, and also to say that I also support that when money is allocated from national treasury, it must go direct to the municipalities as the end user so that it takes part into active service delivery. Now to Dr. Brigalia Bam. I also support the notion that now it is the right time for us to change the electoral system and have the one that will speak to the current South Africa that we live in. For an example, we are having a myriad of parties that are contesting and taking part in elections. And that is not assisting our democracy and service delivery. It becomes a disservice to the citizens that a lot of votes are going for waste. And also, I support that communities must be afforded by the electoral system to vote for people who are not belonging to political parties, but they would be servicing the community as public servants in the interest of service delivery and in the interest of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bo. Quick one from you, Father.
I agree with you. Quite happy. Safe just to underscore one point, that when I addressed the question of IGR, I was addressing a principle. Now, she seems to say that in practice, there are certain things that she's not very happy about. Now, only SALGA can really answer that, because they know the reality, I was addressing the principle.
Thank you. Thank you. Just last two hands from online. Caroline Muchadi, followed by Gerrit Matthijs. Caroline, welcome.
Hello, thank you, Vuyo. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you, Vuyo. Thanks for the presentation. My question will be around the establishment of the ward committees, that we are having a guideline that guide us on establishment of ward committees. But I'm getting worried, Vuyo, to say, if I make example, the area where I am, in fact, I'm a councillor from Moses Kotane, sorry for that, Bujanala. Now, next to the village where I am staying, we are having a college. But my problem is that we'll be electing students to be part of the ward committee of the municipality. Now I'm having a challenge about the guideline, because it says as long as you are a voter in the area, you are eligible to be voted to be a ward committee. And my worry number one is that how does a student coming from far from our area knows the challenges that the people of that ward will be having? I just want clarity around that, because it raises concerns during the election of ward committees. Thank you, Vuyo.
Any takers from our panel?
No, I think, yeah, I don't quite understand. She answered her own question, that you need to be eligible for a voter, and I think the other qualifications that you should need to be from that ward. Yeah, but if I'm a student in KZN, it wouldn't make sense for me to be on a ward committee of so yeah, but yeah.
Gerrit seems to have disappeared. Is he still there? No. Okay, he has disappeared. Okay, I recognized 3 hands, David Speaker, Councillor there, and you, Councillor there. Yes. You can start.
Chairman, as I said earlier on, my name is Mpona. I was in SALGA and currently I work for COGTA. Perhaps one thing that we should say to Father Mkhatshwa as a way to express gratitude for the founding of the UCLG and UCLGA. And Father, perhaps as a report, the international municipal movement has grown massively since the time you started it. It sits into the United Nations high panels for different reasons. I'm sure you know that municipalities are allowed to participate on the UN agencies, one being that it was extremely influential in the Paris Declaration on climate change. the UCLGA also participated in actually UCLG, not UCLGA. In 2015, the formation of the United Sustainable Development Goals and the Sendai Declaration. The last one was in 2016 in Colombia about the new urban agenda. And I would imagine if you guys didn't start that part further, where would local government be allowed to enter the assembly of the United Nations? So thank you very much for being in the lead. I'm sure even for the UCLGA Africa, that what we call urban diplomacy between us and other African states, I think we have increased. Recently, we had a president of the United Cities and Local Government, the now MEC Pakistan. We now currently have the president of SALGA as part of the core presidencies or deputy presidencies of the UCLG. So we have not dropped the candle since you last meet. One thing that I thought it will serve as a question to Pascal, and I would imagine what preoccupied them on the EGOLI project. The IDP, Pascal, fundamentally was meant to, I think the point has been made, that it helped municipalities to work across the boundaries. You guys have a proximity to the Western and CDB. And EGOLI just circled itself as Johannesburg project. And you have left so many people to suffer outside Johannesburg. And I would even think today that the two cities or two small municipalities are still left behind because EGOLI deliberately. And a lot of these people who stay in these small towns move to Johannesburg daily and come back. Your buses stop somewhere. They don't even cross the border to serve those people. So hypothetically, you have betrayed the IDP. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, that the speaker is the former mayor of the West Rand municipality, and the fights with Mogale City about where the boundaries start and stop. Lanseria Airport, is it in Johannesburg or outside? What's the urban edge? If you're talking about Lanseria being in the, I mean, we used to argue that we're building Cosmo City, which is outside the urban edge. But if you talk about Lanseria, it's much more central to a much broader region than between Mogale City and Johannesburg. But I would rather maybe locate those debates into a broader Gauteng region debate. We've raised the points about Rea Vaya, that we build assets that require a platform in Johannesburg. Tshwane has very low platforms, but our people are connected from Mamelodi right up to Orange Farm, and we don't have a transport system or a transport system except for the taxi associations, the taxi movements. But I take the point that during that time, EGOLI had specific issues that we're looking at. We were amalgamating certain number of municipalities that were defined by Mike Sutcliffe, who was sitting here, and the work that Thabo Manyoni is doing now. That we couldn't, and you couldn't also, I think, with later legislation, you can't take resources of your municipality and spend them outside your borders. So if that's what the IDP intended then, we certainly didn't read that that way. But I can suspect that even now, the IDP doesn't allow so much collaboration between eThekwini and Maritzburg, or between Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni. I think it's a much more broader regional push and drive, especially for a compact province like Gauteng, that we can manage to be able to do that. But once you move further than that, then where do you stop in Gauteng? The people at Brits will be saying exactly what you're saying. But the Gauteng city region doesn't cover Brits. Doesn't go as far as Rustenburg. So I think those are debates, but certainly when we did and you remember at that time we just had a Joburg, a Gauteng 2010 project. It's only later when 2010 was moved to 2030 and later to 2040. Very few of us as cities were talking about growth and development strategies at that time, let alone talking about IDPs.
Thank you very much, Vuyo, and thank you very much, Pascal and Father. This is a very exciting area, and I want to raise it as a question of being from the lawmaking houses there. The intervention to do what Nawa is talking about. We spoke about this intermunicipal cooperation, for example. Part of it is supposed to be happening within a district. So there's a district program that attends to those issues. But the manner in which legislation is framed now, those are not often sufficiently dealt with. And similarly with spatial development areas and frameworks. So in addition to district, some of these districts, their proximity constitute an economic environment which needs to be treated in a particular manner. And if we don't follow those in our provincial manner of drawing development, we're going to have the problems that we are talking about of people at the cross boundary. There have been tragic results from a health perspective. Someone died on the boundary between KZN and I think it was Mpumalanga, because the hospital said, no, you are not from here, we can't take you. So in the desperation to take him to the next hospital, a distant away, he died in the process. And that's not the only area. This is in the health environment. Health and conditions that bring about health often don't respect boundaries. So we need a broader national process for planning and removing those obstacles. But we want them specified. Pascal, the over-regulation, or what you call less regulation, it would be useful to have those specified so that we can work with them. SALGA sits, 10 of members of SALGA sit in the National Council of Provinces, precisely in order to look at legislation and to promote what can be committee legislation that provides the environment for doing what municipalities want to do. So the recognition of a systemic relationship with others is an important part of that. This is what I'm curious in, firstly. And the last point I want to raise is that there are weak forms of involving people. We consult you and we're going to do whatever we wanted to do anyway. And then there are very strong ones. In Durban, there's a thing called a multimedia center that I played a supportive role in having it created. But it took us almost 2 to 2.5 years of negotiations with municipality, because municipality was arguing that the law does not allow us to let you run this thing, whatever capacity you have. And they had strong capacity for running that, the kind of thing that Andrew points out, Cape Town Partnership. I happen to know it and saw the interesting thing it does. And it's one of those forms of involving people in a creative manner in running the city, so to speak, but these are strong forms. So my question is, how can SALGA identify those instances of stifling regulatory environment without creating spaces for others to be naughty, to be diplomatic, to be corrupt, to do things that shouldn't be done? Because that space for creativity is what is needed in any form of governance. If legislation blocks it, then why do we say we want to be developmental if we block it by legal and regulatory measures? So we need to specify those, I would suggest, and so that SALGA can then help us to do the active things in the next period. It becomes the agenda for post-2021 election agenda. So it's an interesting area that I think needs that kind of support.
Can I ask both of you to give that a thought while we get the very last comment or question, and then in your concluding remarks, perhaps respond to what the deputy speaker was saying.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Humphrey Mokholi, former SALGA chairperson in Limpopo. One of the things that I would want to be unpacked by the panel, I may not say Pascal or Pat, that anyone can pick it up, is this critical issue in council. Municipal Structures Act, it is clear that it is directed at regulating councillors to do their political work. Municipal Systems Act, it's also clear that it is more regulating administration. But as we were making oversight when I was in Parliament, especially on oversight in the NSOP, you would want to make oversight in a particular municipalities or some municipalities in terms of related problem, the problem of intervention and interference. It's very much confusing. Sometimes councillors would want to move that the service be done quickly. Then the administration will say, you interfere. But you see a genuine move by councillors that people want a service. It could be water, a pipe has busted, whatever. But because it's not an implementer, the implementer is administration. There's reluctance. They don't move. They would call mayors or whoever is responsible to say, you are interfering, your work is political, my work is administration. I think as you move forward, or as we move forward as a country, whoever can be given that responsibility, we need a legislation that closes this gap. It causes a lot of problems. If that is silent, you may not be able to see it, but inside councils, there is a problem in terms of who interfere when, who intervene when, and all sorts of things. Thank you.
Because I asked my panel to make 20-second comments in response to those two inputs. I'm going to add the third one from Rebecca Siepa, who says, to have good governance at our municipalities, the politicians have to play oversight role. The officials to play their roles as well, implement the resolutions taken by the councils, and advise council accordingly as they are educated. Submit reports, section 71, to mayors and the mayor to respond to council. I hope by doing so, we will have better monitoring. I'm going to ask each one of you, as well as Dr. Pam and Andrew, to make very brief 20-second comments, taking into account the last three comments that were made. Pascal?
Yes, see that, yes. Okay, just a quick one. Yes, we can be specific. Fortunately, we just had a session about a week ago where some of the specifics were talked about. One of the presenters there, forgot his name, made a specific set of recommendations on how we should review supply chain management. You move from a very strict point of view, saying that it's become undevelopmental, etc., but he had specific ideas. And we co-hosted that session with SALGA, so I hope the CEO will be able to take some of those suggestions forward. Interference versus intervention, it's a historical problem. It's not the system that's problematic. It's not the Systems Act that's problematic. I think it's individuals, both at a political level and at an administrative level. At an administrative level, I've seen how my own direct reports would want to play politics Okay, and want to have certain relationships with certain MMCs at the expense of my performance agreements with them. So I think it's a people issue that needs to be nipped in the bud, and I don't see how we legislate that out, except maybe just to make sure that there are consequences. If people do that, there will be serious consequences. I will leave the rest to the other panelists.
Salam Kacha. My take is that SALGA should really intensify communication with the other spheres of government, but also particularly with political parties, because they're the ones who appoint people to play certain roles. I think that is absolutely critical. Secondly, to be very proactive in terms of troubleshooting, identifying problem areas before they are blown out of all proportion and so on, and try and intervene at that level.
Thank you very much. Quick last word from you, Andrew. It's gone. Dr. Bam?
Thank you very much. I just put that as a question to you, whether in fact, as part of the celebration and as part of the term of 20 years, it is not possible for SALGA, or this is, I don't know whether this is done, to establish an independent group with the permission of all the things that people have to go through in our legislation that would assist them in looking at just about everything in the 20 years that has happened, with the intentions of seeing how some things will work better. Sometimes we have, of course, let me start with a positive thing to say that the best thing that ever happened to us is to have this constitution. And we are very reluctant as South Africans as little changes that are made to the constitution. But I think that there are some things that probably need change. And the people who are our drafters, naturally, the people who were trying to guard the society on a number of things. But some of the things just simply don't work. And I want to give an example of the floor crossing, which some of you might remember. The challenges, it was a good idea in terms of the constitution, the freedom of movement of people, and all those wonderful things we support. It just didn't work. And I won't go into it. And finally, after a long struggle, at the time in IEC, we were able to convince the majority party to look at it and see where the weaknesses are. And I won't go into the reasons why they were ready at that time to abandon it. I think the problem sometimes we do is to look at things piecemeal. And if we do that piecemeal, then we change this little thing here, and then we leave the other one here. And then the people who come and inherit these institutions from us, who are the founders of the Constitution and who are doing the drafters of legislation, will come. And maybe this is something, because there are many things that come up with people's suggestions that are based on the actual experience. Talking about students, I just want you to know that we in South Africa, we made a very good law, which I didn't like personally, that the prisoners should vote. And then the law says you vote where you normally reside. And then anybody who has voted, a voter, then you have a right to participate in your, you know all that in all the structures of your municipality. And of course, the crisis was the prisoners in South Africa are all over the country. They are in every prison you can think of, and their municipalities are far. And this had been followed that you vote, which is true. Yes, the voting, you can take place where you are. But if this had been followed without it being thought through, it would have meant that a number of prisoners would actually find themselves being members of all a ward committee, just sheer numbers and procedures. And so I say that some of these things are drawn up with the best intentions in the world for people to continue to exercise their rights, which I fully support, but sometimes it simply doesn't work. And I think if one looks at the changes that have to be made there, because we might find that all the students who are in our universities all over the country and in our colleges take over the responsibilities of the wards and communities that they do not know. I'm just making it as a general comment, whereas the students have a right and the freedom when they reach a certain age to do that. And I want to say to SALGA, maybe with the wonderful work that has been done with SALGA, it might be a good idea, I recommend that they then look at some of those things in our legislation that need to be looked at. Thank you very much.
Special thanks, one round of applause to all our panelists. We shall meet again in 10 minutes. Just to stretch, grab some coffee, relieve yourself, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
These lights was dry anyway.
It's for the camera.
Sure.
I'll tell you what we're doing.
So,
Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, welcome back to our other session, still on the second term of the democratic local government. We're still looking at the years 2006, 2011. But this time around, we're going to interrogate very specific aspects of that era. Now, before I introduce our panelists for this session, let's have a look at this particular video, which looks at land reform over the past 20 odd years.
They can walk around with great pride, knowing that yes, Nabat will fail and what about the
Pre-market foundation, we are doing title deeds for our community, and we are in partnership with the municipality. How the
officially launching the newly renovated Essendon Street Clinic, which is right in the middle of the Hillbrow Health Precinct. This piece of land is rich in heritage. This used to be where one of the first hospitals in the city of Johannesburg, built in 1889.
Your health is in our hands. Continue to stay home so that we can serve you.
We're seeing about 7,000 people a month now. So very busy clinic.
That if you look at that approach, that also raises other demands in terms of housing, job creation, in terms of industrialization, and so on. Those comes in.
are your type of houses that are your tier B houses that are not far from that any other community within your suburbs are living or staying on just a local number.
20 years of democratic local government as it relates to housing as well as land reform. Now, to help us unpack some of the issues that we can tackle over the past 1.5 hours or so, let me introduce you to our panelists. And to my right is the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Simon Mabulu. Welcome, sir. And right next to him is Mr. Dixon Masemula, who is the former executive mayor of Sekhukhune District Municipality and the current MEC for Public Works in that province. Welcome to you too, sir.
Thank you.
Next to him is Mr. Sakhumzu Somyo, who is the former executive mayor of Amatola District Municipality, as well as the current chairperson of the Parliament's Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Welcome to you too, sir. And joining us online is Professor Yap Defessor, who is a director of the Dalla Omar Institute. Welcome to you too, Prof.
Thank you.
Let me start with you. If you could please set the scene for us. We're talking about the years 2006 to 2011. And in that context, specifically talking around the issues such as Section 139 interventions and maladministration, the role of districts in our local government system, but also what over the years became essentially the politicization, if you like, of what boundaries meant, and of course the consequences such problems had for our electorate. Take us through what immediately comes into your mind when we talk about this era and, of course, the attendant issues, if you will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mvoko. I'm going to try to share my screen so I can show you some slides that I prepared. Hopefully that will be visible on your end. So I thought I could maybe introduce the topic by coining the phrase whether local government came of age or whether it lost its innocence in this period of 2006 until 2011. What was clear when this term started was that most of the major legislation was in place and local government emerged from transition into a fully fledged sector whose regulatory framework was mostly in place. The Property Rates Act had been passed, the earlier legislation, the Systems Act, the Structures Act, the Finance Management Act, all had been passed. The Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act had been passed. So most of the major legislation was in place. Also, the burden of regulation increased on local government. National Treasury ramped up its regulatory activity and passed a series of regulations in 2005 and 2009 that increased the burden of regulation on local government and making local government a highly regulated space. And an argument of over-regulation emerged in the wake of this increase of legislation. In 2008, there was a major change politically at national level. I don't think I need to introduce that to anyone in the room, but also meant a change for the department overseeing local government. The name DPLG, Department of Provincial and Local Government, was changed to COGTA, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. A review of the local government system had started in 2007, but it was stalled by the incoming political leadership. Minister Mufamadi made way for Minister Sicheka, and I think it's a pity to say that this heralded a phase of high turnover of political leadership at the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. It's one of those ministries or departments that has changed leadership very, very often since that time. And I think that has also had an impact on the local government sector as a whole. But turnaround strategy was introduced by Minister Sicheka, and also Operation Clean Audit was introduced with the target of all municipalities having clean audits by 2014. And I think we can all agree that that target was missed. But it raises also questions around how realistic was that target and what were the complexities that were overlooked when national government went around saying that by 2014, all municipalities must have clean audits. I think if we look back at that now, I think with the benefit of hindsight, we can maybe come to the conclusion that that was not the wisest of policy choices and targets to be set. As we indicated in the introduction, Mr. Mvoko, Section 139 interventions, they were now no longer an anomaly. I think this became clear in that particular period because we also saw municipalities being intervened into more than once, which clearly meant that the instrument is not always working. And it was no longer the occasional intervention, it became regular across the country in almost every province. We started seeing the impact of politics on local administration. This is part of local government losing its innocence. The romanticism of the early years and of the transition made way for the hard reality that municipalities and municipal administrations often became the site of political contestation. But local government, took the bull by the horns and started asking itself the question, how do we professionalize local government? How do we make the administration professional? What happened is that National Treasury and COCTA introduced competency regulations to force municipalities to employ competent senior management only. There was also an interesting effort to introduce a single public service. And some of us may still remember the effort that was made by the national government to introduce a bill that was going to integrate local government into the national public service. I still remember the radio adverts at the time introducing a single public service, but local government resisted this and said, no, we do not want to be part of the single public service. We want to regulate our own public service as we have been doing historically. And in the end, the Public Administration Management Bill was passed, but it was a much watered down version and certainly not the single public service that was initially hinted at. What did happen, of course, was the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011, with really aimed at improving governance and administration in local government. And one of the highlights of that bill was the ban on combining political office with senior management. If you were a political office bearer in a political party, you would no longer be permitted to occupy senior management office in a municipality. And I still remember I made a presentation to the NEC I think it was in 2009, talking about research that we had done in municipal administration. And I still remember the members of the NEC engaging quite vigorously with the research and sometimes even laughing at themselves in a sense, because we came across such almost bizarre scenarios in local administration, with some municipalities that we visited really having serious difficulties. And I remember the CFO of Umtata, who had just been appointed, telling us in amazement, I came here and I thought this is Hollywood, because everybody is acting, nobody is permanent. And another anecdote was a middle manager from a municipality in the Northwest who told us straightforward that no, the mayor is supposed to call me chief because I'm more senior than him in the party. So even though I am a middle management official in the municipality, the mayor calls me chief. So these were the issues that local government had to come to grips with. And these were channeled into the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011 that introduced this ban and also presented a regulatory framework for improving governance and certainly improving the quality of appointments in the administration. And in the end, positioned the provincial government, the MEC for local government, as the one that is supposed to on the ground enforce professionalism by monitoring appointments and also by intervening in appointments if they are made irregularly. Obviously, the sad story is that the Municipal Systems Amendment Act wasn't passed correctly and was struck down by the Constitutional Court and is now back in Parliament and to be adopted afresh. So we lost a lot of momentum and we lost, I think, a lot of space in that process. And we also ask the question, is the approach the correct one of professionalizing local government the way the Municipal Systems Amendment Act set out to do, with essentially the provincial MEC monitoring in appointments and the questions I have arisen whether do we need a public service that also looks at local government and not just at national government? Does the National Public Service Commission, does its mandate need to be extended to also influence the civil service at local government level? Is local government not treating this power to appoint its own officials? Is it not treating it with sufficient seriousness, because we're seeing too many appointments that cannot see the light of day? So that's still a debate in local government, whether we are on the right track when it comes to professionalizing the administration. When in terms of coming of age, it's interesting to mention, I think 2006, that the DA coalition won the city of Cape Town. And of course, for some of us, that is a bad page in history, and for others, that is a victory. But that's not the point that I want to make. I want to make the point that may be an interesting point in our history, because it signaled two things. One is that the local government system started accommodating explicitly political diversity. Not every city and not every municipality belongs to the same political party. And even a big metropolitan municipality could be run by the opposition. And of course, the ruling party is not happy about that, is grumpy about that, and there is bickering and there is tension, but it's all according to the rules of the game. And this is something that I always explain when I go abroad, on other countries on the continent, where sometimes this doesn't happen according to the rules of the game. When Addis Ababa went to the opposition in 2005, the military intervened. When Kampala city went to the opposition, the national government nationalized the city. In Bulawayo and Harare in Zimbabwe are run by the opposition, and there's constant interference by the national government, often against the law. We don't have that. We have a system that has accommodated political diversity and in that sense is democratic. And it also may have been the start of coalition politics in local government, something that I think is gripping us sometimes here in the Western Cape, and I'm sure up in Gauteng, in the cities there, coalition politics, the difficulties of that, I think are with us. What we also saw in this phase is local government coming to grips with the need to improve its internal oversight, the role of the council in overseeing the administration. The seeds were sown for the introduction of audit committees and introducing a better governance in local government. The role of district municipalities emerged as a topic for debate and for contestation in that term. Effectively, the district management areas were abolished. These were the areas that were originally envisaged as sparsely populated areas which were governed only by the district. There was no local municipality there. This was effectively abolished with the 2011 local government elections because there was a realization that it didn't make sense for these sparsely populated areas to be serviced by the district, because usually it would be the neighboring local municipality that would deliver the services in those areas. So they were abolished effectively in 2011, and the legal framework is being adjusted as we speak. But the bigger debate was about the role of the districts. And there was a realization that what happened in 2000, when there was a legislative change that positioned the district municipality as a level of government that was going to be responsible for direct service delivery, that this had muddied the waters, that this had perhaps confused the role of district municipalities away from the original vision in the white paper, from a tier of government that would coordinate and support rather than deliver services. There was also realization that sometimes the local municipality eclipses the district municipality. the reality of demarcation and the emergence of very strong local municipalities sometimes has that effect. I still remember doing research on this, interviewing a local municipality in a fancy glass-faced tower, and then going to the district municipality, which supposedly is the big boss over this local municipality. But the district municipality, we visited them, and they were renting a floor above Nando's. So the local municipality was much more, was eclipsing the district municipality, and clearly was the bigger brother in the scheme, yet the legal framework positioned the district as the big brother over the local municipality. The third realization was that the district council as a political body did not really integrate the local municipalities. They are represented on the district council, but the council doesn't really function as an integrative body. Rather, the district municipality and the local municipality are simply two separate entities. And this was an assumption that we realized in that time was not working. So the ANC also grappled with this. In 2012, an ANC policy said that districts must only be there where the locals are weak. It must focus on coordination and alignment, and we need a new funding model for district municipalities. And there's been successive policy statements by the ANC, never quite taking a strong position on district municipalities, but presenting options and arguments. Also in the literature and in debates around the role of districts, there were many options put forward. For example, we need to strengthen the local leadership in the district council. We must have mayors and speakers of local municipalities represented in the district, because we need strong local leadership represented there. Or maybe one option would be to have only local representatives on the district council, or have more single-tier municipalities, take more of the strong locals out of the district sphere. More radical options presented were that local municipalities should simply become the substructures of the districts, that we actually abolish local municipalities politically and make them substructures of the district. Or the other way around is to abolish district municipalities altogether and only have local municipalities. So these were the arguments that were going around during that period of how to deal with the uncertainty around the role of district municipalities. Many of these probably were not politically feasible. And in the end, what happened at the end of this term is that Mangaung and Buffalo City were declared metropolitan municipalities using the normal system for declaring metropolitan municipalities, and they were taken out of the district municipalities. So this debate continues and until now is unresolved. The last topic I want to raise is the powers and functions debate. Some of the assumptions that we had when we started the local government system proved to be incorrect. For example, we went into the local government system in 2000 knowing that the constitution was ambiguous, that it didn't really clarify exactly who was going to do what, and it didn't really position provinces very clearly, and some of the local government functions were not clear. But the assumption was that those functions were going to be clarified consistently according to a logic of developmental local government. This did not happen. Instead, each sector drove its own interpretation. Health drove its own interpretation. Transport drove its own interpretation. Municipal planning, the planning scenario drove its own interpretation, as well as housing. So we had different approaches to what the meaning is of the powers of local government, and often those approaches within the sectors were restrictive and not according to a logic of developmental local government. In fact, local government does not even get to perform all of its constitutional functions. For example, electricity is still often delivered by Eskom, even though the constitution says it must be municipalities that deliver electricity. All kinds of reasons for why this persists, yet it is something that a tension that we haven't resolved during the 20 years of local government. There was also no central logic to the adding of new functions. The constitution positions local government not as a static sphere, but a sphere of government that can grow, that can assume new obligations if it's ready for it. So cities started clamoring for more powers. They started saying, give us more authority over transport, give us more authority over housing, give us the right to generate electricity or buy electricity from independent power producers. but there was no coherent response from the central government to this city clamoring for new functions, because I think there was just a lack of policy momentum at the central government. The assignment framework, the legal rules for transferring powers to local government, new powers, is now a dead letter, because each sector transfers powers differently according to its own rules of its own game, which makes the coherence of local government powers and functions lacking. And then lastly, what happened is that the Constitutional Court also entered the fray and added a new logic to transferring or adding new responsibilities to local government, because it said that the Bill of Rights can also add new responsibilities to local government. This happened in the city of Johannesburg, which was faced with a community that was rendered homeless. And the Constitutional Court said, well, this is the responsibility of the city. And the city could not argue that housing is not its constitutional function, according to the court. And the court said, no, this is a Bill of Rights issue, and you have to deal with it. So the Constitutional Court added a new logic to how to view the powers and functions of local government. So in conclusion, Chair, local government came of age. It emerged out of transition. The regulatory framework settled. It made key adjustments. It professionalized. It reduced, it abolished district management areas. It started introducing oversight mechanisms internally to improve its governance. It resisted successfully the restructuring of electricity and the single public service. It also started accommodating political diversity and become a politically diverse sphere of government. The Constitutional Court assisted and asserted local government autonomy, but also added new responsibilities to it. But on the other side of the coin, local government also lost its innocence. The romanticism of the transition made way for the hard reality that many municipalities are in deep trouble. And Section 139 interventions persisted as a clear indicator of that trouble persisting. Municipal administrations all too often became sites of political battles, inter-party contestation, but also intra-party factional battles playing themselves out in municipal administrations to the detriment of service delivery and good governance. And maybe also part of the losing of your innocence is that you have to live with unresolved tension. We are not seemingly able to resolve the tension around the role of districts. We keep talking about it and going around in circles, but it's an unresolved tension. And perhaps that's part of growing up. Living with unresolved tension, I think, is something that we all do when we grow up. And maybe that's part of losing your innocence. I thought, Chair, with those few comments, perhaps I could have started the debate, and I'm very keen to hear what others have to say on this, and welcome any inputs and questions. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for so eloquently setting the scene for us. Now, the two gentlemen who were part of the panel this evening were right in the thick and thin of it as executive mayors of your respective municipalities. All those things that Professor Defessor was talking about were playing themselves out in your municipalities. Share with us just your, unique experiences of that period, and perhaps, if you can, speak directly to some of the challenges that he has referred to. If I may start with you, Mr. Somia.
Well, thank you very much. I think let's appreciate the legal outline which has just been made by Prof. Indeed, the country has faced a scenario which one could label as the growth of the system and the growth within the system. Because as a district municipalities, we emerged from the Regional Services Council, where we would somewhat be charged with certain clear responsibilities. And in the main, some of those responsibilities were on the agency basis. Even if you look into the roads, look into emergency functions, you look into the health function, we do those within the actual directives of a provincial government. And when the time came for the actual definition of what should that growth leading to the formation of district municipalities should be, came the time of defining the actual roles and functions of district municipalities, which would somewhat unintendedly create some tension between the district and the local municipalities within that district municipality. As a point of an example, you would find out that in the Eastern Cape, you have a number of those districts because of a rural nature of that district, with a difference only in one district area, which is now Sarah Patman. And where there was a defined role in as far as water services are concerned, and all other functions that ought to be a responsibility of either the local or the district. The Sarah Patman's difference was that it had a bit adjusted local municipalities, which were a bit stronger in a way. So that district lost its own hold on a number of local government functions. And it was only left as a somewhat a developmental model without any direct functions, you see out there, which pose the difference from other district municipalities. I was at Amatole, as a matter of fact, and at Amatole we took over the water functions and from various local municipalities within the district. And that tension came right because at the level of those municipalities, there would be a resource which comes out of water services as service charges, and they were then going to lose that resource. And that brought in some kind of a threat, which was as well coupled by the fact that there were those discussions which are coming up for the REDS, establishment of the REDS. And there was going to be an added loss to municipalities. That's why we could together argue against such, because you create only the gobbled structure without necessary integrative functional instances. Another area which I thought even the late Auditor General would harp on was the fact that you would find very strong district municipalities who would, in their own observance of the law, and would come with great achievements in as far as the audits are concerned, but the municipalities within a district would be found wanting in terms of such audits. And then you would wonder as to what is the effect of a creation of a balance between the sharing of both legislative and executive powers between the district and the local municipalities. If the view and the vision would be somewhat different and dislodged, even in terms of performance. Those are the matters that we had from time to time to practically engage with, so that we manage such tensions, we manage that outlook, so that the act becomes of an equation, which was, though, very difficult. As a matter of fact, an example, you'll find out that those who are in the district representing their own municipalities and those who are elected in terms of the electoral system, which was at play, equality in a way. There will be a direct vote to the district, and there will be indirect vote to the district, which is emanating from the representative nature of such. So to match that kind of a reality in the actual outcomes of delivery was a bit a taste that we had to juggle with from time to time. But our decisions, our plans should be plans that are felt by locals and planned together, developed together, and be able to ensure that district municipalities are somewhat felt within those areas. A loss of revenue kicked in by abolishment of the levies, which were the preserve of district municipal benefit. And we had to argue with the minister at the time that how are you going to at best to ensure that local government benefits on sustenance if you're going to take over the regional services, council levies away from them, which were the result of that space in terms of the levies from fuel and other instances. But there was a strong argument between business and government because there was quite a lot of proliferation of such defines of taxation for business sustainability. And we lost that battle, but we gained in the fact that let's deepen the benefit of districts from the equitable share. And that, though, is a battle which I think SALGA must continue to somewhat get on, because the rural provinces or rural-based local government, their benefit is still far less in terms of provision in as far as the fiscus is concerned. Those who benefit the most are more of an urban define than would have been of a rural define. It's a battle which should be mounted going forward as one of those battles. Look now, they have to somewhat get into some negotiated form, even when they are befell with disasters. They cannot turn to matters of water needs in various districts. When disasters befell these districts, they ought to look into what the National Department of Water Services is going to provide them. They don't have that muscle because their fiscal positioning is not that much. So those are the kinds of battles that as SALGA of the time, as local governments at that time, as districts at that time, we forged forward with between ourselves and the ministries which were there. But take it from us, we built very solid structures at a district municipality. The models that we built there, we are proud of the fact that even if you look into the gap between our time and the current scenario, is a huge gap. In Amatole, when I was there, I left 2011, and we left their reserves, which were more than 300 million, closer to 400 million, if I'm not mistaken. And if you go there now, that institution is a begging institution, which tells you of a difference in as far as the fiscal both discipline and as well the observance of a critical elements of keeping the institutions somewhat functional. Demarcation board at the time would have an outlook of looking into whether both local and district are comparatively delivering those defined services. They would issue from time to time their own assessment as part of that report. I don't know whether that still pertains, but that was a very useful exercise for us to value, because there was an independent body which would assess the performance of various local governments and the issue directives as to whether these municipalities are still in the fold of providing such a services. So safeguards were there. were not necessarily on our own. What I can close up with is a fact that the actual defines and differentiation of category B municipalities at the time. With throughout, for example, I think the point which the Prof was closing up with, that certain category Bs, if you look into the metros that emerged on the second phase, Buffalo City, Mangaung, and the debate looking into Umsunduz and so forth, was on the basis of the strength of such category B municipalities, and therefore they gained some kind of a new outlook and defined as a metro municipalities. And Buffalo City was under Motole all the time. So we shared both executive and legislative function, but it was much stronger in terms of the base of a revenue collection than any other municipalities within our district. But such experiences assisted us to be on a train of serving our communities and working together with them, and whatever we achieved at the time was because we respected that we are serving people and what at their service. One was very humbled to serve even beyond the time defined for our own councils because of the transition period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nosango, your experiences?
Well, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to come and share our experiences with regard to the journey that local government transformation has traveled in this country. Just to predate it back from the negotiating forums and as well as the transitional period, one, together with other colleagues like Sakumzi, have had an opportunity to participate since the formation of SALGA in 1996. So we've been part of that generation of local government leaders from negotiation up until 2009. So we basically had all the ample chance. We had an opportunity to make a significant contribution in the actual establishment of municipalities, but as well as organized local government in this country. From the experience where I was placed in 2000 during the actual establishment of municipalities, I was deployed by the African National Congress to go to Skukune, my home district in that part of the country, to go and basically, unlike my colleague who started with the Regional Services Council institution, to go and study a municipality under a tree. There was basically no institution. I was just told that you have now been removed from the legislature to go home and start an institution that does not necessarily exist. It existed in terms of a name and intention to start afresh. On my arrival in that space, Groblersdal town was supposed to be the anchor municipality where headquarters of the district was to be established. For about 2 weeks, I had to travel from home 80 kilometers to that town without even a single office. I had to park under a tree, waiting for directives and as well as guidance from the provincial department for almost 2 weeks. I couldn't secure an office in the local municipality because at that time it was predominantly a white-dominated council which you had to take over at some point. So that process was very interesting on my part, very difficult. I couldn't call councillors to a meeting to come and actually start having the necessary political, if not council, activities. Fast forward where we are today, as I'll be coming back to 2006, that institution from zero, today it stands at it has got about plus or minus 900 employees, a very formidable institution. At the point when we were supposed to deal with the finances of that municipality, I still have a copy of my first budget speech because there was no indication as to where money will come from. not even a well-coordinated regional services council levy, because we had brought various institutions that were collapsed. Former Ihlanzeni, former Highveld, Kukune, Capricorn, and so on and so on. Now, the first budget speech that I offered had only 3 million rands. That was a budget speech of an executive mayor who was establishing a new institution. Fast forward today, that municipality has a budget of more than 1 billion rands. These, for me, are major case studies of achievement of where local government comes from and what the ANC was able to actually do in the interest of providing services and as well as development to the people of the province and in that space in particular. But that process was not necessarily without its own complexities and its own difficulties. The fact that that institution got established at a particular point in time where the anchor municipalities, which mainly are towns, the town of Groblersdal, of Marble Hall, and as well as Beckersford, the mayors thereof were actually very engaging. That here is a mayor who comes from the legislature coming to actually preside over us, but he has got no base. How does he therefore then assume all the powers and functions, including Water Services Authority, when in the past those institutions were actually offering those responsibilities? That understanding and that arrangement was not necessarily without its difficulties in managing relations within that institutional arrangement. But we were able to do so because politically, I could say, from what Prof has said, that there has been interference of party politics in the affairs of the municipalities. With me, I never experienced that, because fortunately, I was the chairperson of the region. So there was no way in which there could be those interferences. Matters of coordination, matters of collective leadership, matters of a consultative approach on political matters sufficiently so had to characterize that establishment process so that people, both politically, institutionally, and as well as the broader civil society, including traditional leaders, would have to appreciate the fact that here is an institution that is here to stay, and therefore we need to collaborate to formulate that structure for its intended purposes. It provides services and development to the people of the district. I think I could say largely that is what characterized the period from 2000, of course, 2006 going forward. Importantly, therefore, as that municipality got consolidated from various institutions that existed elsewhere, it had a very interesting phenomenon of cross boundaries. And I think as earlier on, Brigadier Bam spoke about the difficulties with which cross-boundary municipalities were actually confronted with. My municipality at that time was actually part and parcel of those difficult areas to manage. There was a Mute component, which made it very difficult. I could say for the rest of my tenure in office, I received, I don't know how many matches, almost on a, if not a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, I would know that there will be a match coming to my office. So I had to adjust emotionally and politically because it was a very difficult moment, as it was explained earlier on. Communities demanding that they want to go back to Mpumalanga and so on and so on. Those processes were very rough. They were not just, memorandum submission visits. They could at times become to the extent that you'd have to get police to be around your offices to be able to do work. So I had to go to work every day knowing very well that you might not be able to come back home in good time, maybe around 1 o'clock in the morning, because you are held hostage by people demanding management better of national government in terms of the cross-boundary municipalities. But operationally and politically, that phenomenon was just very difficult because I had to report to Nelspruit, and equally important, I had to report to Polokwane Petersburg, to both Premier Mahlangu Ndaweni and as well as Ramatlhodi. So it was very difficult. At times, things would clash. Interests of provinces will also come to play. It actually made it very difficult. But with the framework on how we manage intergovernmental relations, we were able to create the necessary political platform where mayors would come together in the form of mayoral forums and begin to discuss and agree that the reality facing us is that this is what the law says in terms of powers and functions. There is no way out. We've got to find a way to collaborate. But I could say that there was something that very interestingly happened during that time. I remember one colleague, mayor, the way he was so angry with the powers and functions that this man can't take everything. He had to say to me in one meeting, so, Mayor Mazemo, there is no mayor who can mayor other mayors here. so those were the realities of the time, demanding that I cannot just provide water services, provide roads, provide other functions, and they're sitting there playing very minimal role. So that platform of Mayor's Forum was actually able to help us to, manage those relations. But as if that was not enough, at the level of organized local government, we were fortunately as well to be part of the generation of SALGA, as I said, from formation up until 2009. The leadership of SALGA National Executive Committee, mindful of all these difficulties and complexities, and I think that's what I suppose the current NEC is doing. We had to create a platform for a peer review mechanism, tuning arrangements within the country, so that best practices can be well learned from elsewhere and be transported somewhere. So that we don't only enjoy flying long distances to go abroad and say those are twinning arrangements. And my district municipality, rural as it was or as it is even now, I had a twinning arrangement with Mayor Masondo. So the city of Johannesburg had to twin with the rural municipality of Sekhukhune. And therefore, we benefited a lot. And Pascal was the city manager at that time. A lot of my officials had to come to Johannesburg and learn a lot of things. And for me, that was very important. And I'm not quite certain that whether at the moment that phenomenon, it is still happening or not. Related to the actual management of those institutions, the power relations between office bearers of municipalities is what also characterized the earlier stages of local government. And I think we were able to overcome that with time based on proper leadership development, training and development of local government leaders. So in the initial stages, the relations between the speaker, the chief whip, and the mayor, there were very serious difficulties. But we were able to overcome them within a very short space of time because it needed matured political leadership so that you are able as a mayor to steer that institution. And if you could run into a petty and peripheral matters, the likelihood is that those institutions will collapse based on your inability to manage complex situations. So leadership development, for me, is very important. I suppose even now, organized local government will have to do so. Some of us, together with my colleague here and other leaders, we had an opportunity to really get the proper exposure and proper training by our municipalities, but SALGA as well in particular. I personally have been to 31 countries, both on the continent and elsewhere in the world, just to explore best systems, just to explore how municipal institutions are running elsewhere, and then bring those experiences in our country and be able to actually infuse them in the body politic and administratively as we reconfigure and reposition organized local government, but also sharpening the instruments of municipal systems as we move forward. So for me, that part is extremely important. And the fact that we're able to secure a training program with vets, that was one of the major milestones that organized local government got. And even today, that program is still going on municipal finances, and I suppose they might have added other courses. So this process is extremely important. So as we celebrate this 20 years of local government, SALGA should really take cognizance of the fact that it is not only a home-based organization, it has also played a major role on the continent. You know, from the time of African Union of local authorities to what now earlier on spoke about, UCLGA, where father became the first president, and the journey we have traveled from Tshwane to Paris and as well as Jeju, as SALGA, we actually made a positive impact continentally and as well as international. And the resultant effect and the benefits of that even today. You still have the current president of SALGA, I'm told, that she has just been appointed to lead a structure of a Commonwealth local government municipalities, in as much as Pakistan will continue to become one of the world leaders of. That process started in Tshwane, and we were there. spending sleepless nights with our colleagues, lobbying the rest of the continent. I remember that battle to get further into office. It was not as easy as it is explained here. It was very rough, it was very difficult. The Paris meeting, equally important, was very difficult. And when we got to Jeju, where Amos Masondo became one of the co-presidents, I remember we spent 2 sleepless nights.
Absolutely.
All those achievements, they are now clarified, which we are very excited about it. But the actual bolts and nuts behind doors in those evenings were very difficult processes. And these were the achievements of South African Local Government Association. So in as much as at the moment, there are matters that we've got to deal with, which emanates from the actual current operations of our municipalities. Is what should actually worry us a lot if we are not able to make progress. From what earlier on the Deputy Speaker has said, and Father and other speakers who spoke earlier before we came in, whether this celebration is worth it or not, I could say broadly, in terms of the journey traveled, both at home and internationally, it is worth it. Notwithstanding the fact that currently going forward into the future, we would have expected that as we go through all these far-reaching transformation phases, we would have expected improvements, not regression. And I think that's the point which must actually preoccupy us. And SALGA should not be very happy. It cannot be happy when Section 139 is imposed on the municipalities, because it means that your mobilization for support in terms of Section 154 is not actually finding expression on the ground. It means your role as a support organization, not just nationally as organized formation, but do we find expression on the ground? Are you able to create that platform for peer review mechanism so that you enforce interaction, you enforce very concerted efforts of engagement and discussion so that colleagues can learn amongst themselves and transport better practices from this area to that area and close the distance between your municipalities in the entire republic. And which is what those who led us before, with whom we led, were able to do so. And I think I will call our colleagues to be able to do so. But one other important area which is beginning to emerge as a bone of contention, and I think at a particular point in time, it was even more difficult. And I remember when we were engaging traditional leaders nationally, when they were actually demanding that Minister Mfamari should create traditional offices as core organs of local government in rural areas. That debate was not easily won. It was won because passion, serious engagement, and even including recognition of the fact that traditional leaders are a very important organ of leadership in society. I'm not quite certain, because quite often than not I hear a lot of complaints and concerns from many traditional leaders throughout the republic. So we've got to find a way to go back to basics, because we cannot succeed in some of those areas without those institutions being brought on board, both at the level of planning, resource allocation, but above them all, collective provision of leadership to the people who are found in those geopolitical spaces within the country. For me, that is very, 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 very important. Lastly, the implementation of Municipal Finance Management Act, I think it came very handy. And I think, I'm not sure if it was an issue in Amatole, where my colleague and friend used to lead. I remember early 2000 when we started, there was no demarcation between proper administration responsibilities and as well as political mandates. Supply chain processes were not understood in the current form. But the conduct which was alluded to earlier on of corruption was not there. You got a point? Mayors at that time, included myself, I used to sign decisions on how procurement takes place. A member responsible for finance, for economy, they will sit in those tender processes, adjudicate together with the officials. They will sit in one meeting and run those processes, and the final stamp will come from the mayor's signature. But there were never problems to the extent that we find themselves now confronting us. So, and I agree with what earlier on one colleague said, I can't remember what it is now, who said, Corruption is not a policy, it's not a legislation, it's a personal conduct. It's a choice that an individual make. You got a point? It's a choice that an individual make because of whatever ill discipline and other factors which might be characterized in that environment. Now, if these matters could not happen at that particular point in time, and they are a phenomenon now, it means it's a matter that can be corrected. It means a behavior that can be confronted forthwith unapologetically so that we infuse the right things in the system of local government as we professionalize. Because the extent to which the AG's report points to the collapse of systems, to the mismanagement, to malfeasance and sleaze that characterizes municipal administration, it actually should be very worrying. But equally important is a matter that can be corrected. So it means organized local government should actually take a very strong view on these matters, working together with national and provincial government so that we deal with these issues. As we find expression on the ground to reinforce and help those poor ordinary councillors who are in those difficult, dire situations where their people are expecting delivery and nothing else, and they cannot be able to do so because they need support of their municipal leaders, mayor, speakers, mayoral committees, and as well as executive committee. So the actual intergovernmental relations have got to find expression quite there on the ground on how do we deliver services on the ground. Mayors, councillors, now I'm sitting in the provincial government, for instance, as MEC responsible for public works. When there's no road, people demanding a tar road, it's a provincial function. But the poor ward councillor will be called to meetings at night during the day and not be allowed to go home and say, get that MEC to come and commit that we want the road. You got a point? Now, how do we help that poor councillor in that difficult space? So people can no longer take interest on whether this function is local, this function is district, this function is provincial. They want nothing else but services from government. And this, to me, I think it takes us to a particular level of discussion, which SALGA must take forward. The concurrency on how we provide functions to all these spheres of government, for me, is very important. And I think earlier on, there was a colleague who said some functions which are national must be devolved to districts, must be devolved to local. That becomes very important. And as to how, what form of governance do you therefore define in terms of single-tier or a two-tier system? For me, that is immaterial. But as a former executive mayor, then I would have argued that you must have one-tier system and then you anchor that in the district because it was about power relations. But looking at it from the distance now, I don't think we must spend a lot of time as a country locking horns, differing, spending a lot of money as research on how do we redefine a municipal system against one-tier or two-tier system. I think the answer for me lies in how do you allocate and elaborate concurrently so powers and functions so that there is complementarity between and amongst those systems of government as you strengthen your DDM model. As you strengthen the DDM model, you can't disestablish local municipalities because you're going to remove democracy closer to communities. And there are classical examples, for instance, where there were small municipalities which were established in my region, in Limpopo, as a province. There were basically 3 of them. There was a municipality called Fetahomo in the kingdom area of the Skukune. That municipality was disestablished to be included in a broader Fetahomo municipality. But people who were used to a particular center of governance, that center does no longer exist. Serious despair, frustration, and people have got to travel long distances. Awanang, which they were brought into Pulukwani, far away from the city. It's very difficult for those people to come closer. Mutalin, Bembe, which is now part of Musina. All those new developments have taken democracy far away from the people that they were used to. Is that an answer? Now, if you are going to go on a large-scale disestablishment of your Category B municipalities and therefore leave Cs, you're going to have much more difficult political situations to manage. So for me, the answer is not in spending millions of rands in research on how do we do that. Let us ask the parliamentary processes to look at the allocation concurrently so of powers and functions. As we celebrate the 20 years of local government system, SALGA is 24 years old. So it's ahead of that system. From 96 to date, it cannot be that SALGA can be found wanting on all these matters of policy, of operations, of support, of advocacy, of representative role. It cannot be. it is an advanced organ of people's power in terms of municipal and local government. So it has got to sharpen its instruments very seriously, having occupied space nationally, continentally, and as well as globally. I think those could be my they are impromptu short input, as I agree with my colleague that travel a very long
journey. I must say, well, speaking as a journalist, both of you are the interviewer's dream, in that you don't have to be prompted. You tell the story from start to finish. Now, Sai, whatever has been happening over the past 20 years of democratic local government has had an impact on how the Commission has had to run its affairs. People's experiences, good or bad, actually shape, their view of the world, of democracy, and of your institution, even though you may not be responsible for the experiences that they have just alluded to, and for all the issues that Professor De Visser spoke about in his opening presentation. What for you has the experience been like? We've just come out of the biggest round of elections you have undertaken as a commission in this country. What have been your experiences? What can you share with us today as we celebrate 20 years of SALGA?
After the presentation we put, but I just make some preliminary remarks. The duration, the period between 2006 and 2011. So a substantial increase in the number of councillors, which means the level of representation and the closeness of local government to people improved. Because between 2006 and 2011, there's been close to 700 increase in the number of councillors between those two elections. What is not clear though is that the increase of representation necessarily meant the people realize the benefit of that representation necessarily. And of course, there may be objective factors, and I think the two former mayors have alluded to some of them, the objective factors that may have impeded what people could have perceived as benefits arising from that increased level of representation. The second point that is pertinent for the duration was the increase in the voters' roll across the country by a factor of 2 million. Since the voters' roll was first established in 1998, there has not been as big a jump as there was between 2006 and 2011. And that increase facilitated the increase in the number of councillors because there's a proportional relationship between those two factors. The more people you are registered, the more councillors you're going to have. Now, the third issue that I think is important to put on the table is that The establishment elections in 2000 saw a 48% voter turnout, which was repeated in 2006. But in 2011, we saw something that was quite remarkable. The participation rate of voters increased by close to 10%, from 48% to about 58%. And that was sustained in 2016. In local government, in national and provincial election, in the same period, you are experiencing the decline in the rate of participation. So, yes, there are community protests that are directed at local government, but you see people getting engaged more in local democracy than they remain engaged in national and provincial elections. So that's a very interesting concept, and I think is one which we need to understand quite fully from research as to what are the pull factors at play in that. Of course, we are going into an election next year. I think it will be a good field for local government where we to be in a position to increase the participation rate even by a factor of 2% and get into the 60% percentile. It will confirm local government as a very democratic space, a space in which people remain politically engaged. So it is our ambition, therefore, as a commission, that we are able to make that marginal improvement, even in the order of 2%, and be in the 60% percentile. But that period, 2006 and 2011, saw some other, the genesis of certain practices which MEC Masabela spoke about. The emergence of the dissolution of municipalities in terms of Section 139, which meant that the Electoral Commission had to have council-wide by-elections. Part of our mandate, no problem with that. But when one looks at the outcomes from those council-wide by-elections, they don't alter political representation in any significant way. The same political proportions that you had pre-dissolution obtain post-dissolution. If you are lucky, there may be a change by a factor of 1 this way or the other way. But fundamentally, the political proportions substantially remain the same. During that period, this establishment of cross-boundary municipalities presented intractable challenges. One that stands out was the Kuzo between Northwest and Gauteng. Of course, there was community mobilization against the transfer of Kuzo into Northwest. We established voting facilities across the municipality with high levels of security mobilization. And there was on election day, there was very limited participation by the community. We declared the results of those elections free and fair. But with hindsight, perhaps we ought not we ought not to have done so, given that in some stations less than 10 people actually voted in a voters' roll that had 30,000 people. So those, I think, are some of the key lessons that have arisen from local government. But there's a point that I think I need to conclude on. The successes of the Electoral Commission would not have been possible had it not been for the support of local municipalities and metros. Close to 60% of our local offices are within municipal facilities. So local government, even as it struggles with its own key mandate, it felt the need for purposes of democracy development to accommodate an institution such as the IEC. And to that extent, I think it's an important example of cross-state collaboration because we are as strong today as we are for the goodwill of local government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir. Now, we've run out of time. There is a broadcast that starts at 6 o'clock, which obviously can't move. So I am going to ask for a quick round of questions and comments, starting with Nolita Catherine Lali, who is online. Hi, Nolita, you're welcome. Hi, Nolita. That's your hang up. Nolita, please switch on your mic. You can speak. Talk to us, Nolita. Okay. Looks like she's struggling a bit. Hi, Nolita. We can take a question. Yes, Councillor. I've noted it. There's another hand. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Mfogo. Mine is just one question, Mr. Mamabulo. With the decline of voter turnout and less voter interest, as you have outlined, is there a program that IEC is putting in place to do voter education and encouraging people to vote as we are approaching LGE next year?
Yes,
oh, certainly. We have to transition from the modalities by which we provide voter education. When most of us were young, we got our information from community meetings, ward meetings, those types of mechanisms. But our primary target for participation is young people. And young people don't get the information today, don't get the information from community meetings as we did. They receive their information on mobile devices. They converse politically, they engage politically on mobile devices. They are not organized into stagnant, fixed ways such as community hall. They organize, they mobilize on mobile devices such as cell phones and so on. So voter education, therefore, has got to meet them in the space in which they ordinarily converse. So we will be outlining an extensive program on social media Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and so on, plus radio. We've done studies through the HSRC, and 80% of persons who voted in last year's election got their information from radio, especially, yes, here, I was not going to say this, especially from SABC radio station because of the 11 official languages. So in our platform mix, social media is going to be very prominent, followed by radio.
Thank you. Councillor Vos.
Thank you. My name is Councillor Dion de Vos. I'm also a mayor of an amalgamated municipality in the Eastern Cape. But I want to come to a point which was raised by Honorable Somio. I just want to be honestly now hear from, with hindsight, even the professor. Was it a correct decision to abolish levies at the time for districts? Because I had the privilege of being from a small town and chairing the committee in the then Western District Municipality, where we allocated more than 300 million. And you could really see that fight we fought for of the redistribution of wealth. Small towns were really, you could see dust. And as soon as the levies were abolished, it becomes dead. I know I was there then. I was serving with Mayor Mvoko, Executive Mvoko, in that municipality. With hindsight, if my own view is that was a wrong decision. If we believe in the redistribution of wealth from the rich areas to poor areas, the levy should never be abolished from local municipalities. But I just want to hear the view of others. The second one is, my mayor then, which I also agreed to, was arguing that district municipalities should in fact work them out of existence by empowering local municipalities to a level that they can do everything and there would be no existence for a district if they are capacitated to that level. I just want to know what is the views of that, because I still believe that there was a right perception. That if district municipalities are empowering locals to a level where they can perform all their tasks, then they should be able to work them out of existence. And many of our colleagues then they were totally skeptical about our approach from the SAR apartment. It was then the Western District Municipality. Just want to hear what would some of you, especially Professor, also say about those views I'm raising.
Prof, your thoughts? Prof, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, sorry.
Your thoughts?
It's a very complicated issue. The one point that I completely agree with the speaker from the Northern Cape, thank you very much for the question, is, the levy was abolished and there was a very firm commitment and promise made that it was going to be replaced and that there was going to be new revenue raising measures introduced instead of the levy, and that the grant that was being put in its stead was going to be temporary, and that we haven't seen forthcoming. We do now see new revenue raising measures being introduced. Development charges are now going to be regulated in the Fiscal Powers and Functions Bill, but I don't think that's going to help district municipalities. So I think until the debate on the role and function of district municipalities is properly addressed and properly resolved, the impact of the abolition of these levies will continue to bedevil the system. And I'm afraid I don't have a clear answer or a solution, but I agree that this is a bit of a negative development on on the trajectory of local government. Thanks, Chair.
Good thoughts from you, Ms. Sonia?
Well, I agree with him partly that there is still a role to be played by district municipalities. If you look into his municipality, there is a floor which was committed by the demarcation board of thinking that if you combine a municipality with no revenue with a municipality which is a bit thriving in terms of its own revenue muscle, you're going to achieve something. And that municipality now stands into the negative in terms of its own ability to sustain itself because of that combination, you know. And if indeed district municipalities were shaped differently, we would have avoided that situation, where district municipalities would be responsible for areas where the actual affordability, the power, sustenance is far less than any other area. So the responsibility would purely take the international standard. Whether you go to the UK, the US, the nature of a district arrangement takes that form somewhat. South Africa, though they took some form of an outlook there, we missed it at that point. You know, the second area is the area which I think Prof has got on that. That's why we sought to argue strongly with Treasury at the time on the loss of revenue in as far as the regional services levies were concerned. And that kind of an interim grant was afforded. We thought at the time that the interim would lead into some kind of a formidable fiscal support. It was not to be. So as it stands, it indeed disadvantaged local government into that level. That's why I was making an example about Amateur. The loss of revenue in that angle has led into a district like Amateur, which was so financially sustainable to be in what it is in terms of a negative pass as it is a concern. My friend here is a point that he missed a very interesting point on the, which I think I must just remind him about it. On the international side, we were emissaries for the establishment of the African chapter and as well our role internationally. There's a deputation which was sent to Morocco. You see, find time to interview the former Mayor Mlaba on that kind of emissary work, how they were taken away from their hotel to somewhere else because there was a fierce battle for housing the head office of the African chapter of local government between us and Morocco. A struggle which South Africa waged in a way based on principle. You know, so those are the matters that are very interesting. You can write books on those matters. Very interesting stories.
Who won?
In our time, we won.
We won. Quick one there.
Quick check. I think the melody of the evolution that Thomas Sumula, such a wonderful story to tell. I think, as you said, you were prompted and the story was so good. One thing that I thought is important to indicate in that story is the fragmentations that we had in the beginning. We had Gala, we had Feligo, we had to build to SALGA through appreciating that. I mean, I'm sure Lucy would know that the actual Gauteng refused to join SALGA. They had to be pushed that Gala must move to join. The other part that we miss is the welfare of councillors in the whole system of and how councillors are treated across, and those who, in particular in rural municipalities, that are left behind as we speak today because of how the the South African government appreciate MPs and MPLs and MECs and the rest local government come and go. So the change has been extremely different from those. I remember Dr. Masimla chairing a meeting and we were discussing the pension fund of councillors, which was extremely problematic over years. As we speak today, I suppose the under administration. So those are issues that we should not forget, that councillors are not part of this whole thing. The 20 years must also say, how do we bring them back to be part of the national fiscus and they benefit from what is the 20 years all about. The story about Morocco and South Africa is continuing as we speak today. We have not won that battle. We attempted to move the headquarters from Rabat to Ethiopia as part of the Africa Union office, that there must be local government commission, and that struggle continues today. So,
can we then get the MECs who were once councillors to very briefly, 10 seconds each respond?
Yeah, no, I think in conclusion, Vuyo, I would agree that SALGA should take forward one important process which Comrade Nawa has just raised, that there are a lot of professionals who became councillors at some point and on the promise or a commitment that their welfare will actually improve. And that never happened. And they had resigned from their primary employments. The majority of them are in a very difficult situations. I think it's a matter that has got to be taken forward so it doesn't escape the radar of SALGA. But very importantly, is for SALGA to continue to answer one question on a continuous basis. What is the state of local government? So that you continue to focus on municipal governance and make sure that there's improved performance and therefore accountability. If we can deal with those matters on a continuous basis, we should be able to correct mistakes where they've happened and actually gear organized local government and its municipal entities for an improved and heightened performance. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this historic moment as part of the family of SALGA and its organized formation. Thank you very much, President and the Deputy President, for the invitation. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much. I think we carry on Mr. Somio. Thank you very much to the Chief Electoral Officer. Thank you very much, Professor, and thanks to all of you for making this day as fruitful and productive as it was. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
All of us are going to the other side.
What is the other side?
Next door.
Yeah.
Yeah.